criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not
Mic check.
on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's
Mike, 1, 2, 3. Mike.
just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey.
Me good now. Yes? All right, good. All right, cool. Yes, my people. All right, my good. All right, outstanding. All right, well, then you got technology. These things happen, and that's why it's so important that you have people around who can navigate these issues. Because if I'm me alone, would have got to shut down the thing and then come back next week. But thanks to Kevin, OT, Joan, we're there. All right, like I was saying now, the opposition party in Jamaica, people have complained that they're weak, they're not forceful, they don't stand up, especially to the speaker. They don't do it. They kind of like just get steamrolled by her. So what I wanted to do was to show you how a small group of people can be very forceful. Like I said, make it abundantly clear. I don't agree with a lot of the things they say, but I admire their style, the way they go about getting their points across. And that most of that is because they have read the rule book, they know how to navigate it, and at times they break the rules. They bend and they break the rules, but they stress the system. And you have to do that sometimes. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. As Honorable.
And let me just say that we played this on Wednesday, and a lot of you saw this, and we got some good feedback. We're gonna abbreviate it a bit because we have some more videos to play, so we're gonna abbreviate it. And by the way, because Kevin is a little bit under the weather, we're gonna go past the 8 o'clock hour. So don't worry about it, people. We're not going to cut anything short, except for this, because some people saw this. But you won't feel robbed, because everything that we promised to deliver today, we are going to deliver. Here we go.
Malema is approaching the point is in order.
The State of the Nation address. We have been longing for that type of leadership because the two of you understood that this is a democratic parliament, and therefore any idea that seeks to suggest that the views of the minority should never be entertained is undemocratic. Because democracy by its own nature requires that we listen to all ideas, even if it is ideas of one person. Because those ideas, for as long as they meet a rational test, they are acceptable. So I've seen some fellows here standing up and saying we cannot be held at ransom by minorities. You must know you are planting a wrong seed, that minorities should not be listened to. Because if you agree that minorities should not be listened to, it will go beyond this parliament. And therefore, there will not be a single minority in a true sense of the minorities that will be listened to. I had another one saying here that you want to amend the rules. The problem is not the rules. The problem is reading the rules. Your comrades, Mr. President, do not read. The reality is that they don't read. They read True Love magazine and drum. When it comes to political literature, when it comes to reading the rules, they do not read. That's why someone stood up here and said, House of Rules. It's not House of Rules, it's rules of the house. They do not read. Now, Comrade President, your rise to the high office in our land carried a promise of renewed hope in a better and accountable government with a clear and sound strategy to lead our people in total economic emancipation. 3 summers later, there is hardly any evidence that you are different from your predecessor. You are refusing transparency and accountability. You protect incompetence and corruption in your ranks and have already misled Parliament under oath. In your speech, you could not demonstrate any meaningful achievement, and with the direction you are taking by protecting incompetence, refusing accountability and misleading Parliament, you too will end in the same destination as your predecessor. This we guarantee you. The logical framework of your entire speech rested on a neoliberal developmental path that is rooted in market fundamentalism. The central pillar that holds your plan is misguided hope that markets will transform inequality, unemployment, and poverty that our people face. But for 25 years, this has not worked, and you have given us no evidence that it will work with you. It is therefore impossible to see how solution to poison can be to drinking more poison. To ask us to place our hopes on a white-owned, controlled and dominated private sector is irresponsible, because you know that the white people do not have our interest at heart. The hope that democratic revolutionary government will play a central role in the economic development, lead a radical restructuring of South Africa's apartheid economy, in which black people were always cheap and easily disposable labor. The hope that to be black is not equal to being unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable, to live in poverty, under spaceless conditions without access to decent water, electricity, sanitation, housing, and health care. The hope that we will not bear witness to world-class wealth, supersonic developments, and innovation, all owned and controlled by white people who despise us and think of us only as their servants. Everything you said is about retreating from this task and placing it in the hands of the very white apartheid created and privileged private monopolies. Nothing is more hopeless than asking white people to transform themselves or asking them to save black people from wretchedness. President, you delivered your first State of the Nation address in February 2018. We said we are willing to give you a chance. In February 2019, we told you that your proposals are dangerous and will make you enemy number one of the EFF, workers, and poor masses. We told you that you have abandoned politics and you put profit and greed above all. We also warned you that if you are not willing to be decisive to change property relations and want to continue with your cowardice and wanting to make friends with everyone, you will not address unemployment, poverty and inequality, and few whites will continue to live in opulence in the face of unimaginable poverty. You have, however, continued with dangerous plans.
Folks, this is where the fun begins. This is where the fun begins. And I say, Morris said, silence with the opposition doesn't stand up to speaker. You know, Morris, one swallow doesn't make a summer. One bird doesn't mean that it's summertime. She did it, but you're gonna see how and I applaud her. But we don't get enough of it, Morris, and that's why the complaint is that as a whole, the opposition is not doing what it should be doing to be forceful. Now there are individuals within the party. There are individuals there. We have Damian Crawford. We have Julian Robinson. We have you're talking about Nikisha. But there are other there are others, but it's not a lot. But if you look, you see what's going on. Morris, trust me, watch this. Watch this. And by the way, the Yamhead thing, it was not what I'm talking about, and I'm not talking about like being cute or being sarcastic. I'm talking about reading the rules and using the rules to your advantage. Dayton Campbell, yeah, he's one of them. Dr. Dawes, yes indeed, Dr. Dawes. All right. Check it out.
Just a minute. What's your point of order, member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 14LA. Is Honorable Malema?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You rise on a point of order and you give a rule that forces now the speaker to go read the book. Because I'm telling you, Speaker Holness doesn't know the rules. No, they have people there who are supposed to help them. Like here in the South African Parliament, they have people, they call them the table, and they are the ones they specialize in the rules. So when somebody quotes a rule, they make sure that it's the proper rule, and then they advise the speaker. In Jamaica, they have something similar to that, but they'll give the speaker the book. But we need to get into reading and applying the rules. Here we go.
I'm willing to take a question.
Honorable Malema, will you take a question?
Yes.
Okay. Moshavi Julapas. Moshavi. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Just to say, honorable members.
Yes.
Just a very brief comment. Can we please allow the presiding officers, whoever the presiding officer is, to run the proceedings and avoid giving instructions to whoever is on the podium? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. We must make it very clear that the matter that I'm going to raise here is not a personal one, because the president last year, in terms of Section 84, 1D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, called a joint sitting, which is read alongside Rule 7(1)B of the National Assembly and the NCOP. Now, Deputy Chairperson, the President came here to address us specifically on the issue of domestic violence and gender-based violence. Now, all of us, we took an undertaking in this House that all of us will go out and expose any act of domestic violence or any act of gender-based violence. In terms of the Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998, it talks to the following: physical abuse, stalking, verbal abuse. Now, my question to Honorable Malema is that gender-based violence is happening at your house. The matter has been dragging for too long. Members of the EFF, instead of them condemning the issue, they decided to crack a joke so that they can deviate the matter on Thursday night, because they knew about the matter for a very long time. You are abusing your wife. We want you to stand here in front of the nation.
The question must be brief,
in front of the
Honorable
nation. Assure us if the matter is true. If the matter is true, are you going to apologize? If you're not going to apologize, then you must be held responsible. So now, my question to you is that, are you abusing your wife? Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Thank you very much. Let's try and keep the questions brief. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. You have, however, continued with your dangerous plans, and you are even courageous. We heard what you said, and now we don't believe anything that you said. Instead, you are continuing with incoherent, American-sponsored, neoliberal, misguided, and contradictory.
Chair, order, Chair.
The only thing you have said,
Order, Chair.
and we know you mean it,
Order,
is
Chair.
everything that will put profit
Honorable Malema.
Order, Chair.
above all.
Honorable Malema, just
Chair.
a minute. What's your
Order.
point of order, member?
Chair, Honorable Malema agreed in responding into a question. Now there is a question. He must respond to the question before he proceeds with his Minister of the Nation address.
We don't believe that you said. Instead, we are continuing with incoherent, apartheid-sponsored, neoliberal, misguided, and contradictory policies. The only thing you said, and we know you to mean it, is everything that will put profit and greed above all. Above the life of security
Honorable Malema,
workers, petrol attendants, unemployed,
Honorable Malema, just a minute. Just a minute. Honorable members, I'm going to plead with you that we should make the running of these proceedings as smooth as possible. Now, a question has been raised. The option, I guess, that Honorable Malema has decided to settle for is not to answer the question.
No.
But I would just like him to clearly indicate so that if this is not the case, we can look at the matter. Honorable Malema.
No, Chair, order, Chair. No, Chair.
I never said.
I don't, Chair.
I never
Order,
said
Chair.
I'm not answering the
Chair,
question.
order. Chair.
Answer the question.
Chair, on a point of
Honorable
order.
member, Malema, just a minute.
Chair, on a point of
Honorable
order.
member, what's the point of order?
Chair, we cannot allow Honorable Malema to disrespect the House and waste the time of the House. Honorable Malema agreed to take the question. He must respond to the question. And Chair, it was even wrong to allow him to even respond to the President because Honorable Malema disrespected Parliament and walked out and not listened to the President. I don't know what he's responding to because he not listening to the son of the President. And he left with his bodyguards and eyes.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Malema, if you can just indicate whether you're answering the question or not, so that we can proceed.
I never said I won't answer the question. So I'm reading my speech. No one is going to tell me what to do at what time. I'm in charge. That's why these fools are running around here. I'm in charge.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order.
The ruling party by
Chairperson.
Order.
You hear that? I've got the ruling party by scrotum. You see how clever. Actually, you know what? Let me not use that word because he uses it, and I don't want to steal his thunder. Let me just go back here.
That's why these fools are running around here. I'm in charge.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order.
The ruling party by
Chairperson.
Order. Chairperson.
Orders undermine.
Point of order.
Chair.
I'm in charge. I'm running.
Chairperson.
We are not in charge.
You can all jump. There's
Honorable
nothing you can
members.
do.
We are not in charge. We are going to show you to.
Honorable Malema, order.
A leader of the opposition
Order,
is
members.
running the house. I'm in charge. Come on.
Order, members.
One by one.
Running the house.
Who's next?
Can we have order, members?
Don't worry, DP. I've got these things.
Honorable Shibambo, please sit down.
Order, Chairperson.
Let them all.
Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson. Point of order, House Chairperson.
Can you please sit down?
No. Point of order.
Please sit down.
As per the rules of the
Please,
joint sitting.
please
a
sit
point of
down.
order.
Chair.
I'm ordering you to sit
As per the
down.
rules of the House, a point of order is allowed.
Please sit down. Honorable Member. Please sit.
order, Chair.
Order, please.
Honorable Malema.
I've not pointed you. Please sit down.
Because it's Honorable Malema, he must not be asked anything.
I've not given you permission to speak. Please sit down.
Chairperson. Order, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, order.
Order, Chair.
What's your point of order, member?
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 14P. Honorable Malemba has just made a very dangerous statement here. He referred to people as fools. I think it is unparliamentary, and Comrade Malema must withdraw that statement.
Chairperson.
Order, Chair.
Chairperson, order, please.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, can I ask you to please sit down? Honorable members, just a minute, please take your seat. I've not pointed at you. Please sit. Honorable Malema.
Yeah.
Please withdraw the reference to members as things or fools, whatever the case may be. Please indicate so that we can proceed.
Is it unparliamentary to say you are a fool? It can't be, Chair.
No, man.
It can't be, Chair. I'm telling you.
Point of order, House Chair.
You can check your stuff there.
Speaker, on a point of order.
If you are not clever, you're not clever. There's nothing I can
on
do.
a point of order.
Can I make a ruling on the matter, honorable members?
Yes.
That this matter will be looked at.
Yes.
And I'll revert back to you with the ruling later on. For now, let's proceed. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
The only thing...
Order, Chair.
Order, Chair.
Honorable, what's your point of order?
Chair.
Let's keep it for 1 hour so I can be on this platform for 1 hour. Let's go on.
Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Can you request the fool in the podium to sit down when order is called on to him?
Honorable member.
Chairperson.
Honorable member, I'm going to ask you, as I've done before, please withdraw what you have just said.
Honorable, he's not going to withdraw. He will not withdraw. Malema must withdraw first. He's not going to withdraw.
Two wrongs do not make a right.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable member, please withdraw.
Honorable Chair.
Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, he is not going to withdraw until Malema withdraws first.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
Focus of the ANC has collapsed.
Honorable members,
On a point
we
of
can't
order,
allow
Order on you,
the
Chairperson.
House to descend into chaos.
I'm in charge.
In the same way that I expect Member Malema to withdraw. I expect that member over there to do the same.
Chair.
Chairperson. Order, Chairperson. Malema. Order,
Yes,
Chairperson. Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Chair, why don't you get them yellow overalls?
Honorable Chairperson, you made a ruling that the issue of the food you are going to refer back, you are going to look into it. Please, you also refer even that one to the looking at it. Please, thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Mahambe Sal.
Honorable Chairperson.
I'll come back to you.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to request that you be consistent.
Yes.
So inconsistencies are going to give us problems here in the House. You have ruled on the matter, and that same ruling on this very issue must just be sustained. Thank you.
We will do the same. We'll do the same.
Thank you.
Honorable member.
Chairperson, thank you very much.
Please proceed, yeah.
Let me give this example.
What's your point of order, member?
When a student gets to an examination room, if that student does not answer question 6, that student cannot be blamed. Can we proceed now with the business of the House?
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy that you are continuing to learn from me. I just taught you that calling each other fools is not a problem, and you did exactly that. You learn after me. You follow me because I'm in charge. I'm running this thing. So don't worry.
Please proceed your speech, Honorable Malema.
This is my speech. You can run my minutes. It's my speech.
Please proceed.
I'm standing here so I can irritate you. You can be emotional anyhow you want. There is nothing you can do. I'm in charge. So I'm running this house, you see. So you can get angry and stand up and sit down.
House Chair. Honorable Member Malema, we are not running the house. Please proceed with your speech.
It is your own house as a ruling party. If you want to collapse your own house, it's your own house. You can collapse it. So there is nothing I can do to help you. Just continue to learn from me. You are.
Okay. Now, remember, folks, some of you are saying that it sounds like our Prime Minister. He's an opposition party, a very small opposition party. 18 parties in the parliament, and his party is number 4. They're not even close to power, but they know the rules. Let's continue. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring this right to Jamaica. And we're going to show you that there are some souls in Jamaica where there's one case where I can say that the person wasn't afraid or didn't seem to be afraid. But because now the speaker is a woman, I don't know what's going on. But we're going to bring it to Jamaica, and then we're going to show you some things in the standing rules. Civics, people, civics. Here we go.
Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Malema, Honorable Member, can we just clarify this one little issue? If you want to speak, you raise your hand.
You don't recognize.
Yes, I just want to repeat that again. If you want to speak, you raise your hand. Upon seeing you, I will then point at you. Only then can you stand up and say on what point you are rising. Can you please do that? Let me give you an opportunity to speak. Firstly, on what point are you rising?
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. The Honorable Member Malema calls the Deputy President DD. We don't have a DD here. We've got an Honorable Member, Deputy President DD Mabuza.
Point of order sustained.
Honorable DD Mabuza, you intervened decisively on the issue of ESCOM and Jawuma Mabuza and Honorable Jamnandas. But what made me to pay closer attention to you was when Johan Rupert said he can't have
a minute. Honorable Member, on what point are you rising?
14.0, Honorable Chair, no member shall refer to any member by his or her name. He just said, Honorable Jamnandas, can you withdraw? You cannot refer to a member with his or her first name.
We have reading problems here, and it's taking us time. Why don't you read, guys? Chair. It's not hard. Just read.
Honorable Gordon.
Why now you think you are educated more than everybody?
Thank you very much.
Can I call out that Madlozi? What is that Madlozi?
Order.
On Madlozi.
And because it's not a point of order, we'll proceed. Please sit down, Honorable Member.
Now,
Honorable Malema, please proceed.
Now, Chair, let me answer your question. On
now, folks, remember they asked him about gender violence and domestic abuse. Remember, that's what they asked him. And first he said, yeah, I'll take a question. And they asked him the question. And then he continued reading his speech as if he's ignoring them. And he said, I'll answer you. Here's the answer. You have to be careful when you're dealing with a skillful politician. Not a politician who's just gruff and you know, just aggressive. No. Skillful. And what do I mean by skillful? Somebody who's familiar with the rules. Once you're familiar with the rules, you have them. Here we go.
Domestic violence. When I spoke here during the State of the Nation last year, I said, anyone who has never beaten his wife in the past 25 years must raise his hand. And I said, I can do that because I have no history of such things. I've never, not once, not my ex, not my wife, not anything, I've never laid a hand on my wife. I asked that question precisely because I got information that the president used to beat his wife, Noma Zizi, the late wife of the president. May her soul rest in peace. I raised that issue because I said to the president, you cannot lead the state against gender-based violence. If you have not accepted that a woman beaten your wife,
on a point of order.
And I want to tell all of you now,
on a point of order.
I agree you started it.
On a point of order, Chair.
You started it with the wrong person.
On a point of order.
That's the first one I'm saying on the president. I'm coming on 3 others. Not him.
Honorable Malema, please sit down.
You started it with the wrong person.
Please sit down.
Chair.
Chairperson.
Chair.
I'm rising on Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 14A. Now, the fellow here is trying to deviate us from the fact of the matter here at hand. Why are you mentioning the president, mentioning others, blah, blah, blah. Hey, rumor, hey, what, President Chief, get to the point, answer. Are you abusing your wife? Yes or no? Stop involving other members of the House here.
Honorable members.
The answer is no. I have no problem giving that difficult. But I want...
Honorable members, please sit down, please. Honorable members, clearly there is a problem in the House. Clearly there is a problem in the House.
That's right.
One of these problems, there's a problem now in the House now, but one of the problems that lead to this big problem is the fact that members stand up and they input on the integrity of other members. Now, this kind of thing should not be happening in this joint sitting. Because if you do such a thing, others would stand up and do the same. And the result will be chaos and a general sense of disintegration and overall undermining of the House. So I'm pleading with all of us to carry ourselves and to behave in a befitting manner. Conduct ourselves in a manner that seeks to ensure that we are able to carry out the responsibilities and the mandate that has been given to us as public representatives. The second problem that I want to draw members' attention to really relate to the use of offensive language. Now, 14P of the joint rules reads as follows. It says, no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language. Now, what we have experienced here today is seriously disturbing. I mean, people being referred to as fools and things, and of course the two people who have done that is a member at the back there, as well as Honorable Malema himself. Now, the issue of this use of offensive language extends to the usage of such words as impimpis, meaning the impimpi, and other related comments that have been made by members. Can I call on members to please allow us to continue with the proceedings and allow Honorable Malema to conclude his speech.
I'm not concluding.
But before he does so, I just want to emphasize that the presiding officers will come back to the House. And having examined all of these happenings and developments, will make remarks to this House, which hopefully will lead to a situation improving from where it is today. So please allow Honorable Malema to conclude his speech. Honorable Malema.
No, I'm not concluding, Chair. I still have a lot of time. I've got 40 minutes. So to say I must conclude, you can't dictate to me. I'm still speaking.
No, of course, I'm not saying that you should cut on your time.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that please conclude.
I get it. You asked me a question.
Please conclude, yeah.
And then you wanted
Chairman,
me to answer.
On a point of order.
I'm now answering. Because if you want,
just a minute, Honorable Member Sala, point of order.
I can be very personal. You want to be personal, I can be very personal.
Please, Honorable Malema, just a minute.
Honorable Julius, you can sit down now. Chairperson, Honorable Malema is casting aspersions on the president. The question was about him and only him. Now, when he responds and decides to respond, he must respond to the question and not cast aspersions on the president. So he must withdraw, Chair, through you. Thank you.
No, don't
indeed,
House Chair.
Honorable Malema.
House Chair on a point of order.
Now sit down. Sit down.
No, but we have been raising hands.
Consistency. Please sit.
Yeah, but recognize us.
I will.
Please do.
I will. Please sit down. Honorable Malema.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the remarks that you have made,
yes.
And I'm sure you won't deny this.
Yes.
Is this comment on the president? Can you please withdraw the remark?
No, wait, DP, wait. The question was, Chair, gender-based violence. What's my take on that? And then extended to, do you abuse your wife? So I answered the question on the wife. I'm now dealing with my perspective on gender-based violence. It must not be gender-based violence when it comes to Julius Malema and when it comes to your president. It's not gender-based violence. I'm a president of an organization too. And I shall treat your president the same way you treat me.
Honorable Malema.
Now, I want to tell you.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema.
You asked me about gender-based violence.
Honorable
I'm
Malema.
with the president. I'm still going to others.
Honorable Malema, I've asked you a clear, direct question, and I've asked you to withdraw what we have said about the president. So I'm requesting you to do that.
House Chairperson, with the greatest respect.
If you can just indicate what your response is to that.
With the greatest respect, Chair, point of order.
Honorable Ndlozi, please sit down.
Chair, with the greatest, I want to assist you.
Can you please sit down?
I want to assist you, Chair, respectfully.
Please sit down.
But the aspersions is not what the
Chairperson, sit down.
Please sit down. Thank you very much. Can I again, honorable members? Can I please ask honorable members, please to sit down. Please sit down. It's me pleading with you to please sit down as a presiding officer. Honorable Malema, can you please respond to what I'm asking you to do? I'm asking you to withdraw the remark that has been made about the president.
Okay. Let me explain this thing maybe different. No, you don't want the truth. You don't want the truth. That's the problem. Now, I've said, and I'm prepared to withdraw. But I said, in answering your question, 1, I don't beat up my wife. 2, my lawyers have written a letter to Honorable Mamabolo because he repeated it outside. Why is that important? It's important because if you have nothing to hide, you must take it to court, Mr. Malema. So I've taken it he must pay me 1 million, or else I'm taking him to court. He has received a letter to show that I'm not hiding anything about abusing my wife. Can the president answer the question? Did he beat his late wife? That's a question we must answer. Because I've been asked the same question in this house about my wife. The president has got a history of beating up his wife, the late wife, and I'm following in the same steps you have been following.
Can we have order?
You came here to start personal battles without knowing what the implications of those battles. Point of order. Like that. That's how we fight.
Point of order.
Honorable Malema.
Point of order.
Order, Chairperson.
No history of abuse, the history of love. That's me for you.
On a point of order.
I don't have history of abusing women. I'm in love. I'm happily married. Please. I don't have an ex-wife that says I was beating her up. And for your President Zuma can confirm that Noma Zizi, the ex-wife of the president, used to complain to President Zuma about being abused by the president.
On a point of order.
On a point of order, Chair.
Bring it on. Well, and I'm not scared of all of you. Combined. I'm not scared of nothing. I'm not scared of perfection.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
Can I ask you? Order members. Can I ask you for the last time, Honorable Malema?
But Chair, who said you are scared of him?
Please withdraw the remark. And if you don't want to withdraw the remark, I'm about to ask you to leave the house.
You don't want the truth. Your president abused his ex-wife. You can abuse power the way you want to abuse it. But come to me and you say to me, I abuse my wife. I give you the facts. Now I can't respond with the facts. That's your president. That's your
Folks, for those of you who don't know, you see the gentleman to his right with his hand to his jaw. That is the man he's talking about. That's the president sitting right there. He's not talking about him behind his back. He's right there, feet away from him.
Come to me. I answer you. I'm even telling you to talk about it. So I've got nothing to hide. Who said you are scared of you? President, you come to me with the nonsense, I'll give you nonsense. I'm not scared of you.
Honorable Malema, please leave the house.
I'm not part of your fiction. I can leave the house now. The facts remain. Noma Zizi must rest in peace. She was abused by your president.
Leave.
Before Honorable Malema leaves the house.
Leave.
Honorable Malema, please leave the house.
Leave the house.
Dictator is a dictator. The only speaker in his own party. A dictator.
Leave. Hamba sticks.
Honorable Chair, can the bodyguards also follow their master?
Take your puppets with you. Take your puppets. With your fools.
Bodyguard, follow me.
All right. Just to warm you up. It's gonna get hot in here. Now, in the Jamaican Parliament, we've heard lies spewed all over the place. And people have been restrained from addressing those lies. Now, I'm going to show you another clip from this parliament about a minister who lied and was taken to task. And when the speaker tried to intervene on behalf of the minister and asked the person challenging what the minister said to leave, the person said, I'm not leaving and I'm not sitting down. Here's a question, and get used to this clip. Get used to this clip, people.
Did the minister lie?
Did the minister lie? We're going to play that a lot for the Jamaican Parliament. But here is the clip I just introduced to you.
Cuban engineers
Order,
have been imported.
honorable member.
And the deputy president says they have a program to train engineers in this country. He is not telling
Member,
the truth.
can you take your seat? Can you please take your seat, honorable member? You have somebody on your speakers list who will speak, and if they want to refute, they will. But at the moment, there is no point of order. I would allow the deputy president to proceed.
Chairperson, on a point of order, the honourable member must withdraw. He has said the deputy president is not telling the truth. He must withdraw. And I have a message for him. His commander-in-chief sent me a text message, and he says they must not lean as Honourable Maxson is doing on the table. He wants them to hold the posters very high. Thank you.
Order, honourable member.
Let me just explain what she meant by that. They were protesting, the members, the people were in the red overalls, and they had posters. And this minister, and I like her. She was, recently she was their version of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Very, very educated woman, very engaging. But she said that she received a text message from Julius Malema indicating that his people were going to hold up the posters high. They weren't going to lean on the desk. And that's what she said. Listen to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naledi Pando. Order, honorable member of the EFF, the one who raised the point before.
Chair, before you rule.
No, can I please ask, Honorable Josie, can you take your seat? You will then ask your point of order after my ruling. Can the honorable member stand, please? Honorable member, you said the deputy president is telling the untruth. Can you please withdraw? Can you withdraw?
Madam Chair, how else to describe what the deputy president
Can you
just
please
said?
withdraw?
The deputy
Can
president,
you please withdraw? Honorable member, honorable member, can you please withdraw?
I'm for grounding my withdrawal. I'm saying the deputy president is being economic with the truth.
No,
Therefore,
honorable member.
Therefore, I withdraw.
Honorable member, can you please withdraw?
I for
withdraw
ground,
the statement you made.
I for ground my withdrawal. The deputy president is being
Honorable member, you are repeating.
Truth, so I withdraw.
Thank you. Take a seat. Deputy President, can you please proceed? Order. Honorable Deputy President, I'm sorry, can you please take your seat? Honorable Ndlozi, what point of order are you rising on?
No, I want to guarantee the people of South Africa
What
that the commander-in-chief
point
would
of
never
order?
send
Order.
Honorable Naledi Pando a
Can you
number.
please take a seat?
She's not our friend. We don't have
Honorable Ndlozi,
yeah.
Can you please take a seat? That is not a point of order.
Order, Chair.
I haven't recognized you.
Yes, I want to be recognized.
I haven't recognized you.
Yes, I want to be recognized. How are you going to recognize me if I'm not holding a point of
Honorable
order?
Maxine.
Please
Honorable
recognize me.
Maxine, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable members, this is a serious debate, and I think all of us need to give this debate the seriousness that it deserves. You've got all the rights to debate, and you have the speaking rights to do so. Honorable Maxine, can you please take a point of order that you wanted to take? Can you stand up and take your point of order?
Yes, Chairperson of the
What's
House.
the point of order?
The point of order is that Honorable Naledi Pando must show us the test.
That is not the point of order.
It is. It's not telling the truth.
Order.
It
Honorable
looks like
Maxine.
all the ANC people
Order.
are not telling the truth.
Honorable Maxine, can you take a
If
seat?
she failed to show us that test message, she is lying to the nation.
Honorable
as the minister.
Maxine, can you take your seat? Honorable Quintin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson,
Yes, sir.
please take control. The honorable member there says, I foreground my withdrawal. It is wrong. He must not foreground. He must withdraw unconditionally. And I wish you could actually assert that authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkwinti. I agree with you. That's what he said, indeed, in the beginning. He then, in my insistence, withdrew. So can we please allow order, honorable members? Honorable members of the EFF, can you please be in order? Can you please be in order? Honorable Deputy President, order, honorable members, Honorable Chief Whip.
All of us in this House have been given a right by this Constitution for freedom of speech. It's not freedom of speech when Comrade or Honorable Maxine says, like all ANC members, they're telling a lie. We said nothing here in this debate. We are sitting here. She says all of us are telling a lie. And she's left without even withdrawing. She must withdraw.
Order, honorable members, thank you. Honorable Maxine, can you please stand up? Honorable Maxine, can I address you? Honorable Chair, thank you. In your statement, you said Honorable Naledi must show this House the SMS from your leader of the party. And I said to you that was not the point of order. You proceeded and spoke even though I had ruled you out of order to say she is lying, like all other members of the ANC are lying. Am I quoting you correctly?
No, you are distorting me, Honorable Chair.
Order, Honorable Maxine, can you take your seat?
Thank you.
I will ask the members of the table to get me the transcript and I will rule. And can we please allow the Deputy President to proceed with his speech? Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The comfort that I take from this is that it's quite clear that the members on my left-hand side are at least listening. They are listening, they are paying attention. And I want to repeat that we are making progress in this regard. I wish to thank you, Mr. President, for entrusting me with the responsibility as your Deputy President of supporting you in the advancement of your vision and the vision of your ruling party for a better South Africa. I appreciate your wisdom, your guidance, and your leadership in the work that you've been leading us. I am grateful to each and every one of my colleagues on the executive for their support in cabinet and the productive cooperation we experience in various interministerial committees that are led by our President and the Deputy President. Many thanks also go to the Director General in the
There's another part of that video, but where she told the Honorable Maxine to stand, and she wanted to discipline her and ask her to leave the house, and Maxine said, "I'm not leaving." And then the lady had to come and admit that there was no SMS, and it goes on. We'll try to get that video to you. But somebody had asked, what's the purpose of this? Good question. What we're going to do now, we're going to compare and contrast Jamaican Parliament, since people are having issues with what's going on in the Jamaican Parliament. All right? 1 second, let me just pull this up. All right, here we go. This is the one that somebody mentioned in the chat.
Nikisha Burchell versus Juliet Holness. The yam head moment in Parliament. Viewers, Parliament turned into a comedy stage on Tuesday. Juliet Holness called on MP Nikisha Burchell to ask questions. But instead, Juliet ended up getting one of the most brutal clapbacks ever. Yam head. Juliet picked the wrong woman today.
With respect to livestock support, I won't speak to that. We lost so, I don't know if we're included in the million that you assessed, but you know South St. James is livestock country.
It is very obvious that it
Minister,
doesn't matter
we're asking
what the rules of the Parliament are. You are not going to ask questions.
You heard questions, Minister?
You need to ask questions instead of make another presentation.
You heard questions?
Yes. Along with presentation.
Can we get yam head? Question mark at the end.
No.
All right.
Here's another. If you are going to ask questions, you cannot make presentation, then you ask a question. Make another presentation, then you ask a question. Make another presentation, then you ask a question.
Asking questions.
How many words are in a question? I don't know. Am I limited by words?
Let's break down what really happened. Nikisha Burchell rose to speak about the devastation Hurricane Melissa caused in South St. James. This is the largest constituency in the parish, and it supplies crops to local and regional markets. Farmers lost livestock, crops, and entire livelihoods. Nikisha began setting the context. We lost so much. I don't know if we're included in the million you assessed South St. James as livestock country, Minister. But before she could finish, Speaker Juliet Holness jumped in. Abruptly, aggressively, and unnecessarily, Juliet. It is very obvious that it doesn't matter what the rules of Parliament are. You're not going to ask questions. Instead of listening to the MP from one of the hardest hit constituencies, Juliet decided to police her tone, her method, and even her right to speak. Nikisha responded calmly at first. You heard questions, Minister? But Juliet kept going. You need to ask questions instead of making another presentation. Then came the moment everyone is talking about, the moment that shook Parliament. Nikisha Burchell delivered one of the sharpest clapbacks in parliamentary history. Since you want a question, before I paint the picture to lead to the question, can we get yam head? Did silence. And then the whole Parliament erupted in laughter. Did Nikisha Burchell just call Juliet Holness yam head? Juliet Holness got stunned. She didn't expect that level of confidence or that level of quick wit. And she clearly didn't know how to respond because how many words are in a question? That was her comeback. Words, rules, grammar, while people in St. James are suffering. Meanwhile, Nikisha stayed focused. Am I limited by words? Juliet Holness was no match today. Nikisha controlled the room, defended her constituency, and refused to be shut down when asking about allocation, fairness, and support for farmers after a natural disaster. Nikisha Burchell absolutely silenced Juliet Holness in Parliament. There was no bullying her today. Juliet tried to interrupt, humiliate, and block her from laying out the facts. But Nikisha stood firm. Yam head wasn't just an insult. It represented the frustration of a constituency that has suffered and is now being talked over. Instead of listen to Juliet wanted control. Nikisha demanded justice. Juliet wanted to shut her down. Nikisha shut Juliet down. Point blank. Juliet Holness finally met her match. Nikisha Burchell used her intelligence to style Juliet Holness in a decent way. Yes, man, you yam head for real. This is Mishy Dex. Like,
Okay. So, Speaker, I beg to give notice that...
Gio, there was also chaos in Parliament as the parliamentary opposition walked out of Gordon House after the finance minister referred to the opposition leader as
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe that the Minister of Finance, in terms of... Shut your mouth and let me talk. I know you would find it. I know you would have a problem with that. I know you would have a problem with that. I know you would have a problem with that. No, I know you would have a problem with that.
Madam Speaker.
I know you would have a problem with that.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. I have not made my point.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The member has used unparliamentary language in the Honourable House by indicating that the member should shut his mouth. That's unparliamentary language for which he must withdraw. And so is
who is he referring to as a mastermind in the Parliament?
That's it.
Who is he referring to as mastermind?
You need to name the member.
That is not parliamentary language either.
Now, House Speaker Marissa Dalrymple-Filbert said that the language used by MP Dr. Angela Brown-Burke was unparliamentary and asked that she withdraw the words.
If I'm going to withdraw your words, and then you can go ahead. To do it. If I'm to withdraw it, I'm not going to do it on your terms. You don't have the right. No, I'm not. No, I am not going to do it on your terms. I am willing to withdraw it, but not on your terms. Not while you try to shut me up. The members over there say shut him out every day and you have nothing to say about it.
Now, the Speaker stated that next week she will rule on the matter after receiving a copy.
All right. So, we've seen two, Nikisha and Angela. I'm going to show you one that most of you have either forgotten or you haven't seen. And then after this, I'm going to go into the rules. Civics. We're going to show you some things in civics that maybe you didn't know, you should know, you will know after today. This example is typical of what you would see in the South African Parliament, where you believe you're right and you're not going to let the speaker cow you down. You're not going to let it happen. And for the person who said what, purpose of this is that we need this to happen more often. We need more people in the Parliament to read the rules and hold the speaker accountable and hold the government accountable. Because remember, even though the speaker is supposed to be objective, the speaker is a member of the ruling party. Remember that. Now, Julian Robinson is a very mild-mannered person. Most of you would agree with me. I've met him. He's mild-mannered, doesn't raise his voice. Actually, it's almost like a monotone. It's just like this. It doesn't go up. That's how he is. But I'm going to show you a different Julian now. A Julian that I think should return to the Parliament. A Julian that I think should find his way back. And I think they're giving deference to the speaker because her gender. You can't curse a woman. You can't do that. But you're not cursing a woman. It's not the woman. It's the office. It's the seat. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is a Julian you've never seen.
That's a notice of motion given orally.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas the Auditor General's report on the state of affairs at the Caribbean Maritime University was delivered to the House of Representatives prior to Tuesday, January 14th, 2020. And whereas on...
And let me just say that on one of these shows, we'll get into that, where your questions and your motions, you have to give notice. So you see some of the questions they're asking the Prime Minister and all these ministers, they submitted them previously. They're not questions that they're asking on the spur of the moment. They're exceptions to that rule. But we're going to get into that. Again, civics. But what he's doing, he's giving notice that at the next sitting, there's gonna be a motion and then he's gonna come up for a debate. This is not a debate right now. He's just filing a motion. Here we go.
Receiving the report, the Speaker had an unconditional duty under Section 122(2) of the Constitution. I did that.
No, Mr. Robinson, you did not.
Mr.
You
Speaker.
have no authority to do that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robinson, I spoke to you.
Mr. Speaker.
And you agreed with me.
I didn't agree with anything.
That you came late.
I did not agree with anything.
Mr. Robinson,
I sent
you know what?
to the Speaker,
you know what?
copy to the clerk
if
of
you
the
can
House.
Do that, then
I sent to the
I am not going to be
Speaker
here.
properly,
if you
copied to
can
the
get
clerk
up
of
and
the
dictate
House,
that
who
you
can
want to carry
acknowledge receiving my motion
speaking, Mr.
in
Robinson.
due time. It was sent to you,
Mr.
copied
Robinson,
to the clerk.
The Speaker is standing. Please sit.
Well, I'm not going to sit.
Hold on. See that move? The Speaker is standing, you must sit. There's a rule. There's a rule. There's a rule that says when the Speaker is standing, you must sit. But the rule is not when you're filing a motion. It's during a debate. This is not a debate. So when him stand up there, I don't know the rules. I'm going to try to pull a fast one on Julian. And Julian said, I'm not sitting. You know what? I don't want to talk it out. Let me go back on your watch.
You know what?
Copy to the clerk
if you
of the
can
House.
do that, then
I sent to the
I am not going to be here.
Speaker properly,
if you
copied to
can
the
get up
clerk
and
of the
dictate
House,
that
who
you
can
want to carry
acknowledge receiving my motion
speaking, Mr.
in
Robinson.
due time. It was sent to you,
Mr.
copied
Robinson,
to the clerk.
The Speaker is standing. Please sit.
Well, I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to sit. You have accused me that I agree with something. Agree with what? I sent you a copy of the motion in time. No, but you mustn't say that. I sent you, no, ask the clerk. The clerk, I sent you, copied the clerk. Don't do that. But you don't get the motion. Don't do that. Do not do that. No, I take my integrity seriously, you know. If I send you a motion and I copy the clerk, don't come here and tell me that I don't send you a motion. Don't do that.
You lie.
What?
I am
Who is
not going
lying?
to say here and make you lie to me.
You're accusing me of lying?
No,
Mr. Speaker,
you're accusing you.
That's not speaking the truth. Email. I sent to you, copied the clerk, the motion. I brought it to you, signed, and I told you that. Don't tell me about a line. Why you come accuse me of lying?
I am not going to stay here and have you accuse me of lying.
I sent you a copy of the clerk is here. The clerk is here.
You sent a resolution
to the clerk. I sent it to you, copied the clerk. The clerk is here. Make the clerk show you. You were copied. I sent it from about 10:30 this morning. Or you come call me about liar. You think I take them things as joke? Don't do that.
Mr. Robbins, have a seat.
No, don't do that.
Have a seat.
Don't do that.
Have a seat. Let me speak to the leader. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let me say, have a seat. Let me speak. Mr. Robinson sent a resolution to the clerk. Oh, no. He didn't send it to me.
I sent it to you.
How you send it to me?
By email.
Mr. Robinson, I don't read email in Parliament.
Listen. Don't make me make trivial
Have a
that
seat.
issue now.
Have a
Do
seat.
not make trivial
Have a
that
seat. Let me
issue.
finish my
I
presentation.
sent it to you via email. I copied the clerk, as
Mr.
I always
Robinson,
do.
have a
I
seat.
brought a hard copy when I came to the parliament, signed, and went into your office and gave you. What do you mean I don't send it to you?
Have a seat, Mr.
Don't do
Robinson.
that. It's 9, I copied you on it. 9:28 I sent
You
the
may
email.
have sent
And
it
you
to
see
me.
email there.
1
and-
minute. You may have sent it to me.
On a point of
I
order.
told you, Mr. Smith,
On a
I'm
point
speaking.
of
Have a
order, I
seat.
have a right to rise on a
I
point of
told you,
order.
Mr.
Folks, I want you to listen to this point of order. I want you to listen carefully to this point of order. This is how you deal with these people, with these speakers. You see, when you argue with a Juliet Holness, a Speaker Holness, you cannot win if you're arguing from an emotional standpoint. You have to go into the rule and have the rules up. I'm going to show you the rules right now. Well, after this clip, here we go.
It has to do with you.
That the clerk
Mr.
has
Speaker.
advised me of a resolution
Mr.
that you have
Speaker,
sent
there is a point
concerning
of
me.
order.
And we decide that it will be sent to the Deputy Speaker.
You must yield when there's a point of
Since
order.
it's a matter that I would not deal with it.
Yeah, bear with
And
this.
you agreed with me.
Mr. Speaker.
You agreed with me that next week could be placed.
Mr. Speaker, you are not hit.
And I am serving
And the
notice
Deputy Speaker
today.
say he has.
It's not the system. That's the video.
I am serving notice today of the motion. It can be debated next week.
No,
I have every right to serve notice today.
Mr.
I have
Speaker.
every right to serve
No,
notice today.
you cannot serve notice of a motion that way.
I mean, I can't serve notice of a
No,
motion. On
it
what
is the
basis?
motion. It is the motion that you
have
must
a point
clear
of
with the
order.
Deputy Speaker that you're going to serve.
Mr.
You can't
Speaker.
get up to you're going to serve a motion.
There is a
motion.
point of order. May I raise a point of order, Leader? Mr. Speaker, this motion, I have reason to believe, touches upon you personally and your office. Mr. Speaker, the rules of natural justice apply in this Parliament as well as elsewhere. No discussion regarding its admissibility or its veracity ought to be made when you are a judge in your own cause. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your respect for your office and you personally, that all discussion on this matter, the reading of it, whatever happens, you should timely recuse yourself and allow the Deputy Speaker to stand.
Mr. Tweed. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Tweed. The clerk advised me of the resolution and that the resolution is against me. Order, please. And we agreed that I would not deal with it. It will be sent to the Deputy Speaker. It has not been sent to the Deputy Speaker.
Listen.
Or if it has been...
Listen.
Preside over the determination of that fact. There is a determination of fact that you should not be a party to.
No, hold on. I gave copies to the clerk. I gave copies to the clerk who provided them to the Deputy Speaker. And you come here and come tell me about me, I tell lie. I signed 3 copies, gave them to the clerk, and the clerk gave them to the Deputy Speaker. And I have every right to table my motion. And you're not going to stop me from tabling it.
They lie on Thursday, they lie on Friday, they lie on Saturday, and they lie twice on Sundays. You shut your mouth, you know. Because you're not qualified to speak to me.
Will you get up and
You're
answer
a free prisoner. That's what you are.
Order, please. Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Phillips,
Yes,
I want to address you. A member of the opposition advised me of a resolution. He was advised that because of the nature of the resolution, we are going to ask the Deputy Speaker to deal with it. The Deputy Speaker has not yet received the resolution. And I told the member that since the Deputy Speaker was not here before the Parliament, we will deal with it next week. And he's coming to tell me I'm lying.
I never agreed to that. I signed 3 copies of the resolution. I gave them to the clerk is right here. I gave them to the clerk for transmission to the Deputy Speaker.
Not yet given it to the Deputy Speaker.
I must be penalized because of that? I must be penalized because of
that? Deal with it that way. Cannot deal with it that way.
No, why?
Mr. Speaker, I think what we have here is first of all the right of the member from Southeast St. Andrew to table his motion.
Let me go down somewhere and see. All right. Oh, there's a young Mark Golden.
Business. 25, which you mentioned, is not applicable here. 25 applies to motions where notice is required. Under this one, 24, no notice is required. The member has a right to read his notice into the record and table it properly. You should recuse yourself from having anything to do with this matter until we...
This is what I talk about, people. This is what I'm talking about. Where is this today? We don't see much of it today. We don't see much of it today. You remember me telling us about reading? Reading is fundamental, you know. Let me go back. Listen to this.
Privilege. This concerns your privilege. And this matter...
As a leader of the opposition, don't advise you.
Mr. Speaker.
Why don't the leader of the opposition advise you?
Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 24, this is a motion that is not required for notice to be given because it falls under paragraph 15 of Standing Order 24. Standing Order 24 is entitled Motions Exempted from Notice.
You remember I told you that normally you have to give notice, tell them that you're going to bring the motion, but there are exceptions. This is what Mark Golding is talking about.
So look at it. Motions exempted from notice. 15 says a motion relating to a matter of privilege. This concerns your privilege. And this matter directly relates to privilege. In fact, 26 says a motion directly concerning the privilege of the House shall take precedence over all other public business. 25, which you mentioned, is not applicable here. 25 applies to motions where notice is required. Under this one, 24, no notice is required. The member has a right to read his notice into the record and table it properly. You should recuse yourself from having anything to do with this matter until we complete it for today. And the Deputy Speaker should assume the chair. That is right and proper. And in keeping with the traditions of this House.
Mr. Golden, it doesn't matter.
Let me just, somebody said that those were the days when they could do it and they couldn't cut the mic. Trust and believe me. Speaker Holness cannot cut the mic if you read the standing orders and you raise them properly. Cannot. If you get up and you argue an emotional argument or an argument that doesn't have a basis in the standing orders, you can cut your mic. You can say, get to the question. But here's the thing. If you know the rules, you can provide a scene setter. You can provide a background before you ask a question. But you have to state the rule. You have to state the rule. If you can't state the rule, then she's going to cut you off. That's why it's so important to all right, you know what? if you should ask, I guarantee, if you should ask the politicians, all 63 of them, ask them if they've read the rules, one, and if they understand the rules, and if they use the rules. And you listen to the answer.
So what you want to bring up there? It says that when a member wishes to carry a resolution to Parliament.
Could just move that now. Because, see, there's a method to what we're doing. We start out with the South African. And we're going to get back to the South African Parliament and show you how them use the rules, right? But we started out with that, and then we go now and we show you how people can address the speaker and actually dress down the speaker by using this document. There it is. The standing orders, 1964, but it got all the way up to 2007. They actually made some changes. They're in the process, I believe, of making some changes. But this is it right here. It says, it tells you everything you need to know about Parliament. Everything you need to know about the running of Parliament. And I'm going to show you something. All right, here we go. All right. Standing orders, oath of allegiance. Let me ask you something. How many of you know how a speaker of the House of Representatives is elected? How many of you know how that process is done? Because in the South African context, the speaker was running the show. And in this context, Jamaican context, it's the speaker. It's the speaker that runs the house. It's almost like a referee, except that sometimes they go too far. They're not refereeing. You know, they're giving latitude to one side over another. But how many of you know what's the procedure to elect the Speaker of the House? How many of you? Let me tell you, because I don't. Oh, Doreen said tell you. All right. And you're going to be shocked when I tell you this. The Speaker of the House is not elected by votes per se. I'll give you the language. Here it is right here. There it is. It said at the first meeting of the House immediately after a general election or whenever it is necessary. So when you have a general election, as you know, there are no positions. There are no positions. Because after the general election, then you have people elected. And then, as you know, we don't elect a prime minister. A prime minister is selected by the members of the ruling party or the winning party. So when you have the election, and like we just had it the other day, and what's it, 35-28, the party with 35, those 35 members, they decide who will be the prime minister. It's not the people. So when you hear them say, and even the prime minister is guilty of saying it, because yeah, there's a clip where him say, don't come to me with that foolishness, because when you select a prime minister or when you elect a prime minister, you do not elect a prime minister, people. You elect members of parliament. And the winning side, they, amongst themselves, they decide who they want to lead them. And it more often than not, it's the leader of the party. And then they provide that name to the Governor General, who then does whatever he needs to do and just make it official. So look at what it says. At the first meeting of the House, immediately after a general election or whenever it is necessary for the House to elect a speaker by reason of a vacancy in the House occurring otherwise, the clerk shall call upon the House to elect a speaker. So right after the members are sworn in, so you have a parliament now, they'll say, this House, the clerk will say to the House, hey, we need to elect a speaker. How is that process done? A member, having first ascertained that the member to be proposed is willing to serve if elected, may, rising in his place and addressing the clerk, propose a member, not being a minister or parliamentary secretary, as Speaker of the House. And if that proposition be seconded, the clerk, if no other such member be suggested for the office, shall declare the member so proposed and seconded to be Speaker of the House. What does that mean? Simply means this. I get up in the House, right? And look what it says. It says, a member. Anybody can do it. Anybody. It doesn't have to be the member of the ruling party or the opposition. It says a member, any member. Now, based on convention, it's usually the person, it's usually the a member of the winning party. They're the ones who will get up and say, for example, I propose that member Juliet Holness become the Speaker of the House, right? And then it's supposed to be seconded. Somebody get up and say, I second. And then if there's nobody else, then that person is the Speaker of the House. You just need two people, one person, right, to propose a person to become Speaker of the House, and you need another person to say, I second it. And if nobody says anything else, then that person is the Speaker. Here's what could happen. Somebody said, I propose Juliet Holness to be Speaker of the House. Seconded. Somebody else got up and said, I propose that Mr. Warmington should be Speaker of the House. Somebody seconded. Now we have a little problem. If nobody gets up and propose, if there's no proposition for a second candidate, the first candidate will become the Speaker. It's as simple as that. Two people. Now, look at 3. It said, if another such member willing to serve if elected, and that part willing to serve if elected, it's just language, because you're going to propose, this assumption is that the person you're proposing is somebody who wants to be Speaker, right? Willing to serve if elected, be proposed and seconded, the clerk shall propose a question that the member who was first proposed should be Speaker. And if that proposal be agreed to, the member so chosen shall be Speaker. But if the proposal be negative, the clerk shall propose a like question. So it's like yes or no. It's like yeah or nay. So you have two people now, and they said, clerk will say, okay, people for the first Speaker. And if you don't get, if people say no, we want the second one, then you get the second one. Here's what should have happened. If you recall, people, if you recall, and we have to be fair. If you recall, well, let me ask you the question. Who seconded the proposal that member Juliet Holness should be the Speaker when she first became Speaker? Who seconded it? Who? My recollection, it was that Mr. Philip Paulwell seconded it, so that they don't have any opposition to it. That's my recollection. I may be wrong. I'm open to being fully corrected. But I believe he got up and he said they had no objection to it. Right? Here's what should have happened. If you really want to be like a Julius Malema type person, you know that member Warmington wants to be Speaker from time immemorial. You know that. So what do you do if you want to create friction? Because remember now, you are a minority party. So there's no way them going vote for anybody from your party. You know what should have happened when they got up and said, we propose that Juliet Holness become Speaker of the House. And remember, this was when Andrew Holness was Prime Minister. So it's hard to come back and complain after you say we have no objection. That was 2020 to 2025. What should have happened when the person, whoever it was who proposed it, you make the JLP second it. Then you get up as a member and say, listen, we going to propose Mr. Warmington. That's how you play politics, people. That's how you play politics. Because you know Mr. Warmington wanted. And what have you done? You've driven a wedge right down the middle of the party. You've driven a wedge right down the middle of the party. And you could have said, I propose Mr. Warmington because I don't think morally, legally, there's nothing wrong with it. But morally, it would be bankrupt of us to say we want the Prime Minister's wife to be the Speaker of the House. So now we have power concentrated, power from 2 of the 3 branches of government concentrated in one household under one roof. That's what they should have done. And let them fight it out. Let them say, who want Juliet? That's what them should have done. But they didn't. So this is how a speaker is chosen in the House of Parliament in Jamaica. It's nothing where, you know, people vote on anything like that. It's just where you propose, your proposal is seconded, and if there's nobody else, that's it. Civics, people. Civics. I'm going to show you something else inside here. Hold on. Let me go down. This is the one that Mr. Warmington, and the reason why I tell you that is because Mr. Warmington is well schooled in this document. He knows it probably better than, not probably, definitely more than most of the members in Parliament. He knows the rules. Watch him. You remember when the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on foreign trade started speaking in Spanish, and you remember what he said? He said, under Rule 6, he said, proceedings in the House shall be conducted in English, not in Spanish. And he's right. But what the minister, what the speaker said was that they had suspended the rules so that the speech or the remarks could be made in Spanish. But this is what I'm talking about. There's one more thing here I want to show you. Well, stay with me. We must get back to reading. We must get back to reading, people. Okay, there it is. All right. How many of you know this? How many of you know this? When there's a debate in the House, look at Rule 11. A member shall not read his speech, but may read extracts from written or printed papers or books in support of his argument, and may refresh his memory by reference to notes. So if you sit down in a parliament and you really want to hold them feet to the fire, and you see a man read, see a minister read, you say, under Rule 11, I stand on 32:11. Rule 32, subsection 11, a member shall not read his speech. And this woman is reading in a debate. And guess what happened now? The speaker now turned fool. Speaker forgot to reach feet, and when the speaker look and see it, the speaker will say, well, I'm right. And Pearly Simpson, you're right. Thanks for it's Terrelong. Yeah, was talking about especialmente, right. But say, you can't read your speech during a debate. And this is rising on a point of order where them tell you stand and you sit. But there's one thing here where last thing, and then we'll move on. All right, here it is. See this? You remember when Speaker Pernell Charles Sr. got up and he said, member, the speaker is standing, therefore you must sit. Here's a rule he's referring to, 42. It says, whenever the speaker or the chairman rises during a debate, any member then speaking or offering to speak shall sit down, and the House or committee shall be silent so that the speaker may be heard without interruption. You know what the key is there? This. this. During a debate, what the proceedings that were ongoing when Julian was there, that was not a debate. He was trying to file a motion, notice of a motion. That's not a debate. The debate was when the motion come up, that's when you have the debate. So he's standing up on Rule 42, not knowing that Rule 42 applies only to a debate. So people, and there are many more things inside, there are many more things inside of this document. Many more things. OT did the thing. How many? Do you know how House Speaker is elected? 75% said no. 75% said no. 3/4 of the polled population said we don't know. We need to get back to basics. Because if you don't know the rules, you cannot hold them accountable to the rules. Because if you try holding them accountable to an emotion, you are going to lose. You see, what Julian stood, he refused, which was in essence, it's 42. But it would have been nice to hear Julian stood up and to watch Julian stand up and say, Mr. Speaker, standing up and commanding me to sit down on the. He should have said to him in South Africa, they would have said, under what rule? Under what rule do you stand and I sit? Tell me the rule. And I guarantee him wouldn't know the rule. He wouldn't know the rule. And if he did and said 42, then he said, Speaker, allow me to correct you. That is a situation where there is a debate. This is not a debate. And you shut him up. He might go ask somebody to show him the rule and then him look on the rule and see it. This is how you're going to hold Speaker Juliet Holness's feet to the fire, by studying the rules. I've gone through this thing twice, and I'm going to go through it again because I want to be an expert in this. And I'm telling you, there are so many rules in here that they could easily hold their feet and frustrate her. But they're not. And that fire that we saw in Mark Golding's belly, and that fire we saw in Julian, where is that fire today? Nikisha Burchell, she has a flame. But it's only because the speaker started kind of pushing her around and she has to wait a minute. No, not so fast. But I would like to see them go back to the rule book and then just start hit them with the rule, my people. With the rule. And by the way, tell your family and friends that tonight we're going past 8 o'clock because Kevin has allowed us to use his time. I will be on at 10, so I think I might go over for an hour, but we're going to go over, all right? So don't worry, we're going to get to the material. Let me remove some of these. And okay, remember this South African video where the minister got up and said she received an SMS, and then a member from the minority party challenged her and said, show us the SMS because we think you're lying. Oh, somebody says, what's the name of that book? It's the Standing Rules, the House Standing Rules. And challenger said, you're lying. Here is part 2 of that video.
Then you stood, indeed, as I said, I would rule. And you asked for a point of order on the SMS sent to Honorable Pando. I ruled you out of order. You then proceeded. Honorable Ndlozi, can you please be quiet while I'm making a ruling? Can you please respect? Honorable Maxine, you then proceeded to say Ms. Pando is not speaking the truth like all ANC members. May I ask you to withdraw?
No, I'm not going to withdraw. You can call the police. You can do
Whatever you want, I'm not.
Honorable
Because
Maxine.
there is no SMS from our president to the honorable member.
Maxine, can you please withdraw?
I won't withdraw, Madam Speaker. You must be fair as well.
I am.
She must show us the
Honorable
SMS
Maxine.
from our president.
Honorable Maxine, I have asked you to withdraw. You have refused. Can you please leave the House?
I'm not going to leave the House until the honorable minister show us that SMS.
Honorable Maxine, if you want that SMS, you can write a note to Ms. Pando, but I won't allow you. I won't allow you to disrespect the
Honorable
House.
Chair, may I address you?
Can you please leave?
May I address you?
Honorable Maxine.
Honorable Chair, may I address you?
Address
not
on
long,
what?
not long time ago, you have been saying we are having some rights to speak in this House. Can I address you?
Honorable Maxine, what do you want to address me on?
I want to say, Madam Chair, when you prevail, when you chair on this House, you must remember that you are all equal in your eyes. The honorable minister stood up here in front of you, said there is an SMS. And then I said she must show us the SMS, but we are ruling against EFF because you are protecting her. That is very unfair for you, Chairperson.
Honorable Maxine, I am ruling on the statement you made about telling the untruth in terms of Rule 63.
Where is the SMS?
Order, Honorable Maxine. And Honorable Maxine.
Chairperson, allow me to help you.
Honorable Chair, where is the SMS if it's true?
Allow me to help you.
House Chairperson.
Honorable Maxine.
Allow me to help you.
Yes, I will come to Honorable Pando. There was first Honorable Steenhuisen standing. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam House Chair, thank you very much. I would seek clarity on you before you execute this ruling. What are you exactly asking her to withdraw? I understand that the assertion that Honorable Pando was lying is unparliamentary, but referring to a political party is not unparliamentary. There's been a ruling, if I may, there's been a ruling in this House before where members of the African National Congress said the DA are racist. The ruling of the Speaker in that instance was that no specific member was referred to, therefore it wasn't unparliamentary. So what I'm seeking clarity from you, I understand if she has to withdraw against Honourable Pando, but she can't surely be made to withdraw the statement, the second part of the statement that she made.
Honorable Steenhuisen, I was addressing Honorable Maxine on the statement she made on the statement of Honorable Pando by saying she's telling the untruth. That's what it's unparliamentary, and that's what I'm asking her to withdraw.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order.
Order, Honorable Ndlozi. Can I recognize Honorable
I'm not
Pando?
at all uncomfortable to say that I had made a joke and there is no text. However, I do believe the honorable member said ANC, all members. She didn't say the ANC, she said all members, and hence the need to withdraw.
On a point of order, Madam House Chair.
Order, honorable members.
Madam House Chair.
Honorable Steenhuisen, there was Honorable Ndlozi before you. Honorable Ndlozi, what point of order are you raising on?
No, it's assisting what the Honorable Pando has said. But I want to argue, Honorable Chairperson, we're in this position because Honorable Minister, who thinks she's smarter than all of us, she can throw jokes. No, I want to clarify this. She can put lies into the House, retract them and say they are jokes. She must withdraw unconditionally. The Commander-in-Chief never sent you a text. And these jokes, it looks like the meaning of untruth. The new meaning is jokes. Then the entire ANC is a joke, and we're not going to withdraw about that.
It's a joke because they mislead the public on a daily basis. And she has just demonstrated.
You have made your point. Can you please take a seat?
Yes, the honourable member who was resting his elbows on the desk, I will withdraw unconditionally, but you weren't holding up.
Okay, Honourable Pando, thank you. Honourable Maxine, can you equally withdraw?
Thanks, Honourable Pando. I withdraw.
Thank you. Honourable Steenhuisen.
Madam House Chair, I mean, the dangerous thing about political jokes is that they often get elected. And there's a great example of it. But to say to you that I'm glad that the ruling is not extended to all members, because there are members of the African National Congress who are outside this House as well.
Okay. There you go. There you have it. One second. I have to show you. We're gonna get to a promise made by the Jamaican government and how government was embarrassed. But before we do that, I have to show you this, and then we'll finish with the civics lesson as far as parliamentary procedures. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Now this one is kind of funny, but very educational.
Speaker, on a point of order.
No, Honorable. No, Honorable Dozy. Honorable Dozy. Honorable Dozy, please take your seat. We are having questions to the President, and that's what I'm asking the President to start doing, to answer questions.
Now, no, Speaker, I'm right.
As agreed, as according to the rules of this House.
No, isn't it the
Honorable Dozy, please take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order.
No, Honorable Dozy, there's no point of order about the fact that we are having questions to the President this afternoon.
The tradition, Honorable Speaker, is that you have to hear my order. I'm rising.
Honorable Dozy, the tradition is that we have the business of the day.
Let me just go back to Kenneth. Kenneth said that in Jamaica, they turn off the mic. And you know why, Kenneth? She'll turn off the mic because they're not arguing from the standing rules. And if you notice, look at the hazard in his hand. That's their version of the standing rules. Once you start quoting the standing rules, she can't turn off the mic until she has heard you. But if you start talking, you know, and the basis is not in the rules, then she can do anything she wants to do. But these guys have mastered it. And they've, to some degree, yes, they've abused it, but they have abused it because they understand it. Let's continue.
Honorable Speaker, Parliament has been rendered useless by the President. The President has rendered our Parliament useless.
Honorable
the President doesn't take Parliament serious.
Honorable
the President comes here, makes a mockery.
Could you imagine the opposition when the Prime Minister gets up to speak and they tell him that, listen, you're under investigation by the Integrity Commission and the Financial Investigative Division, and you have no right, and they tie it to a constitutional provision. It would throw the House in a tizzy. And then what happened is that it's not just one person. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So every time they would answer one, somebody else gets up.
Of our questions, and he's let to go.
Honorable,
he's come back again, and we have no guarantee that he's not going to be making a mockery of the Ganja question. And the reality is, we can't engage in forms of speech that are empty. We can't engage in forms of accountability that are empty, that are disrespected by the President. Mam Kaula says, the last time President was here, made a mockery of a very honest process of asking about Nkandla in as far as the Public Protector's report is concerned.
Oh, and folks, for those of you who are not familiar with it, Nkandla is former President Zuma's homestead. And the charge was that he used public funds to develop it. And so in Parliament, this, not just the EFF, not just this party, all the parties were asking him to pay back the money. And so you'll hear the word Nkandla. That's his homestead. And when you hear pay back the money, they're asking for the public funds that were used to develop his homestead.
He must respond to that first.
Yes,
as long as the president does not speak to that question, he is efficiently undermining anything we are doing in this house. And I'm rising on a point of order because we must be assisted.
I have not recognized you on a point of order.
Because you won't recognize. You don't want to recognize me. You don't want to recognize me. I asked, recognize me on a point of order. You don't want to recognize me.
Honorable Chief.
So what must happen?
Honorable Speaker.
President Zuma must not engage with us. He doesn't take this parliament seriously. He doesn't take the mandate of the people of this country seriously. He must pay back the money. He must tell us the date and time. Or else we're just going to be ridiculed and the other side laughs as if we're in some Trevor.
I'm reading the chat and I see Lady Juliet said that's an interesting statement. They abuse it because they understand it. That ultimately puts us back at square one when more understand that, not thus regardless of what people always abuse. No, here's the thing. Ask yourself the question: are they abusing the house rules in Jamaica? I mean the rules governing the House of Parliament. You know why? Because they don't understand it. And when I say abuse, meaning that you if you want to get your point across, you still get up and act in accordance with the rules. It's a point of order. And what you do is you have your members lined up so that when one person is finished, then somebody else and somebody else, because they know that, look, you have to take a point of order. There are exceptions, but in general, you have to take a point of order. And then you can't anticipate what the person is going to say. So sometimes they will say, like, no, we're not going to take your point of order because we know, because that what you're going to raise has been, they don't know. And that's what these guys, they said, look, you can't anticipate what I'm going to say. You have a right to listen to what I'm going to say. Then you make a judgment. But you can't make a judgment on my point of order without first listening. And you'll hear sometimes where they'll say to the speaker, a member will get up and say point of order, and they'll say no, and they said no, you have to listen to me, and they'll say, is your point of order on something that we've discussed or on that issue that we just discussed? And if they say yes, then they said no, we're not going to listen to you, because they don't have to. You don't have to have people piling on. You don't have, one person raising the point of order is enough. So sometimes you'll hear them say, and here's where the abuse will come in. They'll say no, and then they'll raise the same point of order with a twist. So it's not 100% of what was said previously. So I hope that answers your concern or addresses your concern.
No show here. He ridicules this parliament. That is where we must start.
Honorable Shibambu, you are the chief whip of the EFF.
Yes.
Your member is on his feet and you rise. What kind of order is that, Honorable Shibambu? Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Shibambu, I am not going to allow you people from the EFF to have this kind of disruption this afternoon.
Accountability, you must answer us on when.
Honorable Shibambu, there's a question paper. There's a rule about submitting questions, and we have the questions for today in front of us on the question paper.
But he's undermining.
Honorable Shibambu, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Shibambu.
Back the money.
Honorable Chief,
you want clarity on him answering the question on paying back the money. That is what we're looking for. There's an instruction about paying the money and it's not done so.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, the rule book that Honorable Josie is showing specifically prescribes.
Point of order.
So it means we should not speak.
See, that's what I'm talking about. When they say the abuser, see, you tie somebody up so they can't speak. See, point of order, and then.
I'm still listening to a point of order here, Honorable Member. Please proceed.
The rule of anticipation.
No, Honorable Speaker, there was a point of order here by Ndlozi.
and you did not recognize it. Why is it special that his point of order rings supreme?
Why
you
are
must
you
first
special?
recognize the first point of
Why
order.
are you special?
No, you are not special. What do you mean you are
not special?
You are not recognized a member.
You are not going to command nobody here.
The members stood up first on the point of order.
Honorable
You can't tell me to sit down.
I tell you.
You can't tell me to sit down.
I tell you to sit down.
I will never sit down. I don't take instructions from you. And you are not going to be recognized under a special rule. There's nothing special about you. This member of parliament here stood up first on a point of order. He stood up first on a point of order. He must be recognized. He must be recognized.
Honorable members, may I ask?
See, again, people say, see what he's saying. He's saying his member stood up, so his member should be recognized as opposed to this gentleman on the other side. Recognize him first, deal with him, then you can go over here. That's what I'm talking about.
Both of you, Honorable Chief Whip and Honorable Malema,
There's
may
nothing,
I ask
Chief
you
Whip,
to
that
take
gives
your
you
seat?
power.
Can
What
you
power
take
do you
your
have?
seat, Honorable Malema?
Ndozi stood up first on a point of order. Let Ndozi be recognized
please
first.
Take your seat.
But are you going to recognize us? Ndozi stood up on a point of order. You don't recognize him. You
Honorable
recognize him.
Rosie actually spoke until his
And
own
recognized
chief whip stood
against
up.
your wish. Against your
Please
wish.
take your seat, Honorable
Honorable
Malema.
Ndozi, you are recognized. Stand up on a point of order.
Thank you.
Please.
You are exercising fairness, Speaker. Recognize me on a point of order and address me as an equal member of this House.
Honorable Surti.
So they just rise, Bona.
But Speaker, how do
now
you
we don't
expect
rise.
us
We
to-
don't get
Honorable
recognized.
Surti,
No,
I
he's-
recognize
he
you.
is not going
But now
to
they just
Speaker.
rise. It's nice
Honorable
here.
Suti is not going to speak because we have Honorable Ndozi on the floor, which you don't want to recognize. So tell us, what do you expect from us? Because we want to respect you, but you don't respect us.
What
You
I
must be
want
fair. You
from
must be
all
fair in chairing
honorable
this meeting,
members
Speaker.
is for them to respect themselves and to respect the House. I now recognize Honorable Surti.
No, it's not. Izokwenzeka sizosebenza la. Upresident last time ezela ufika wadelela le parliament sizosebenza la. Walibela ukuhleka instead ukuthi asitshele ukuthi imali yankasi ekanti uzoyizisa nini. Sizosebenza la speaker sodalela kuthini. Please.
Honorable Surti.
Honorable Speaker.
Enye into yihlazo leli umangameli ningafuni ukuthi aphawule ngezinto ekufanele aphawule ngazo emphakathini. Siyacela ukuthi lapho ngaphambili ke nazi into umangameli akuyena wenu ngoba kwalezi imali ezibuzwa ayibuzwa iFF zibuzwa abantu umbuzo olokhu uphumile and uthula Madonsa lokho ekushila ukuthi washo ukuthi ayikhokhwe le mali yini izosenza indima thina la ngaphakathi kuthi into ekhona lithi ayikho thina sizele la kuzodlala asimzondo umangameli inina nikhombisa ukuzonda umangameli ngoba nifuna phendule umbuzo obuzwa iSouth Africa as a whole non-province ifuna yanza kuphela balokho bekhuluma ngale ndlela yokuthi bavikela umangameli akuyena umangameli oweSouth Africa iSouth Africa ifuna ukwazi ukuthi imali yayo ibuya nini. That's all.
Honorable Speaker.
Akuliwe wena umangameli akuboshwa abantu abangcono babeyiseke ngenani intuthuko kwakhe asho ukuthi babedlala ngaye mangabe kunjalo.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
I will briefly suspend the business for purposes of asking the whips to meet in the Secretary's office.
No, but he must pay back the money whilst they are busy going to confer in that Chief's Whip's office.
President Dagaskatla do bina bopela rona fana a tshega ka ro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 57(1) of the Constitution sets out very clearly that we make internal arrangements in this House to conduct our business, and we have the rules that give effect to Section 57.1. This Parliament is one of the few institutions left in the country that has not been captured by the state, And it is that reason why we must protect and defend it. The President has insulted members of this House, the opposition. He's mocked people's accents. And he also made very light of the very burning issue of Nkandla, which still angers many South Africans. And I think this is most unfortunate because it has provoked members of the opposition in their behaviour in the House today. However, we as members of Parliament must protect and defend this institution. We must use this House to continue to hold President Jacob Zuma and his executive to account, and we do that by using motions in this House, calling for snap debates as we did this week, and using the oral question session which is provided for us today to do that. And so we certainly want the President to pay back the money, and we will continue through the ad hoc committee and our legal processes to ensure that the President pays back every cent. However, we fought very hard to get the President into this House today, and the only people that benefit when this House collapses are the President and the Executive. And that's why they laugh every time the House collapses, because they get away from being held accountable by the opposition. We have questions on the order paper today. They are in order. We want to put them to the President. We want to do the job that South Africans sent the Democratic Alliance here to do, which is to hold the President and his Executive accountable.
Shibambu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, the founding principles of South Africa's democracy is separation of powers, amongst other things, but also the multi-party system of democracy. And we've made observations, we raised it with the chief whips, that it looks like the ruling party is steamrolling this parliament and using it as a rubber stamp of the executive. Yes. And in some instances, even replacing the powers of parliament, the powers of other institutions of democracy. Yes. Replacing all of those and the executive investigating itself, yes, taking wrong decisions that are not constitutional. Yes. We're refusing, as this parliament, as members of parliament, as the EFF, we disagree with the approach which has been taken by the other parties in terms of this approach. We say that the President must not undermine the Constitution. He must be accountable. He must come with a clear program on when is he going to pay back the money. We can't just sweep that issue under the pocket. We cannot be steamrolled through an undemocratic process, and we're party to that. That is why we're saying that the President must give us accountability in terms of when is he going to pay back the money. Not that report of the Minister of Police that says that the people of South Africa must spend more money on the enrichment of one person. We can't be steamrolled towards commission of corruption by a sitting head of state. We have seen many countries in Africa collapse because of protection of one individual. We cannot agree that this parliament be utilized to rubber stamp wrong decisions of this particular parliament. That is why we stand up here to say that we want the President to give us a definite answer on when is he going to pay back the money. Because there's a clear instruction about that and there's no confusion about it. So we need clarity in terms of that. We do not agree with a President who comes here and makes mockery of this institution, and makes mockery and tells jokes here about an important issue of corruption. The people of South Africa are the ones who are funding us here. They pay VAT every day, they pay taxes. They expect us to use that money to fund developmental programs, not security of one president, which is unjustifiably costly. The people of South Africa are not expecting us to be protecting chickens and cattle in Nkandla. Our message is clear, it's very clear that we want to be told as to when is it going to pay that money, and that is what we're standing here to demand. We're not begging, we're not asking, we're demanding, because we've been mandated by our people that the President must pay back the money, he must do so.
Done it? No, he should have done it. The fact that he did not do it, the fact that his party is supporting him in refusing to comply with the Constitution, is the cause of the problem we are faced with now. In terms of our Constitution, one does not only need to have a majority, you must have a majority that complies with the provisions of the Constitution. Unless the majority leads guided by the provisions of the Constitution, which is the supreme law of our land, that majority is meaningless and irrelevant. Therefore, the president, if you want, look, as long as the president does not listen and follow the Constitution, no citizen can be held and compelled to comply with the Constitution. Many citizens will do what they choose to do because the principle of equality before the law means that the president is the first one to comply with the law. President Mandela would have said, I'm going to court even if I'm called by Louis late. I must go because I must be the first servant and obedient servant of the Constitution. We can't have this individual acting as he does like the boss in his own house. This country belongs to all of us, black and white. So everybody must comply with the Constitution. And until that happens, you will not have the collaboration and support of the majority of the people.
A point of order,
That's
Chair.
going to happen.
A point of order.
Yes, Honorable Zulu, what's the point of order? This House has a constitutional function. Honorable Malema, can you allow the chair to proceed now?
Yeah, before you make a ruling on how we're going to proceed. Because everybody has been given a chance here, so I think I must
No, the EFF was also given a chance.
But they spoke twice. They spoke twice.
Please proceed,
That is the
Honorable Malema.
problem, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
No, Honorable Speaker, we want to make a submission that the President will have to start with the Nkandla matter. You see, you are shaking your head, Honorable Speaker, even before I finish, because you've got a partisan position. And that is what collapsed this House. We'll never listen to anything from you because of party politics. The President will have to be answerable to this House. And this overprotection of the President has collapsed this House. You and the President rendered this institution useless. You can be guaranteed the President is going to have to answer that question today. Before we do any other, you can say no and all that, but the reality of the situation is that we are stuck at a point where the President will have to tell us when is he paying back the money. That's where we are. And any other intervention is not going to help, because the President, whatever answer is going to give on any question, he ridicules this Parliament and he has undermined the process of accountability. We will never believe anything he says until he confirms that he will respect a constitutional institution in the form of a public protector, and he shall comply. He shall comply with the remedial actions of the public protector, and that the Ntleko report shall be sent to Ntleko's house for his kids to play with those video games he was showing on TV. Because we don't recognize that thing Ntleko was doing. We are on public protector.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Can you allow a point of order from Ahang SA?
Oh, okay.
Honorable Trawama.
Honorable Speaker, we have just agreed from our meeting as whips that the President must be allowed to continue with the business of the day. And I believe that
a point of order, Madam Speaker. A point of order.
Most of the deliberations.
A point of order, Madam
Most of the
Speaker.
deliberations
He is misleading the House.
No, Honorable Kadi.
Can I assist you, Madam Speaker?
No, I don't want assistance, Honorable Kadi.
Let us help you, Madam Speaker. There was never an agreement in the Chief Whip's Forum. If there was any agreement, a suggestion was made that Whips must go and hold a caucus After
Honorable
that,
Gadi,
whips must come back to the
can
same
you
room
allow
and
another
report.
honorable
He's
member
misleading
of the House? No, but
There was
you have
never
to
an agreement.
give him his chance to say what he wants to say. There are many things you say where others
We'll come
disagree
back.
with you.
We'll come back.
Please
to that.
let
It's okay.
All right, that's the parliamentary lesson for today. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did in terms of the research and presenting it to you. And we have a lot more, but that's it for today. We're going to get back into this next week. We'll touch a little bit more about it, and then we'll compare and contrast the parliaments, the South African Parliament and the Jamaican Parliament, keeping in mind that they're similar, very, very similar. So that's where we are. Now, let me show you something here. I find this to be quite interesting. And I know a lot of you saw this video. And you saw this video and you said it's a good thing. And it is a good thing. But there's more to it. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Alvita Knight. I'm the Consul General for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I'm here in Falmouth with my defense force, who provided water fresh from the sea. They've taken this, with their desalination plant, they've taken seawater from the Falmouth Bay, and they've created 10 spigots of water. We're churning out 1,000 gallons of water an hour, and we're asking you to come with your containers, your trucks, whatever it is, to carry your water. It's portable, which means it's drinkable, it's cookable, it's bathable. But please, do not let water waste. We know you need it. We're asking you to come and get it. My little country to your big island. Come and get fresh water. Thank you.
My little country to your big island. That resonates deeply with me. You see what happened? Desal plants from the Bahamas converting seawater into potable water. Water you can drink, cook with, all of that. That's 2025, last month. Look at this. See that? Make it bigger. See the highlighted area? This is the 2020 manifesto of the Jamaica Labour Party. And you remember just in September, in August, they were making a big deal about their manifesto. And every time there's an election, they talk about the manifesto, because the manifesto is a pledge to the people to say, these are the things we're going to do. And sometimes what they do, they put a whole bunch of fluff in it. They put some things in there, some achievements. And some of the things, yes, they're verifiable. Some of the things are not verifiable. And some of the things are flat out lies. I'll say it again. In their manifestos, there are things that are true. There are things that are not quite true. And there are things that are flat out lies. And there are things that just didn't happen. We just watched the video, Consul General from the Bahamas, desal plant, spigots, potable water. 2025. In 2020, this is what Jamaica said. This is what the government said. Development of desalination plants for drinking water supply in coastal cities to expand, let me collapse this a bit, to expand the options. I hope you guys can see, to expand the option for water access in Jamaica. More specifically, this will begin with the upgrading and expansion of the ferry desalination project, which will seek to harness up to Oleep from the brackish ferry springs at Moses Lake. Many of you have heard me talk about this. But it is so appropriate now because we're getting water through a desal plant provided by Bahamas. We said 5 years ago that we are developing desal plants in coastal cities to provide water for our people. And we said we will begin with the upgrading and expansion, meaning we have one already. And we're going to upgrade it and we're going to expand it. And we're going to get a lot of water for our people. How many of you have ever heard about this? How many? This is 5 years ago. 5 years ago. And look, see, they come with another one up here. Hold on. See this? You see this one here? This one, innovative projects to expand water access. And if you look right here, we will implement pump storage, hydro, electric and water systems to move water from where it's widely available to where it is needed. And we will explore combination of blah, blah, blah. We will, you know what happened. This is, remember again, this is 2020. You know that they came back with the same promises this year. And the Prime Minister said that they're going to pump water out of the sea and take it up a hill, I think in Clarendon, and then have it come down the hill. And then you have hydro power, and then you have water that people can use. Go back and listen, people. Go back and listen. Go back and listen. I get your point, Anna Marie. I get the point. But I get the point. But again, 5 years. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. 5 years and we're still waiting. All right. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to touch on a subject that took up a bit of my time this week. And it's about a gentleman by the name of Zavia Mayne. Zavia Mayne. How many of you know that name? How many of you? Here we go. Let me put him up on the stage. There he is. That's him. That's Zavia Mayne. And Zavia Mayne is the number 2 person in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. He's a junior minister. Why do I mention him? Because this week, as some of you know, the commission recommended his prosecution. And if you notice, I said the commission, didn't say the Integrity Commission, because as far as I'm concerned, they have no right to claim themselves being of integrity. They're conducting slipshod investigations. Investigations that my sons could see right through them. Investigations that any one of you out there with the time, you'd read this and say, this doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? Yes, they are conducting investigations. But is this an investigation? Or is this a quality investigation? Mm-mm. They investigated them. I've gone through the report twice already. And I can tell you that I've seen mistakes in there. And again, I'm just speaking a fact based on my experience. They don't know how to conduct, and they don't know how to write up an investigation. They don't. They don't. And so people, what I'm telling you, it's based on empirical evidence. It's based on fact. It's not based on what somebody told me. I've used my experience and measured it up to their report. And I'm telling you, when I was a supervisor, when I was in charge of counterintelligence, counterterrorism, weapons of mass destruction, field intelligence group, and a whole range of other groups, hundreds of people. When I was in charge, if somebody wrote the report or wrote a report the way the Integrity Commission or the Commission writes its reports, I would have a serious talk with them in my office. I really would. The way, first of all, people, the Integrity Commission Act is a joke. I can show you some serious loopholes. Some serious loopholes in there. I'm not gonna tell them how to defend themselves, but if I had to defend any one of these people that they're charging, they would get off. I am 100% sure they would get off. Because again, you know why? I read. And I read not for entertainment. I read for understanding. And when I read their reports and I look at the law, and by the way, the law is flawed as well, but flawed as the law that they're using may be, there's still ways that you can get a conviction. But there are ways that you might not get a conviction. And part of it is because of the way the investigation was conducted and how they wrote up the report. No, I'm telling you, Zavia, if I had to represent Zavia, he's getting off. He is going to be found not guilty. I'm telling you. But having said that, I'll leave it. I'm not going to give them any advice what to do, how to do it, where to look for stuff. No. He's paying people to help him. Good luck. But that's the gentleman. Now, I'm going to show you something else. Remember now, we talk about, let me get to this. Hold on 1 second. We talk about the Prime Minister and his 28 bank accounts and this and that. Yeah? I am going to show you something now. For those of you who haven't read the report, I'm going to show you something now that's going to surprise you. Here it is. I took my time and I went through the report. And like I said, these people can't write a report to save their lives. So, you know, some things are here, page 5, and even though page 5 is supposed to be connected to things, and you should have it in page 6, it's over here in page 16. Then you have to come back to page 8. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. But this is work that must be done. No, this is, no, let me go back. Hold on a second. This is not the one Kevin should have put up. Okay, nope, that's not it either. Is it this? No. All right. All right, here it is. So that information obtained from the IC's investigative report concerning MP Zavia Mayne. I actually had information obtained from the commission, but I said, fine. We'll just put IC. And for me, it doesn't mean integrity there. I think if you know me well enough, you know that it means something else. But anyway, it's their report. But here's what I found. They said in their report that these 5 accounts that Zavia Mayne did not tell them about. They said they found this out. These 5 accounts. And remember now, they're saying that they're looking at his 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 statutory declarations, 5 years. And they're saying that these five accounts, they said he didn't tell us about these accounts. JMMB, account number 14. NCB investment, number 92. NCB credit card number 792. There's a reason why you see those stars right next to 792. It's something I found out. Sagicor Life Policy, number 484. Guardian Insurance, I guess insurance, in plus policy, 486. These 5, they said, we didn't know about this. But it's not 5 accounts this man had. Folks, look at this. Look at that. Let me go back up again. Look. That's the 5 they said we didn't know about. Now they said, hey, he told us about the others, but guess what? He didn't tell us everything about the others. And some of the things he told us late, and he didn't do what he was supposed to do, because they're saying that he was supposed to file them based on Schedule 3 of the Integrity Commission report. I'll show you Schedule 3. Schedule 3 is a template. It has a format. And he said, when you answer the questions regarding your statutory declarations, when you provide information, here is what we're looking for. And I'll show you a loophole as well in that. But they said, this is what you're supposed to do. He didn't do that. He had the banks and he had this, attach a statement and just send. And it's like, no, this is not what we want. But here it is, 5, right? We could go through them. JMMB account number, account. When you say number and the number, when you say the hash sign and the number after it, those are the last 2 numbers or 3 numbers or 4 numbers of the account. They don't give you the full account number, and I'll show it to you. JMB 14, NCB investment number 92, NCB credit card 792, Sagicor Life Policy 484, Guardian Insurance Plus Policy 46. Here we go. NCB current account 776, savings account 921, current account 005, savings account 423, investment account, there was no number for that. NCB MasterCard Platinum account 683, Visa Platinum business account 800, Visa business account 728, credit card account 1212, another credit card 5980, another credit card 1705, another credit card 5512, another credit card 792. And if you look, you say 792, and you say the stars right there, right. You said the marks right there. 792. Go back up here. See this? 792. Remember what they said? They said we didn't know anything about this account. This is what they said, the Integrity Commission. Yet they said, oh, these accounts we knew about. And then somehow 792 is there. I'll show you in their documents where they said we didn't know about 792. And now they're saying, yeah, we know about 792, but we need more information. The 2 things can't coexist without a proper explanation. And I didn't get the explanation in the report. All right, here we go. Nova Scotia Electronic Access Account 701, Primary Savings Account 033, Scotia Plan Loan Account 115, Residential Mortgage Account 777, another residential account 271, Mayberry Investments Portfolio Account, we don't have the number for that. Another one, Mayberry Investments Money Market, USD Money Market Account 34. Then we have a Portfolio Account 60. Then we have Cornerstone Trust and Merchant Bank. We have 4 accounts here, 300, 301, 015-300. 015 is, I think, the first 3, and 300 the last 3. 012, 300. And then we have one here. If you look here, you see I have one in the missing Cornerstone Trust and Merchant Bank. And I see why I have paragraph 4.3.41. You know why? Because in that paragraph, they said that there are 5 accounts. Here we see only 4, unless they're saying that the 5th one, we know everything to know about the 5th one. But they didn't say that. That's why I'm telling you this report, the way they write reports, terrible. So now we have 31 accounts that he's associated with. And the accounts, there are mortgage accounts, there are savings accounts, there are investment accounts, there are credit card accounts, and all kinds of accounts. 31. between 30 and 31, because remember they said 4 there, but further in that paragraph 4.3.41 they say it's 5. So it's between 30 and 31 accounts. Now let's look at the companies that this Mr. MP Zavia Mayne is associated with. Companies that they said him own or him have interest in. Here it is. Water Valley, Zavia Mayne and Company, Rockstar Developers, Dillwayne Enterprises, Jamaica Small Loans, Arim Debt Solutions, Motor Bliss Limited, St. Dacres House. When I read this, you know who came to mind? Prime Minister came to mind, and I tell you why. Because he had a loan company as well, and he was also involved with vehicles. Remember the 2 taxi companies? So he just kind of came to mind. So 8 companies he's associated with. Now let's go down a little bit more and look at properties that he's associated with, properties that apparently he owns. And the reason why I said that is because he didn't deny them. He just said, because one of the things they said that we need information from you about money spent to develop these properties. And he came back and he said, of all of these properties, there's only one that I've spent money on to develop. But here are the properties. Richmond, St. Anne, 25 Summit Drive, Kingston 8, Lot 2, Sherborne, Seymour Park, Shop 16. By the way, Shop 16, Springs Plaza, he sold that for about 120 million Jamaican dollars. And then we have Lot 11, Cherry Hill. And then they went to vehicles. We have a Honda Accord. This is what they know or what they had issues with. This doesn't mean that it's everything. This is just the ones that they said we have a problem with these. Honda Accord, Land Rover, Toyota Townies, and a motorcycle. So let's recap. According to Integrity Commission, they're saying that 5 accounts we didn't know about. But in all, there were about 30 or 31 accounts, various accounts, credit card accounts, mortgage accounts, this account, that account, all kinds of stuff. And then 8 companies that he's associated with, either as an owner or as an officer or as an investor. 6 pieces of property and 4 vehicles. No. You know what happened? They charged him for not responding to their request for information. And I have it here. I'll summarize the thing. On October 13, 2023, they sent a letter to him saying, we need to get information about all of your holdings, your assets, your liabilities, your salary, all of these things. And they said, you must respond by October 25. So I gave him almost 2 weeks. Right? On November 9th, he responded 10/25. He responded on the date that he should respond, but he didn't provide them with the information they were seeking. So on November 9th, 2023, they sent him a letter requesting more information. And they said, this is due on November 24, 2023. He didn't respond this time on or before November 24th. You know when he responded? December 18. Then, on February 13 of 2024, they wrote to him and they served him a letter, an official letter, saying that we want this information, and they quoted certain provisions of the law, and they said, we want this information by February 29 of 2024. He didn't respond by February 29, 2024. He responded on March 4th, or in a letter dated March 4th. And what did he do? He said, I need 30 days because of the local elections, you know, and so I'm busy. People, come on now. Why do we have laws? They've given him so much time before, and then he comes and says, no, no, no. And they didn't even look to see, well, how is he involved in the local election? He's an MP. How is he tell us how you involved? But they said, fine, no problem. They gave him an extension until March 20th. Remember, March 4th, he said, I need 30 days. They give him till the 20th. Give him 16 days. He didn't respond on the 20th. He responded on the 25th. And then he responded with, for the period, for his statutory declarations, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, with letters from these financial organizations. And they said, no, this is not how it's supposed to be done. And so that's how they ended up conducting the investigation. Now, let me show you something. Let me show you something. There's so many things here that I can go to. Well, let me start with this. There is something called Hansard, and you've heard it mentioned in the South African Parliament, and also I think you've heard it in the Jamaican Parliament. What is Hansard? They call it Hansard proceedings. Hansard. It is a transcript of conversations between parliamentarians. Official conversation. So when a bill is being debated, there it is captured. And the reason why it's captured is that so people can go back and see what was said. It's the history of the conversation. And so when you're arguing about the constitutionality or the intent of legislatures when they pass a law, because you know the law says you shall not do this, right? But if you really want to make an argument, if you're an astute lawyer and you really want to make an argument, you go to the Hansard to see if their intent is captured in the law that was passed and how it's going to affect your client. You always want to go back. In America, they call it legislative history. In the Commonwealth countries, they call it Hansard. So let me show you the Hansard when they were passing, because they charged him under the Integrity Commission Act. And let me just show you what our Prime Minister, let me dive. I don't want to. All right, let me do it. Let me just show you what our Prime Minister said. This is what the Hansard, what it looks like. And this is when they were talking about, they were getting ready to pass the Integrity Commission Act. And if you look right, let me see if, yeah. See right here? All right, it starts on the left with Mr. Warmington. Here's Mr. Warmington. Said the Speaker, the Prime Minister will now make his integrity to the Act. And they have it in 2016, right? This is before it was passed. And here's the Prime Minister speaking now, right? And look, he said this bill started somewhere about 2009. The first iteration of the bill. And it was under JLP government. It was, here it is right here. He said, I remember when then Prime Minister Bruce Golding. So it started there, and then it ended up with the PNP government under Mark Golding, and then it ended up coming back to the JLP when the PNP lost the election in 2016. And then it was passed in 2017, and it took effect in 2018. Now, I just want to show you some things. Just a couple of things. Here is the Prime Minister right here, and he's getting applause. He said, let me big it up for now. He said, Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize the commitment of this government to fighting and eliminating corruption in this country. And then what them do? Them say, see them? Big applause he got. And he said, accountability, transparency, and integrity are hallmarks of all self-respecting democracies, and these principles must always be promoted and upheld in furtherance of good governance, social cohesion, and economic advancement. Strong statement. And then he said, we could have been a more politically independent country had it not been for corruption in its many forms, right? Then he come over here, so listen to this. He said, we will do all in our powers right here. We'll do all in our powers to fight the scourge of corruption. And then what happened? Another applause. To restore public trust and goodwill in the institutions of the state. And he's going on. The bill we are debating today is another critical step towards improving the anti-corruption ecosystem in Jamaica. Then he's talking about the powers of it to prosecute people. Then he talks about the anti-corruption index. Talks about that. There it is. And listen to this. He said, it is also important for us to note, Mr. Speaker, that the fall in our ranking is also because other countries have moved much more seriously than we have with creating their own ecosystem to deal with corruption matters. So he's saying, we haven't done a good job, but we're doing it now with the Integrity Commission Act. Then he goes on to say, I want all of you to keep this in mind. This sentence right here in green to the right, top right. As a deterrent to corruption, there will be significant increases in the penalties for corruption related to offenses. See that? And you'll see the penalties that Mr. Mayne is facing. You remember the penalties that former Speaker Dalrymple, remember this penalty she faced, and remember the penalty that the gentleman who was the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, remember the penalty they faced? What happened to them? What happened to them? You see any of them in prison? No. One was found guilty, and the other pled guilty. And instead of making an object lesson to the world and to including to Jamaica and by extension the world, that we are serious about this fight against the scourge called corruption, what did the court do? Slap on the wrist, gave them a fine that nothing. So you know what it's turning out to be? If you're going to commit a crime as a parliamentarian, commit a big crime, because the penalty this. The penalty is this. So steal millions. No, steal billions. Steal as much as you can, because what are you facing? Should you be charged? Facing this. And guess what? When all is said and done, you're back in Parliament. You're back in Parliament to steal more. There it is. Significant increases. And look at this sentence right here. This one on your left. Mr. Speaker, an effective anti-corruption program must have provisions whereby persons in leadership positions set the standard of ethics by which we all operate. See that? People in positions of leadership, they set the standards, and then we as a community, as a people, we followed. So they're setting the example. So if the example they're setting is to commit corruption and escape punishment, then that's the message we're receiving. That's the message we're receiving. So we shouldn't complain. Here's another one, and this is the Prime Minister all over the place. This one is a contradiction in terms. He said one of the methods of fighting corruption is naming and shaming model. Is a naming and shaming model where you are unable to carry out prosecution, or get strong evidence, but the evidence has led you to a point where you know it is there, then you have to rely on the public support. Naming and shaming. You know what the Integrity Commission Act says about if you if you start the investigation, you find out that you can't prove the case and there's nothing there, you know what you have to do? You have to publicly apologize if the person wants a public apology. So where is the naming and shaming? And he goes on to say, but there are other models as well, because I have to say the flip side of corruption. The flip side of corruption is what? Inefficiency. Inefficiency. He's been talking about this inefficiency concept since 2016. And he just named the Jamaican version of Doge to deal with efficiency just this year. Just this year. From 2016, 2025. And who did they put there? One of the most inefficient public servants you can find. One of the most inefficient public servants. She's there. Look at last sentence. In fact, many times systems are inefficient in order that corruption can exist. And he's saying, hey, I need somebody to look at all of these agencies, ministries, and departments and root out inefficiency. So what he's saying, in effect, is that corruption there from, although me I talk about it from way back then, it there because everything inefficient. And now in 2025, I brought somebody in to deal with the inefficiency. See that? And here it is right here. It says, it's time now for the government to put in place measures to address some of the inefficiencies, the bureaucracies which have covered over and given protection to corruption. And below that, him said, we're trying to be efficient. There it is right there. Here's the part where he said, there are also on the right in green, there are also, Mr. Speaker, new provisions to allow for public exoneration where individuals so desires when investigation finds that no act of corruption or wrongdoing was proven or done. Compare and contrast that with what I just said to you. This one up here. Here it is right here. One of them is a naming and shaming where you're able to carry out a prosecution or get strong evidence, but the evidence had led you to a point where you know it is there, then you have to rely. It's nonsense. Nonsense. Then he talks about public disclosure. And there it is again. He said the commission, under this regime, the fines have been significantly increased. Then he's going on and on. We'll get to this. We'll get to this in full. Let me see if we have a guest here. No. We'll get to this some other time. But no, make quick jump to Mr. Mayne, right? First, we got to the Integrity Commission. And this is the law that they're claiming he broke. But you notice, though, they didn't, as they did with the Prime Minister, they didn't do it for Mr. Mayne. They didn't say, we're going after you for illicit enrichment. Because when get so much account from, and so much property. And they said that in some of the instances, him couldn't provide documentation. But they didn't charge him for illicit enrichment. They charged him for the minor one of saying that we asked you to give us stuff and you didn't give it to us. Come on. Come on, people. Come on, man. We can do better than that. Let me show you some of the 32, I think. 30. All right. You're going to hear Mr. Mayne complain a lot, but here is the law and the basis for them to go after him. There it is. The Director of Information and Complaints, and they're responsible for examining all statutory declarations. And it says that they shall receive, keep on record, and examine. There it is right here. There it is. Here it is right here. All statutory declarations. All means all, not some. And it says that they may make inquiries in order to certify or determine the accuracy of the statutory declaration. All right. That's one. So that's the law. They're saying that we are empowered to do this. Forgive me, folks. All right. And this is where they say they may submit a report at any time, requires a special attention of Parliament, and they're going on and on. But I need to get to, I think it's 39. Yeah, here it is. Here is 39. Big it up. All right, this is 39. It says what? Subject to the provisions of this act, every person who on or after the appointed day is a parliamentarian or public official shall submit to the Director of Information and Complaints a statutory declaration of his assets and liabilities and his income. How? In the form set out in the third schedule. There it is. There's a format for this, and they tell you where it is. And don't forget that they were training people. I don't know if he received training, but the Integrity Commission was training people. And even if they didn't, he could have simply he could have asked questions or gone to their website. But here is, let me get to schedule. I think there's one more I need to show you, and then we get to schedule 3. Okay. And this is the one where they're saying 42. They're saying, once you give us a statutory declaration, we have a right to request other information and give you time so that you can give us the information. That's it. And if they believe that, you know, you're fooling around with them, then they can refer the matter for further necessary action. Now, here is what they charge him with. They charge him with 43B. It says a person who fails without reasonable cause to provide any information as may be required by the Director of Information and Complaints commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. Is this the penalty the Prime Minister talked about? Is this the stiff penalty that he's talking about? Is this the stiff penalty? Not more, they can't fine you more than $500,000 and they can't give you more than 6 months. And so far, they haven't put any parliamentarian in prison, even though they could have. They've had them pay a fine. That is what. They didn't charge him with this one. 2A, knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration. Because if you have these accounts and you don't provide them, to me, I think I could reasonably make out an argument that you've provided false information. Especially when you can show that if the man is using the accounts on a regular basis, and then you have 5 years and you don't see anything, or at least some of the years you don't see anything, then, because this one now, what's the fine? Here's the fine. Here's a fine. Up to 2 million. Or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. This is what they went after Miss Dalrymple with. And what happened? They fined her. She flat out lied. She flat out lied. And that's what they did. How that end up? Well, okay, they flat out lied. She flat out lied. Now, we could go to Schedule 3, right? It says you must submit your information based on the format set out in in Schedule 3. Now let me see Schedule 3 here. Where is Schedule 3? All right, here's the second schedule, right? So after second is third. Here we go. Third schedule. Here it is. So them say you must fill out the statutory declaration based on the third schedule. You must follow this format. And here's the format. Here's the format. Here's the format. He didn't do any, it didn't do this in a lot of cases. What he did was he just attached some note from some bank, some letter from some bank, and said, that's it. Look at that. These are the things that you must put out. You must fill out these things. And he didn't. He didn't. He didn't. There it is. There it is. Immovable property. You have to put on all of these things. Never put out them things on. But I want to show you something. Vehicles, all of that stuff. Value, blah, 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 blah. Insurance policies. Here it is. There's some of these things he never tell them about. But here is something I want to show you. Here is a flaw. Here's a flaw in the system. Here's a flaw in the system. Look at this. It talks about bank accounts, right? And it talks about this balance in account, and that balance is on, I think, December 31st. So they have no idea what you're doing with that account up to 31st of December. You could be washing money like it's going out of style, as long as you tell them what's the balance in the account. So what they don't have there, they don't have a history for the year of monies going in, coming out. They don't have any of that. They don't have any of that. And I could show you several more. I could show you several things that are wrong with this. But no, let's get into what the commission says about him. All right. Here we go. Oh, here is, oh, this is the one I tell you where he sold that shop at Springs Plaza. Here it is right here. He sold it. There it is. Let me put it up right there. It says, further checks of his declaration for 2022 reveal that Mr. Mayne had disposed of a property at Shop 16 Springs Plaza for $120 million. And look at the last sentence. No supporting document was provided for the disposal of this property. So he said 120, but they don't know. Could be more. We don't know. But let's not start there. That's almost at the end. All right, folks. See there right then. We're not making up anything. It's the commission's, there it is. It's the commission's report, July 2025, that they just tabled. And here it is, that he failed without reasonable cause to provide information in respect of the statutory declarations he submitted for the years 2018 to 2022. So what they're saying is that they're not saying he didn't submit statutory declarations. They're saying, no, he did. But we had problems with information he provided. And then when we asked him for the information, all we got is just excuses and delays. So there it is. All of this I've summarized for you where they talk about the times, the various times, you know, from October 13 when they sent the letter to him, and they gave him until the 25th, all the way until March 25th when he last reported to them, and he just attached some documents from. All right, here we go. Look at this. See this? Let me highlight this for you. See this? The Integrity Commission, during its third-party verification process, identified information, here it is, with respect to assets that were not previously disclosed. And these, they're referring to these. Here it is, Water Valley, we saw that. Zavia Mayne and Company, attorney at law. Rockstar Developers, Limited. And then the Land Rover, the motorcycle, the Toyota. And then here we come up now with the accounts. Right? The different accounts. They're saying that we didn't even know about these items. Then you're gonna go down and say, look, they ask him, tell us about these things, and him give them pure foolishness. Him say, I have no beneficial interest in the entity, blah blah blah. But these people went and they did some work, and they're saying this is not giving us all the information. So this section is where he reported, he responded to them, but it didn't give them information that they requested. All of this stuff here. And then I'm going to show you some stuff where he didn't even report, he didn't even respond to them. And there's a November 9th letter that they ask for more information. And then we'll get to this now. Now, here is the other accounts. Apparently, he had told them about these accounts. But look, you see, wherever you see a tick, they're saying that we need information for those periods. Apparently, that's what they're asking for. They're asking for information regarding this period. And you see all the accounts listed there. And here they give him the dates that they're looking. And when they see a check mark that you're looking for, like this one, 776, they're looking for something March 9th. And then you think that's it? No, here it is. Goes on again, continues. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. And then, remember now, they said that there were 4 accounts. The commission notes that 4 accounts. Here it is, 4 accounts with Cornerstone Trust and Merchant Bank, right? And remember, I told you that wasn't right. There's a 4 point. Let me see if I find it. 4.3. Give me 1 second. I'll find it. Zavia Mayne. There's a 4 point. Anyway, 4 accounts, right? This is 1, this is 2, and then 3, and then 4. But then when you go to 4 point, when you go to, let me show you something. 4.3. Oh, like this? No. Stay with me. There's a 4.3. I think it's 4.3.41. Hold on a second. We'll go through all of this. DNS, Mayberry, hold on. Residential. See all of these things? We're going to go to. All right, here's a cornerstone. Here, this right here. It's 5. See, it's right here. Same bank, cornerstone. And here they said, right here. Right here, they said it's 5. 5 joint accounts. But then when you look up top, they said it's 4. So I don't know what the Integrity Commission, the Commission, I don't know what the Commission is doing. I have no idea. They can best explain that one. All right. So we did that. There's a property right there. There are the properties right there, 6. There are the companies. And then when they're asking for information, look, here it is. No information was provided. 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 This man is serious enough. No information was provided. No information was provided. These are all, look, these are the properties, and these are the companies, and these are his salary that he earned from outside the parliament and from the rental properties. And he said he sold a car, the disposal price, they're asking for that. The information regarding to the 4 accounts, even though they said it's 5 later on. There, and the insurance policies. And this man just said, no, I'm not giving any information. I'm just not getting him. And then him start challenge them now and say, I don't think you guys can legally ask me for information regarding to a limited company. And then he said, I believe I've answered all your questions. Here's the one right here. The request for audited financial statements of limited liability companies, I believe, is outside of your jurisdiction and is improper. And furthermore, him say, you guys are on a fishing expedition. This is what he's saying to them. Here's his letter. Here's a fishing expedition remark right here. There's a fishing expedition remark right here. And there was one where they didn't ask him for two accounts. So there it is. He requested additional time, blah, blah. And then look now. This is the last letter he sent to them in March 25th, on March 25th, 2024. Look at this. I suggest you clarify the information. Hey, Manifestino, you're just my previous correspondence have been very clear in this regard. So if any problem is uno, I'm not the problem. And when I'm asking for more information, I advise that these accounts were established in 2022. Oh, look at this one. This is an interesting one. The 2015 Honda Accord was transferred by love and affection. What does that mean? Love and affection. What does that mean? Oh, I say, Ambassador, I knew they are. All right. We have to go shut it down right as a people. But when you get the gist, right? We've been through this twice already, and we're going to go through it again. And we're going to go through each one of the accounts to show you what they found, what he said. What he said and what they found, and they don't jive. So that's where we are. So Mr. Mayne, for me, it cuts both ways. If I were defending him, I guarantee you I would get him off, because there are ways, but I'm not going to tell him. And because based on some of the things that the Integrity Commission said that he did, we need to make an object lesson out of him. This man needs, look, I can't remember the gentleman's name, the junior minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I'm sure one of our learned students will put the name in the chat. But I do remember the former speaker. Oops, sorry. She pled guilty, and he was found guilty, and none of them went to prison. None of them. And you see the Prime Minister in the hand start saying that we're increasing the penalty. What penalty? It's a joke. Anyway, folks, listen. We have to stop there, because now we have special guests here. We have Ambassador Anu from ACCOMPONG. He was on this program a while back, and we told him that he should make this his home. And I don't know what happened. Him run from home. Way what, but them said the prodigal returns, right? So I guess we have to look upon him like the prodigal son. I'm just joking, people. This man is quite busy, and the ACCOMPONG people and their leadership, remarkable people, and I guess by extension, all our way, and Maroons, all our way involved in this thing. But those people in the forefront, they've been doing a lot of good work, and they've been fighting the struggle. It hasn't been easy, and we've read in the newspapers, we have heard it on social media as well as traditional media, mainstream media, and we've heard the word of mouth about the struggles that they've encountered and they continue to encounter. And what was interesting for me was that the Prime Minister ended up some time ago in an argument, a fracas with the people from ACCOMPONG, and I was kind of surprised when I saw that he made his way to ACCOMPONG just, I think, sometime this week. And he was well received. I saw photographs. I heard him speaking. And then I saw a release from Chief Currie, and essentially saying, thank you very much, but no thanks for sending we don't want military people in our space. But you know what? I don't want to steal Ambassador News thunder. I'll just bring him on, and then if Chief Currie is with him, we can have a conversation, the three of us. If not, Ambassador Anu is well equipped to deal with any questions we may have to ask. But it's not so much a matter of question and answer. It's more a matter of a discussion to find out what's going on with our brothers and sisters in ACCOMPONG. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ambassador Anu. Bless up, my brethren.
Greetings, brother Rattigan. How you doing, man?
Me on top of the world always, and I look out of my eye. Can't look out of my ears, because if you look out of your ears, that means you're down. That's a problem.
That's right, man. Peace be upon you, and blessings to all your viewers and the Jamaican citizens, the wider diaspora, and of course, my Maroon brothers and sisters across the world.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you on behalf of everyone. Talk to us about. We have if you don't mind, if you don't mind, I just want to put this video up because I don't know if everyone saw it. And oh, here it is. Please indulge us. Let me just put this up.
Sure.
Ashe. Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, on behalf of the indigenous people of ACCOMPONG and the wider Maroon districts of Cockpit Country, I send sincere appreciation for your recent visit to our community and for the government of Jamaica's expression of support following the destruction caused by Hurricane Melissa. Your presence, accompanied by the several ministers of government, marked the first official visit of your administration to ACCOMPONG since my election in 2021. And it was warmly welcomed by our people. We remain grateful for the humanitarian gesture extended to the ACCOMPONG people and for your willingness to mobilize resources, particularly those of the JDF military, to assist with the recovery efforts. We also acknowledge your reference on international partners, including Ethiopia, Ghana, and Rwanda, who have expressed readiness to assist in the island's rebuilding efforts. Honorable Prime Minister, following a deep, comprehensive internal review and a formal deliberation, the full Maroon Council has this time decided not to accept the offer on the militarization of the space during the recovery effort. The full Maroon Council instead has resolved to continue with the response, utilizing civilian resources from our joining communities and our partners, both locally and internationally, who have offered to the community their assistance in the recovery efforts. Instead, the Council would like to thank you for the offer on materials and would accept the offer on those materials and equipment necessary to assist in those recovery efforts. We want to ensure, Mr. Prime Minister, that harmony and inclusiveness of our Maroon human resources, of those here in Accompong and adjoining communities, are balanced to execute the infrastructural relief efforts across our Maroon communities. This methodology aligns with our laws and cultural way of life. This decision is based also on the following considerations. 1. The established reconstruction partnerships and resources Accompong has secured through international donations, through technical sponsorships, and volunteer engineering assistance sufficient to address the rebuilding and development needs arising from the hurricane.
Well, let me just stop it right now and say, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Chief Richard Currie. Welcome, Chief Currie. In the interest of time, and because we have you here, you tell me if you want me to continue playing the video, or would you like me to just have the discussion with you so that everybody can join in if they feel like, and they can hear from you as opposed to a recording. Tell me if you want me to continue, or your choice.
Greetings and good night, Rattigan. Thank you for having us. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, thank you. So the video is posted on my Instagram page, so one can view it there. But essentially, in summarizing, I want to make it clear there was no denial of acceptance of help from the government or the Prime Minister himself. What we explicitly stated was the concern over the military being used as a resource to execute those recovery efforts. Considering many other circumstances, particularly one, maintaining certain harmony within the space. You know, there has been tension, there is past, there are things that are to be resolved. On top of that, there's still trauma from the storm. There are a lot of people still having concerns. And additionally, we do have the skillmen, we do have partnerships with persons locally and persons who in the diaspora have committed to offer their assistance. And from that end, we know from a resource standpoint, we would be able to cover the repairs. So it has been taken out of context, and it is being positioned as a rejection, where it is totally not a rejection. We actually had a good conversation. We sat down and we spoke of the different things that needed to be done. And I did raise a concern that, you know, this is something we have to go through with the council in terms of the military and the concerns that we do have having the military in the space doing that work.
Okay. Well, allow me to ask you this. I think I know the answer, but I'll ask you for those inquiring minds. People would like to know why did you accept the offer of assistance from everyone except the military? And this is to both you and Ambassador Anu. You're muted. You're muted.
Chief, may I? Yeah. So regarding the specificity of the military, it's not that Accompong has a specific problem with the JDF, meaning the Jamaica Defense Force, in terms of a personal problem, or for that matter, was there any tension with the Jamaica Defense Force? That's not the issue. The issue is stemming from just looking at the antecedents, how we have come to this point. And within the last 5 years, unfortunately, it is obvious to everyone that the Accompong Maroons has been asking for constructive dialogue, right? To be able to have a seat at the table where we can flesh out certain concerns regarding the constitutional reform that was presented at the time through the ministry that was changed now. And, you know, speaking of a republic, these are very much concerning topics to the Accompong Maroons. Why? Because in 1962, because there was not a proper effort to try and sort out or flesh out what was going to happen with the Maroons with this new constitution in 1962. And we have that evidence. We have archived evidence from both governments, from the Jamaica archives and both the British archives, of what was happening just before, up months before, in the House of Commons regarding the Maroons and the new constitution that was going to be put together, which is the Ordering Council of 1962. Now we're at a point again where we're discussing removing of the king. The ACCOMPONG Maroons legitimately have a legal document that testifies and recognizes the legitimacy of the claims to land and the legitimacy to the claims of having a people and a government and a defined territory. Now, these are elements that allow the ACCOMPONG Maroons to be recognized on an international scale, even under the atmosphere of autonomy. And because we have the autonomy and we've been governing ourselves for a very long time now, the treaty is almost 288 years old. Come January, after we cross over into the new year, on March 1st. And we are now going to say that, for the 63 years of the governance of the Jamaica, the Maroons have had, a relationship that has not been fully concrete or fleshed out. There's just this gray area in the law. Chief Currie's administration has come over the last 4.5, going 5 years, trying to press, this issue of the claim and the claims to lands. Why? We always hear about bauxite mining in cockpit country, the effects that it's having to people. But, most people, it doesn't really bother them, in terms of if you live in Kingston or you live in other parishes, it's not really your concern day to day as much as it is the Maroons who have to wake up to it every morning in those territories. No, because of these things, we have to look at that. Here we are now, right before the election of Chief Richard Currie come February, the ACCOMPONG Maroon election, which happens every 5 years. And right after Hurricane Melissa, after we've had 4 weeks of constant hurricane relief from the ACCOMPONG disaster response team under the leadership of Chief Richard Currie, we have been doing logistically magic, and that's the only way I can say it, because we've really put together the great minds, hard workers, and we've been able to unify certain resources with international aid, and we've been able to get to our people. I think the last count I had was almost 24 different communities that ACCOMPONG itself has gotten. Now imagine ACCOMPONG got hit with almost the eye wall, pretty much devastation across all of the Maroon territories, and yet ACCOMPONG has been able to go out and still share to 24 communities relief aid, not just once, but some areas got done twice. Now it shows that ACCOMPONG is able to manage its own internal affairs and logistics because we have had a system of working with people over a number of years. Now, when the government of Jamaica finally decides to come just at the 11th hour on whether unfortunate or unfortunate, whichever way it wants to be looked at, that whoever on whichever side of the fence. The matter is that they came, they were well received, but I believe it was very premature that a statement or a declaration of the JDF being offered, and it was more of like an assertion than an offer. When you start to listen to the statements that were made, and then Chief Richard Currie would have reached out in the back channels to ensure that his voice or the office of the chief would have been placed on the record in terms of thank you, but no thanks to this specific part, which is the militarization. Right. I would say, Rattigan, that we sent off that on I think it was December the 3rd. And then sometime later in the evening, we saw an official post from the JDF Instagram page. And when you read the caption of it, it says that the JDF was mandated to come to ACCOMPONG town. Now, you are a man of the law. You understand these words and these terms. And it's a military. So when the military is saying that they're mandated to go somewhere, and Chief Richard Currie nor anybody in the council had a definitive conversation with the Prime Minister concluding or accepting that when we were in person. Now, to kind of see these political maneuvers happening around us, it was only right that with the autonomy of the full Maroon Council and the office of the chief, that there was some form of stance to kind of balance the equation here. So that is why ACCOMPONG would say that we accepted the offer for humanitarian aid because we were accepting it from everyone, internationally. We want, we want humanitarian aid to reach to our people, but in essentially boots on the ground with, carrying assault rifles. That is a different topic, Rattigan, and I believe that needs to be looked at in the interest of the elders, the women, the children, not just overall, just a random act of, let's say, rejection.
Chief Currie?
Yes, greetings again, Rattigan and audience. I think the ambassador covered it well, and I think, again, I reiterate that all we have done is repositioned the execution of the aid, and what we would prefer, and I believe it's reasonable, to have an input in what happens going forward, as we have been planning and coordinating with others from the private sector, from the diaspora, and locally on the ground. It's difficult to essentially override all that's been done. We'd look for more collaboration in executing the work that needs to be done. And I say it and say it again, all these communities need help, and that's the mission, to give the help that is needed.
All right. Well said to both of you. You stated your point. Let me ask you this. The Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management is currently led by a military person. The permanent secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister is a military person. Now, we know that military people, they're not trained to have discussions. They're trained to follow orders. And so when you said mandated, it makes sense to me that there was a mandate. There's no discussion. I mean, somebody said, put this up, it's up. Do this, and it's done. Having said that, tell me about, because I was going to make a statement, but I want to hear from you first before I make the statement. Tell me about the issue concerning a water treatment plant that was supposed to come in for the Maroons, but there were some hiccups at the port and the government got involved. And how, just if you can give me a concise version of what took place there, because I'm trying to connect the dots.
Well, I don't know how much essentially both things are just connected, like, in sync wise, because it's just an overall issue, as I've been saying to you, Rattigan, that we've been having a communication issue, right? A dialogue issue. ACCOMPONG did send out numerous communications to the Minister of Finance regarding, the tax concessions that we would want to discuss regarding the water machine coming in at the time. The issue really would have stemmed with the customs at that specific time regarding double taxation, or just trying to find ways to constantly trying to apply a tax after the manufacturer would have explained that, this was humanitarian aid and everything coming in both containers was actually one unit together. So it shouldn't be taxed in various ways. We essentially got past that, but I'm happy that you brought the water machine up, because this particular part, and I hope you can cut it and put this out as a short, right? Because yeah, man, this particular part that I'm about to say, because it's going to prove that Chief Richard Currie and the ACCOMPONG Maroons have no issue with the Jamaica Defense Force, the JDF. Essentially, when within 24 hours after the impact of Hurricane Melissa, the first thing that Chief Richard Currie and his council started to think about was trying to get back up the water machine up and running, right? Essentially, because our water machine can produce north of 300 gallons, to 350 gallons of water per day, right? It has a solar, a whole solar system attached to it that powers it, so it's fully independent. Now, these two containers were actually tipped over on their side and almost went over the hill. So we needed to find the easiest ways to try and actually put these containers right side up and actually pull back out these the machinery so that we can get back to business. Chief Currie actually asked for, when we saw the helicopters flying over, some of them were JDF helicopters, we asked if one of the helicopters, or if there was a helicopter on the island that could provide assistance with lifting the container as we could move it right side up. Those phone calls were made, and to confirm, Rattigan, none of that was we didn't get any assistance from anybody, right? Even though we made those requests, no helicopter was sent specifically for the water machine. We got many other helicopters for other reasons, how Chief Currie had to make some connections through his network, right? But we are the ones who had to tip over that machine, those containers ourselves, using tractors and maroon ingenuity. But it is to show you that we have no issue or confrontation with the Jamaica Defense Force, or for that matter, some ulterior motive why we want to reject them. It's just a matter of a concern that without the mutual dialogue in terms of the dignity for both parties on the side to be able to have a conversation, it is very unfair to be able to just come into the space, after such a long time and start to, dictate how the relationship is going to go. But the water machine is up and running. We did have that small hiccup, Rattigan, but that Rattigan, whether it is known, we don't even know who would have made phone calls, or as you're kind of maybe alluding to, who is trying to slow the progress, right? But as things come in, yes, we do find that sometimes we do have problems, or a pushback, or as we would say, resistance. But Maroons find a way to resolve this thing.
And the connection I'm trying to make in terms of connecting the dots is that as a people, what we've been seeing is a recalcitrance on the part of the government, an unwillingness to, as you said, sit down at the table and try and come to some accord. And we saw evidence of it when with the, I think it was with the lumber. We saw evidence of it with the redesignation of lands, and now we saw evidence of it with the water, and now we're seeing evidence of it. So the point I'm trying to make is that it appears that, as I'm saying, everywhere you turn Makajuki, it's like you can't get a break with these folks. They don't sit down with you and say, okay, all right, you know what? We are going to treat you as equals. It's almost as if I just say a mandate that they say no. And remember what the Prime Minister said, that there's only one sovereign government in Jamaica, right? Them now have no other government, it's just one.
Right.
Essentially saying we don't recognize you as any government, and whatever you're claiming, we don't recognize it. All right. Let me move on and ask you about Melissa. How much damage was done to your area, and how much rebuilding has taken? How much rebuilding efforts have been put into getting you back up to where you were, and maybe beyond?
All right. So let me, before I even go into that, Rattigan, just touch back a little bit on what you just mentioned in terms of dialogue. I think where we left Sunday was a good space, right? Oh. I think it was a good place where we open dialogue, sat down like two big men and had a conversation. And I think it was the beginning of the building of trust. And I would believe that that still exists and that door remains open. And I do not think anything has happened, this is my personal opinion, to change that, right? Okay. So I will continue and progress in the affirmative that ACCOMPONG, in collaboration with the government of Jamaica, will work through efforts to bring assistance to those who need it. I am working in the affirmative, meaning the positive. It is going to happen, and it's going to happen in a collaborative way, right? So let's start by addressing the damage, right? Majority of homes in ACCOMPONG were damaged. And when I say damage, I mean approximately 80% of the homes suffered a significant amount of damage. The others that sustained were all slab roof homes, right? And more recent constructions. Majority of the homes in ACCOMPONG were built decades ago.
So the style and the material, the grade, all of those things would have weathered over time, as well as not in today's world be considered, you know, of the right code, construction code, so to speak. So what you find is that even though there are homes that stood up and had their roofs torn off, some of them have structural damage, either cracked walls, shifting foundation, that sort of thing. So simply putting back a roof on top is not going to be the response or the answer, because you're pretty much building on matchsticks at that point. And what we've been looking at is how best do we utilize the funds that we have raised so far to address as many as we can address with the concerns that are deemed urgent. So we look at the elders, we look at the single parents, and we look at the indigent, you know, those with disabilities and so on, right? We try to target those households. The intention in the first phase, Rattigan, is to cover approximately 50 homes, right, to be either reconstructed or renovated, right? None of this will be done overnight, right? As you can see, all those areas that are affected, many of them are still in a state of disrepair because, one, there's a challenge in getting materials. Two, the price in which you're getting the material fluctuates. Everywhere we go, it's a different price, right? Three, ensuring that we have the right strategy to deploy these materials, and what we aim to do is the key thing. Because here's a commitment that I've made and I've spoken to my council about. In the next year, we hope to ensure, we endeavor to ensure that every home in a compound will have one hurricane-proof room, right? That will act as your bunker or your shelter should we ever face another storm like Melissa. Because what we found was a significant vulnerability that we faced due to the storm, and that a lot of that has stemmed from the method of construction and the practices that have been put to play in times gone by. We now have to act with a bit more intelligence and also act precisely, because we don't have a second chance at this. We're not sure we'll be as lucky this time around to be able to be in the situation that we're at, to call on our diaspora, to call on our Maroon families, to be able to contribute to our rebuilding in this way. So we have to be able to ensure that what we do with prudence, we do with effectiveness, and we do with preciseness. So that's what the work has been. What you're looking at there is the rebuild of some of the low-income housing that were demolished in a compound. And this I've been working through with ICON Construction, a local construction entity who has offered their engineering services for free and architectural services for free to aid in the reconstruction and the development of our community. So we presented this to the community. They all liked it. The aesthetics have been enhanced, and we're going back with more sturdy materials. We're looking at the roofing. What suggestion do we have for the roofing is the question. Many people are using zinc aluminum roofing. We want to set the roofing in such a way that there's no way for the wind to get under it and lift it off ever again. So all this will be rolled out in the next couple of days, Rattigan, because in the background, we've been putting together a plan to ensure that at the end of this, no home will be left in the open like we've seen over the last few months. Over the last month, sorry.
You know, one of the things that we heard from the government, at least we heard it in the diaspora, was that Jamaica had 881 shelters. And I asked the question, do they have at least one hurricane proof, at least up to a level 3? We're not even talking about a 5 shelter. And we were given the understanding that most, if not all of these shelters, they were schools, churches, community centers. And in fact, there's a lady who came on our program who said that there was one not too far from her, but she decided not to go because it was, her house was in better shape than the school, so she didn't go. And in fact, she related a story to us that somebody died. Was there a designated shelter near are in our near ACCOMPONG, and how many people went, and did you lose any? Was there a loss of life during Melissa in your constituency or in your area?
All right, so we have 2 designated shelters in the community. One of them is a primary school, ACCOMPONG Primary School, and the other one is the community center, which also houses the museum. It's quite a large space, and can accommodate up to 150 persons, depending on the circumstances, of course. 150 would not be in a livable circumstance, but for sheltering the storm, yes. The school, the primary school, perhaps equivalent, and both were damaged, significantly damaged. The roofs were totally ripped off, both facilities during the storm, while persons were inside. So they had to then flee during the storm to seek secondary shelter, one of which turned out to be the tech center, which we recently began working on alongside one of our own bloodline and donor, Carol Picard, who had worked with us to renovate that building, which would be housing the tech and entrepreneurial center. That was immediately transformed into the emergency shelter, and now is the center of our distribution hub for relief supplies across the area. In the Mulgrave community, we had one unfortunate death. I've not been made aware of any other death resulting from Melissa in the period. But ACCOMPONG, we had no deaths. We had a few minor injuries, and of course a few elders who remain in a slight state of trauma.
Sorry to hear about the devastation caused in your neighborhood, but thank God that many lives were spared, considering that the roof went away with people hunkering down in the shelter. It could have been far worse. Odpim, it's been what? It's almost 5 weeks, or what, 4.5 weeks since the hurricane. What assistance have you received from Odpim, if any?
All right, forgive me, but if I'm wrong or incorrect, I would need that correction to be made public. But I have not been officially contacted by an official from Odpim. We've been acting on best practices and what we know, having gone through storms before. And I think, to the best of our abilities, the community really came together in the storm. I must commend the men of the community and some of the women as well, who during the storm, 180 plus mile per hour wind, were running through the streets amidst shearing winds and debris to go into houses to rescue elders. And I must say, without them, the story could have been quite different. They were able to also assist in getting the roads clear. So big salute to all the men who put in the muscle work, and the women who risked and braved it to go out and make a difference in the community.
Yeah, here's a question that I don't know if you want to answer this, but you did mention that there is a February election coming up, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, the elections are constitutionally due in February, and before that there is an enumeration period, and from that enumeration there is a period for the allowance of finalization of voters list, etc. So there's obviously a hindrance in that process with the effect of the storm, and the Constitution permits for the extension of that period up to 3 months after the date in which it is due, constitutionally due, where there are extenuating circumstances. So the council is reviewing that process and seeing how best we can align ourselves to meet constitutionally the election that is due. So we are working through our communities and our representatives within the council, as well as the Board of Elders. The enumeration period was set for November, was set to begin November. and that would have been interrupted by the onset of Hurricane Melissa. So the elections will be had, but obviously in the state of our communities right now and what is happening on the ground, the more urgent requirements, of course, supersedes the election, which does not take away from its importance, but we aim to have it within the time that it is set to be had constitutionally.
Yeah. Who is eligible to vote in the election? Can I vote?
So Maroons by blood, Maroons by residency, meaning living within the period for a specific timeline and for a specific period of time, and whether by marriage, naturalized Maroons are also eligible to vote. So there's a process, and that is also explained within the Constitution.
Okay, the reason I ask is because I was told that my grandmother was a Maroon. I can't verify it because she passed on. I think she passed on before I was born, but my mother used to tell me that. So if I said, well, you know what, I'm claiming my heritage through my grandmother, how would that be verified?
All right, so we normally start by utilizing the elders, the board of elders, and their knowledge, right? In each community, we have elders and persons within the community. You know, some people in the community know everybody, right? And they know who they live next door for the last 40, 50 years type of thing. We have been able to utilize that method in tracking some of our lost families, right? And reconnecting them with their bloodline. So it starts by identifying where was your great-grandmother living? Where did they emanate from? What parish? What community? If you have that information, we can get to the bones of finding out what happened to your family and where your origins stem from. That essentially forms one of the bases for recognition and acknowledgement of your Maroon identity.
Let me throw this out. Well, anyone of you can answer this. The Maroon celebration in January is known worldwide. It's a global thing. Everybody knows about it. Given Melissa and the aftermath, are there plans to hold it? Because I think it's in January. Are there plans to go forward with it, or is it subject to postponement like the election?
Okay,
No.
so January 6th must go on, Rattigan.
Must happen.
Right?
Must happen, Rattigan. Can't stop.
High water,
Can't
it must
stop.
go on. It cannot happen, right? That will never happen. Right?
That will never happen.
The thing is this, Rattigan. It is not only a celebration, it is a sacred pilgrimage, right? To a very sacred space, to commemorate a very special and unique moment in time, right? Where freedom as Black people never existed, right? The leaders of liberation stood up and reminded the world what Black empowerment and Black liberation looked like. That's what that was, and that's what it continues to be. So for us, it's not a if or but or maybe, it must happen, right? And as the elder them, we say, ancestor them beat if you rest here, if we not do it, right? So we have to make sure it happens. The plan is Rattigan, as you said that. Let me just indulge a bit. Yes, we've been heavily impacted by the hurricane, and everybody is looking to find out, what's going to happen, what's the situation. January 6th is obviously the opportunity for Maroons to earn a little income, earn something in their pocket, whether it's by rented stores or doing your own selling or participating, whatever it is, some form of commerce or engagement or tourism. This year will be a little different for the sake that what we're doing now is moving into the recovery phase of fixing our community. There's a lot of junk and debris still in ACCOMPONG. There's no lighting, there's no electricity. We believe the focus this year should be around communal building. If you love the culture, if you love this heritage and what it stands for, we're asking for you to be a part of this rebuilding process. So for the 5th and the 6th of January, we'll be engaging in that rebuilding process, with the 5th being a major work day. And what we'll be doing, we'll be announcing very shortly, Rattigan, is a process by which persons can contribute and be a part of that. Because here's what the truth is. What we've raised so far will not be sufficient to complete the works that are necessary. So we want on the 6th of January, we have materials that we can pull on from hardware stores that we'll be partnering with. so that instead of paying an entrance fee to come at the January 6th festival, that money we're asking you to leave at a registry at one of the participating hardware stores, which will then be pulling down on materials and dropping across different districts as well as ACCOMPONG to commence a work day from the 5th of January. We want to do a big bonfire and drum circle on the night to kind of bring some unity towards the mission and the vision. On the 6th, we want to do our usual Kinder March, Old Town procession, you know, the usual cultural indulgence for the day. You know, there will be food, there will be craft, but we're limiting the vending. Why? Because we're cleaning up the community. We're limiting the vending to the Maroon community, those emanating from the Maroon districts. Those are the persons who we're facilitating. Those are the persons who need the help. So we're not looking to have this huge, you know, convergence of external vendors and persons, you know, coming to take from the community. We're asking you to come and give to ACCOMPONG this year. Make a difference to help us build stronger and build more resilient. So bring your tools, you know, come with your gloves, come with your tent, come with your hammock. You know, we're gonna pitch a night tent village, and we're gonna have a bonfire, right? We're gonna talk, we're gonna vibe, and we're gonna create an energy that is unique, that is harmonious with the times that we're in and what is required of the people. We now need to come together. And I think it's not about profiteering, it is now about giving back. So for me, for the council, and for the rest of Maroons, we are calling on the support for those who want to be a part of the celebration this year. Come and make it a tailgating event. Bring your igloo, bring your knife, bring your machete, bring your tools, and let's put in some work and try to help back some of the people who really need the help.
Yes, it's like somebody said, awesome idea. And if you would, we'll be in touch with your folks to get the I like the idea of saying send the money to this place so that they can, you know, we can get supplies from the hardware store or whatever. If we I'm sure producer Joan is going to reach out to your folks and get that so we can put it up on our platform and tell people that here's a way that you can support the Maroon community, because I tell you, Anu and Chief Currie, there's a great resistance in the diaspora, at least in our corner of the diaspora, to giving anything to the government to give to people. People have said, no, we will find a community. In fact, there's a plan to even adopt communities, adopt families, but they said, we're not giving anything to the government. We want to give directly to the community. And I think this is a brilliant idea for people to actually give to the community. And then they don't have to supervise it, because a lot of the containers and things, some of these people travel with it because they say, we want to make sure, because we can't trust certain people down here. So here they wouldn't have to supervise it. They can just send it and, you know, and be safe in the knowledge that it is going where it is supposed to go. Let me switch and just ask Ambassador Anu this question. And of course, Chief Currie, I just ask him because I don't want the Virgin, because I'm sitting there and I'm quiet, you know, for a while. So I just want to bring him into the conversation. But of course, he can jump in. They just put up their ACCOMPONG Maroon disaster response team. Okay, good. Here's a question I want to ask you. Chief Currie spoke eloquently about the January 5th, 6th event, and he talked about unity.
Yes.
Now, the door is open, as we said, I know, for discourse with the government to come to terms about the relationship. But there have been some controversy regarding the ACCOMPONG Maroons and other Maroons. Can you tell us about any outreach for unity with those groups?
Well, Rattigan, let me start. I'm not sure if he's hearing, but at current, I don't think there are any tensions between ACCOMPONG and any of the other Maroon communities.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
What existed of past had been resolved. And what we've been doing is finding momentum and commonality in vision and goals to move forward. Recently, I had a meeting with the leaders of the other communities and spoke to them of ACCOMPONG partnering with them with certain farming initiatives as well as health and educational initiatives. That was right before the hurricane. So again, there are no tensions at the moment that exist between ACCOMPONG and any of the other Maroon communities. If it does, it's beyond my knowledge.
Okay. I think will. I think we. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. No,
Yeah.
I concur. Obviously, Chief has made it very clear already. We have no issues with any other Maroon community. We've always pushed unity from day one. I even go back to the highlight of Chief Richard Currie's administration being the first administration, especially out of the Leeward Maroons, to have invited Windward Maroon into our government, which was Alex Moore Minor. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. So, that went well. And he saw that he had many other duties to do in the Windward territory as well. So, we are very connected to our Maroon communities. We ensured they have called us during this time to ensure that we were okay, and we've reached out and brought aid to the other Leeward communities as well.
Okay, outstanding. Because I prefer hearing it from you, because when you hear stories second, third, fourth, and you're liable to get whatever that person's agenda is, whatever their motive is, and so
Correct.
I want to hear exactly from you.
Nah, man, we're good to go. Rattigan, let me tell you, I'm going to shoot right here from the hip. There are many propaganda stories out there, right? Hopefully, this interview helps to try and curb some of it. I know this is much more of an intellectual platform, but there are people out there that can be shaped and shifted by any form of narrative once it has to do with some political flavor, right? But I'll just leave this out there for the universe. We are not separatists. The Accompong Maroons are not separatists. We are not terrorists. We are not trying to overthrow the government of Jamaica. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to build our own people. We're trying to rebuild the dignity of our people and build up our community. It has to be understood that the defense of a right is an inalienable right in itself. That inalienable right cannot be overshadowed by some form of politics per se, that especially when there is no communication or discourse, right? There cannot be any stress, duress, and coercion to forcefully amalgamate people that are saying that we are first in time. No, that's a maxim of law. First in time is first in line, and based on it being that there is equity involved, and even if someone's saying there's equal equity at this time, it must be understood that the Maroons are the First Nation Jamaicans. Therefore, we cannot separate from ourselves. We are Jamaicans at the end of the day, but we're just saying that we have a right here first. Now, the problem with that, Rattigan, is that our people have a disposition within our nature that them say bad mind, right, and grudgeful, that we cannot look upon people who look like us and say, wow, okay, you are indigenous and you have some special rights to land that maybe I don't have. And the truth is, Rattigan, as you said earlier, we're all Maroons, right, in a nature. So therefore, you have people who can claim that right, but they rather not. They rather find some barrier of resistance to have a confrontation. But right now, I just want to take that time on behalf of, Chief Richard Currie, the Accompong Maroons, and the indigenous people of Cockpit country to ensure that the world understands, the international community and the diaspora understands, and the rest of the fellow Jamaican citizens understand, and my Maroon brothers and sisters understand. We are not purposely looking for some fight with the government of Jamaica. We are not in some kind of military resistance or militia resistance. That is a falsehood. There's a propaganda going out there that is trying to create a turmoil between us and the government as we go forward. And I just look forward to a day where a lot of this propaganda ceases, when people can look towards peace and unity. Thank you, Rattigan.
All right. I know time is at a premium, but a couple people, several people in the chat, they have expressed a willingness to help Some of them have said that they want to invest with some farming initiatives and so on and so forth. And then, folks, just keep in mind that we have the financial details, meaning the Cash App. I think it's Cash App. Producer Joan just mentioned to me, but we have the wherewithal whereby you can fund the efforts going on in ACCOMPONG town, and we certainly hope that you will. So we're going to push it. We see the relief supplies as well. There is an initiative for that, so we're going to do that. Chief Currie, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this. Give us, people, there's a mystique about the Maroons, and what I'd like you to do is give us a sense of your vision of ACCOMPONG, because when people hear about it, people are not thinking about development and especially on the economic level. They're not thinking about that. What are the plans to have ACCOMPONG realize economic success as other parts of Jamaica have?
Great question, Rattigan. Thank you so much for that question, right? A lot of the challenges ACCOMPONG has faced in the past is the ability to help others understand how they can invest and partner with ACCOMPONG. Why? Because of the gray area that exists, again, within legislature, right? We understand that our lands aren't taxed, our lands aren't under the registrar of titles, all these things. So investors, you know, inherently would want to know, how do I secure my investment? How do these things work? So we've been having to do a lot of work in the background, creating that platform and deck for persons to understand how you can come and partner and work with us. So we created several vehicles to provide avenues for persons to invest with us. What we have in surplus is land. We have a lot of land, a lot of arable, usable land. We have springs that we can access, tap into to provide irrigation. What we need are persons with the vision and the intention and the equity to come in and partner with us. So we've created a special zone for commerce and trade within the space, with the focus being on ecotourism, agriculture, and of course the heritage tourism, right? A lot of what we've been doing is based on that. So tourism has many aspects to it and layers to it. One particular is wellness tourism. You know, every region you go in the world has some version of its indigenous medicine tied into its culture and its offerings. We in the Caribbean have not pioneered that for what we know and call bush medicine, you know, with granny medicine. So we launched out on an initiative called Indigenous Caribbean Medicine Initiative, which ACCOMPONG would help spearhead alongside Dr. Ben Israel and other stakeholders to create a vision of wellness tourism, right, where at the epicenter is using the indigenous knowledge mixed with a little bit of what has been learned and taught in years gone by to provide an environment for regeneration, for rejuvenation, for clarity, for health. And then we have the natural tourism, you know, the trails, the caves, the hikes, the bird watching, the heritage sites, which are maroon heritage sites. What we look at as particularly around agriculture, right? We have always been known to grow good spice ingredients, pepper, ginger, turmeric, pimento, right? We were engaged in a project with JA Spice, which recently got cancelled, right? But that program was seeking to push the Jamaica spice 50% in terms of output over a 4-year period. We were well on our way to recognize and contribution to Jamaica spice, because ACCOMPONG and the Maroons have and own the legacy of jerk. Jerk was created by, and what we learned from them was a means of preserving the meat by seasoning it, right, wrapping it and burying it and keeping it for a while. You take it out and you put it over a fire and you roast it, and that became jerk, right? There's an equity that we have within the jerk segment. So from spices to sauces, seasonings, those are things we can pioneer not only as a community, but as a household, because every house have them own little formula and them own little recipe. So there's so many things that we want to tap into, which is why we created the ACCOMPONG Technology and Entrepreneurial Center, which is now our emergency shelter and distribution center. But that is the thought process, Rattigan, and that's where we're headed as a community.
All right, folks. If you look on the screen, you see the account information, where you can get your funds to the ACCOMPONG.
I'm sorry, Rattigan, are you hearing me? I didn't hear you just now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rattigan. I'm not sure if Chief Currie is having some issues.
Yeah. So, folks, it's on the screen. Screenshot that, please. And whatever you can contribute, just know that it's going toward a noble cause. This is not no scam. You know, this is not no scam business. This is going towards help real people. And I know that some of you don't subscribe to the idea that government can do it, and for good reason. We won't discuss that now, because that's not the point. The point is that we need to get disaster relief funding to ACCOMPONG to help our brothers and sisters there. Let me ask you a question that I hardly ever ask. Give me a question that I should have asked but didn't ask.
What's the question?
That's it. Just give me a question. Give me a question that I should have asked but didn't ask you. If you can answer that, a question that I should have asked but didn't ask.
Well, I will just say, Rattigan, I believe you've pretty much covered a lot of what I would have wanted us to discuss tonight, unless Chief has something that that we missed, because I think in terms of discussing the water machine and discussing discussing the water machine, discussing the hurricane relief, discussing how people can help ACCOMPONG, and understanding where real people with real issues, understanding that we still have an unresolved issue in terms of mutual constructive dialogue with the government, and Chief Currie explaining how we plan to rebuild ACCOMPONG with the efforts of our international partners, our local partners, and of course the diaspora. And I think we've really much touched a lot of those topics tonight. But Chief, if I missed anything, please, I yield the floor to you.
Yeah, I think he did ask a question earlier, but I didn't answer him in terms of the recovery efforts that have begun so far. So happy to say that the primary school roof has been totally redone already by our donor, Ms. Carol Picard, who we've been working with for the past year. She's also working on the community center to deck it, so we don't have that roof issue again. So thank you to her and what she has been doing collaboratively with us. And the only other thing I'll say, maybe you haven't asked, is have any of the rumors that you see circulating on social media are true? And I said to you, none of them are true.
All right. I have a question. I just have one. And because Anu carries the title of ambassador, I'm going to throw this one in his direction. Now, you meaning the Maroon community as a whole, through its representatives, has established a relationship with the UN and other international organizations, other Maroon communities. Now, Jamaica is getting aid to the tune of 6.8 or 6.7 billion US dollars. Are those funds, any of those funds, earmarked for the Maroon community? That's one. And two, please advise whether or not the Maroon community has secured funding through its international connections on its own. Has nothing to do with the government of Jamaica. Do you have funding coming in from other Maroon communities, assistance from other Maroon communities, from UN organizations, World Bank, whatever? So those are two questions. if you don't mind sharing your answers with us.
Right, right. Yeah, we've all heard of the large amount of money that is coming to Jamaica through the government. We have not been directly told if any of that is earmarked directly for ACCOMPONG or the Maroons in specific. We have been communicating or sending, I would say, sending correspondences to various international organizations. Some have responded, some have reached out to us prior to us reaching out to them just to check. We are currently looking into the various options for grant funding through the UN organizations, but none of the what was it, 6.2 billion, none of it has been communicated, or that any of that particularly has been earmarked for the Maroons. But I must say it is interesting in looking at it deeper, that out of that 6.2 billion, I was told
Can't hear. I think we've lost them. Marie made the point that the government is getting 3+ billions and the remainder is to be negotiated by private investors, totaling 6 point something. I think the negotiations by private investors, I think that is part of the funding that's coming, but that's earmarked for private investors, but it's still coming to the government of Jamaica. And we're concerned because if we have time, I'll show you how that money is going to be. Some of that money will be stolen.
I'm apologizing, Rattigan. I actually have a small emergency I have to run to right now.
No worries.
Blessings, my brother.
It's been
Blessings
a
to you and
pleasure.
everybody. Yes, man. It's been a pleasure. Chief Currie, I will reach out to you shortly, Chief. The message. Thank you.
All right. Chief Currie, I know you have to go. Any parting words?
Well, again, I speak in the affirmative. We look forward to working in collaboration with the government to provide the assistance that's needed to Maroons and Jamaicans across the territory. So we look forward to hearing back and following up on conversations which began and started off well, and we hope can continue in a progressively positive way.
Okay. All the best, and thank you for coming on. Stay well. Continue with the struggle, and we look forward to your continued success. It's one step at a time. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And
a correct here, we're not going to continue with the struggle. We're going to emerge from the struggle.
Emerge from the struggle. All right.
Love and
Good.
respect. Love and respect.
Blessings.
Blessings.
All right, folks. Quite interesting conversation there with Chief Currie and Ambassador Anu. Interesting people. Always a pleasure talking to him. Actually spoke to Anu. I think he's been on the program once or twice. But, this is the kind of conversation that we want to have around here. Positive, uplifting, educational, informative conversations. So, what is for take a water break? Listen, folks, it's 8:07. Tell me if you know I'm going to go on now with the because right now I feel like for take no break or team. I just want to go on and talk about the aid that's coming in and the different contracts, so that people can actually pay attention to how the money is being spent. I know there is a clamor right now for people to keep an eagle-eye focus on monies that are coming in. And people are concerned already because as of last week, I don't believe there was an inventory system, so, or at least a proper one. to account for everything that's coming in and going out. At one point, we heard that nothing's going out, that things are coming in. Another point, we heard that we don't know what's coming in, we don't know what's going out. That's not good news. So it's worrisome, actually. So, so I don't know if, oh, somebody said, go on, Ratty. Go on. Yeah, it's really loans. And you know what, Ray Unicorn, remember back in 2020, Jamaica received approximately $750 million in loans. And we don't hear anything about that. They said that, oh, it's the greatest social initiative in the history of Jamaica. And yet, we hear stories from poor people who never get a cent out of it. Because they said that you had to have like an account and you had to have this and that. There were certain qualifying features that a lot of our people couldn't satisfy. And so we don't know where the money went. We don't have an accurate account of where the money went. So, you know what? We have to teach our people. So what we are planning for do now is, let's put the music thing aside. If we're not playing no music tonight, that's fine, right? There'll always be time for music. But this time is a time for learning. Let me show you something. OT, Kenya and producer John, I don't know if thing there. Oh, yeah, we have two subjects we can talk about. All right, hold on a second. Let me, bear with me, let me pull up some things here. Where Kevin there? With Art. We'll have to play this one. You remember we showed you the consul, the honor consul from Bahamas with the desal plant. And we also showed you the 2020 manifesto where they said that the Jamaican government said it was going to build desal plants as well as to upgrade and expand an existing plant. And most of you don't even know where that plant is. We don't know the output. In fact, I sent them an access to information request with about 15 questions regarding that plant. And up to now, they haven't responded. They have not responded. They haven't responded. But we played this last week. It's worth playing again, considering the JPS situation. Here we go.
One of the things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them going to bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promise that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That's not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generated plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
You hear that? We'll bring in big electric companies with big plants, cheaper electricity. And this was before he took the reins of power in 2016. And here it is. Situation hasn't gotten any better. In fact, it's gotten worse. And then I just want to share something with you. We were talking last week about insurance and so whether or not JPS would have or should have insurance, resilience insurance, right? And here's what we found out. We found out that if you look on your electric bill, you'll see something called electricity disaster fund. There's supposed to be an item there for that. That actually is their insurance. They were collecting money from you, Jamaica, to build up that fund in the eventuality of a disaster. And the question is, where did that money go? Don says, I'm going to play it again. But where did that money go? Where? Electricity Disaster Fund. It's EDF. And somebody told me that it's on the electric bill. And that is supposed to be the insurance. So where did that money go? How come the Jamaican government now has to fund an entity that is partially owned by the Jamaican government to the tune of 350 million? Because we're hearing now that out of the $6 plus billion that they're going to take money out of that to fund JPS for infrastructure development to the tune of 350 million. But I thought the week before they were only going to get 150 and they were negotiating and they have an interest rate of 5%. So how does that translate now to 350 that they're supposed to be getting from the money that's coming from all of these international banks and organizations? How? I mean, is it a new agreement? Is it an addendum to the existing agreement? But what if we don't have an existing agreement? Will the new agreement be based on the 350, or is it the 150 and then there is an amendment to it for the 200? We don't know. We really don't know. We don't know. But I just wanted to share that with you, that for those of you who asked the question, did they have insurance? Because they should have had insurance. And you think the Jamaican government, you know, here's the thing. How come the Jamaican government went out and got disaster resilience insurance, cat bonds? They had one with the Caribbean. They had one sponsored or managed through the World Bank. They had a one for flooding as well. But how come they didn't have one for JPS? And you know that in the event of a hurricane, JPS is going to suffer some damage. It's going to suffer some damage. So the 20% that they own, because they sit on the board, why is it that they didn't say, look, listen, in addition to milking the customers, why don't we take out some insurance? Because every year we're going to have some weather pattern in Jamaica. Jamaica is in the hurricane belt, people. Something is going to happen. It's just a matter of how severe is the damage. Sometimes it's negligible. Sometimes it's, like this time, it's significant. But why is it that we didn't have something like this? We're not getting answers from our politicians. And part of that is because we're not asking the right questions, and we're not asking the right questions in the right way. And so I say, let's take a page out of the South African parliamentarians' book and aggressively address the matter using the rules. How about that? For a start. Because we don't have to, we are loose right now. We are loose, so anything is better than what we're doing right now. Anything is better than what we're doing. I don't know this gentleman here. I don't know if this is AI generated or what, but it was sent to me. I don't know, but I know his face, or his face looks familiar. His face looks familiar. Yes, Stella Gray. His face, somebody says Siaga, so. No, but his face looks familiar. Anyway, here's what we're going to do now. The hell with music, education first. Here's what we're going to do. Let me show this show this picture because it bears a likeness to somebody that I'm about to talk about. Bears a likeness. Looks like AI generated to me. Looks like AI generated. Let me remove it. Let me find out where. Let me find out where. I'm looking for. Looking for a document here. You know what's interesting? What's interesting is this. I found out that a lot of our listeners, I'm honored, I'm humbled, and I'm also surprised that they're in Jamaica. A lot of our listeners. For some reason, I thought that most of our listeners, they were in the US, particularly along the eastern seaboard. But producer Joan and producer OT informed me that most of our viewers, they're in Jamaica. Well, we thank you for the support, and it looks like the message is catching on. And so, as there's one civil society group, Advocates Network, their motto is, we nah ease up. I guess that's what we have to say. We nah ease up. All right. Let me show you something. Okay. I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you something that most of you, and it's a good thing that we have these long programs, but then we'll cut them up, you know? So if you want to just look at one segment, then we have that. So the segments will be cut up, or the segments will be made. So let me show you this document. And then what we're going to do is we're going to spend some time. Come on. Oh. We're going to spend some time. There we go. We're going to spend some time talking about contracts, right? People of Jamaica, you need to pay attention to this, because you know whose money is being spent? Your money is being spent. The taxpayers' money is being spent. And you have very little idea about how it's being spent in terms of the mechanism. What mechanism do they use to spend your money? So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to show you how they're going to steal. If they're going to steal any of this 6 point whatever billion, minus whatever they're going to give to the private sector, they're going to steal it. We're going to show you how they're going to steal it. And we have a fairly good idea that this is going to happen because it's happened in the past. Here it is. All right. How many of you have ever seen this book or read this book, this handbook? How many of you? And also, you know, I'm not taking a break because, you know, we are going to just move through this thing here. But if you want to take a break, you can take a break because we're going to put this in a what's the word I'm looking for? We're going to sectionalize this, for lack of a better term, and then put it out so that you get this segment. But how many of you have ever? None. Delrose said none. All right. This is the book that tells you how your money is going to be spent. This is a book that tells you how your money is going to be spent. And let's go through it, because what we're going to do now, we're going to connect some dots. Delroy Henry, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. All right, we're going to connect some dots. And what we're going to show you, we're going to give it to you in a sanitized way. Meaning that we're just going to say this is the policy. And by the way, the policy reflects the law. We don't have time to, I can show you, but we don't have time for that to get the law and then show you the handbook, because the handbook is a reflection of the law in terms of a policy. But we're going to show you now how they use these contracts to get money and what the public is getting for this. And we're gonna show you this in the abstract. That's the word I was looking for. We're gonna show you this in the abstract, meaning that we're just gonna show it to you in a sanitized way, plain and simple. And then we're gonna apply it to who? Minister Tufton. Minister Tufton, we'll not forget you. We can't forget you. And that young lady, Lindsay McDonough, we can't forget. Market Me, 78 million. We promised the people, and we were talking about that for a while, and we just never, we skirted the issue, but now we're going directly to the issue. All right, folks, this is a handbook, and it tells you the different types of contracts. Now, let me show you something. There's the authority you need, depending on how much money the contract is for. Let's skip that and go to this. This is the conflict of interest and unethical conduct. We talked about this last week. I think this might be volume 1. I need volume, yeah, this volume 1, sorry. We need volume, let me remove it. This one talks about conflict of interest, which is quite interesting because we believe that that was the case with the minister. But let me get you, here it is. This is the one. There it is. Yeah, many of you have never seen this thing. Well, you're going to get familiar with it and pay attention, because for the final exam, questions will be coming from this document. All right, here we go. It start tell you about this. Now, direct contracting. Minister Tufton, Lindsay McDonough, Market Me, they got what they called a direct contract. Every single contract they receive, up to 15, I think it's 15. Let me double check, because I don't want to say something that is not correct. 15 contracts, 3 in 2017, 8 in 2019, 2 in 2020, and 2 in 2021. 15. And every single one of them, actually, Market Me got them. They got one from Family Planning Board and the rest of them directly, I think, from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And every single one of them was a direct contract. Now we're going to walk through the process for a direct contract. And you need to take notes and pay attention, because people, this is your interest. This is your interest. So stay with me. All right. Here we go. They said that you can use this contract up to for contracts value up to 500,000. So what that means, you know what that means? That means any government agency, ministry, department, whatever, they can issue a contract to one person. Now, the goal is that you should have competitive bidding, that you put the contract out and a whole bunch of people bid and then the lowest bidder, generally speaking. But here's another form of contracting. And this is, believe it or not, this is quite prevalent in Jamaica. You would think that competitive bidding would be the big one. This one is a big one, direct contracting. And so they say up to 500,000, we can just give it to anybody we want. Above 500,000 Jamaican dollars, that is, we can give it only under the following circumstances. And the circumstances are there. Here are the circumstances. You give it where A, the procurement is of a confidential nature. So if it's something that they said, okay, we want you to buy technical equipment for the military, I could see them saying it's of a confidential nature. We don't want people to know what you're buying when you're buying blah, 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 blah. If you're buying it for an intelligence component of the Jamaican government, I can understand that. B, if a particular contract has exclusive proprietary rights in respect of goods, services, or works. So that, for example, is where you have developed a technique or you've developed an item, and you only you alone have that, and so they have to come to you. So they don't have to put it out. I mean, it wouldn't even make sense if, for example, you're the only person making widgets in Jamaica. Then it would make sense for them to put it out and say we're inviting people to compete on this bid for widgets. Why? Because there's only one person making widgets. And the person has like some proprietary right. You know, it's registered. And only you can make it. Because the technique is protected. Then that makes sense. Then, you see, remember now, this is for contracts over 500,000, where they can only give it, where they will give it only to one person. Where standardizing equipment is available only from a specific source. And the procuring entity has purchased equipment or technology from a contractor and additional supplies required for reasons of uniformity. So it's not just that it must be from a specific source where it's standardizing equipment, but you see the conjunction and. So it must be the first sentence, and whoever's buying the equipment from you must have purchased goods, equipment, or technology from a contractor. That's two. And additional supplies required for reasons of uniformity. So it would be like if you purchase tiles, right? And it's a particular, it's a designer type tile. And they purchase it. And you're the only one in Jamaica that has that type of tile. But there are other people with tiles, but their tiles won't match the tiles that you have. So they say, yeah, you can buy it from that person. Give the contract to that person. Then D, for the purposes of research, experiment, study, or development. That sounds to me highly technical. Research, experiment, study, or development. Highly technical. E, follow-on procurement, where they've purchased goods from somebody and you just need more the same thing. Fine. F, for reasons of extreme urgency brought about by events unforeseen by the procuring entity. Melissa. And they're saying that we need it now. The products or service could not be obtained in time by means of sending the bid overseas or having the bid done local, or when they have limited tender, I think that's when they have 3 or more people. But you must have a minimum of 3. I think that's the limited tender. And that's it. And you see where it says, note, the use of the direct contracting method outside of the established value threshold shall be subject to the approval of the head of the procuring entity. The head of the procuring entity is, generally speaking, the permanent secretary. It's not the minister. When I said approval of head of the securing, head of the procuring entity, they're generally speaking, they're talking about the permanent secretary. So the permanent secretary has to get involved and approve it. All right. Why do I have D highlighted? I have D highlighted because Minister Tufton's friend, in quotation marks, Miss Lindsay McDonough, that is the reason family planning used to give her the direct contract. And I'll show you in the document. We knew it wasn't for research. We knew it wasn't for experiment. We knew it wasn't for study. She said it was for development. Development of what? An exercise program. And it was, well, the exercise program was for the ministry. For them, it was some kind of ad or something like that. Now, here's a problem. Here's a problem with this direct contracting. If you have someone else who can provide that service or who has provided that service previously, you can't give the contract to one person. So, for example, if she said it was to develop a program, an advertising program, if there's another person who can provide that, then you can't give it to that. You cannot give it to one person. Because remember what it says. It must be like unique, that yes, nobody else can do this. Nobody else can do this. That's why we circle that, because that's the reason that they gave. And also, if you look at the other contracts that they gave direct contracting, you don't see the real reason. You don't see the reason why. I think there's only one. I think it was family planning that put development. And then what did in one of the contracts, what did Miss Market Me do? They put in their proposal to develop. All they did was just repeated the word. That's all they did. They just repeated the word, and that's it. So the reason why I did F now, reasons of extreme urgency brought about by events unforeseen by the procuring entity. If I'm not mistaken, Minister Vaz with the school buses said, and I'll go right here, contracting under emergency circumstances. See, emergency circumstances come under this, it would be under F. So already they expand reasons of extreme urgency and say, okay, contracting under emergency. This is another form of it. It's an extension of F. And it says emergency contracting is permitted in any of the following circumstances: for the repairs or remedial action necessary to preserve public safety or property, or to avoid great social harm or significant public inconvenience. For the procurement, B, procurement of goods, services, or works in any extenuating circumstances in which a procuring entity is likely to incur or suffer financial loss if the procurement is not executed immediately. So it wouldn't be remedial item. It could be a Melissa, I'm talking about. If, for example, the police say we're going to give out some emergency contracts, it could come under A, to preserve public safety or property. But that wouldn't be for Market Me. B wouldn't be for Market Me. C for the procurement of goods, services, or works in any circumstance in which a national interest or national security considerations demand that the procurement be undertaken immediately, which is similar to A. It's more concise, it's more precise, right? And then D for business. Now here it is. They define it. They said the need for such procurement, emergency procurement, must be sudden, unexpected, and a pressing necessity, or exigency. Exigency, Melissa. Melissa, you could argue that it wasn't sudden, it was unexpected because it was out there for more than, what, 2 weeks or so. But it says, where an emergency situation exists, as defined above, the procurement entity may engage a contractor by means of direct contracting. Now, here's what you must do. The contractor must be registered and have a valid tax compliance certificate prior to the award. Now, one of the things that I didn't see in the investigation of Market Me was whether or not they were registered and if they had a valid tax compliance certificate. We didn't see that. And I think that's required for those contracts. And here it is. Here's another interesting provision. Contracts awarded under emergency circumstances shall commence immediately, and failure to execute such contracts within 1 month of approval will result in automatic reversion to the general procurement provisions. No other contract shall be let under that dispensation after the expiration of 1 month. Now, here's why this is poorly worded. When they said failure to execute such contracts within 1 month of approval, so the contract is approved, are they saying you must start within a month or you must complete it within a month? It's, you know, when you're doing these things, you try to be precise. There was no effort here to be precise. And so what we need to do is find out, okay, how many emergency contracts have they given out? And when did they start? When did they finish the contracts? Because if they started after a month, then that contract is no good. If the argument is you have to start within a month, not finish within a month, but start within a month. And if 5 weeks go by and they haven't started, then the contract is no good. But how many people looking at that? How many? Now, here is the very first contract that Market Me received was what they call an unsolicited proposal. It was meaning that nobody never asked her for the proposal. She submitted it. She submitted it. And you see, the objective is to have contracts done by competitive bidding. But they say, however, people will submit unsolicited proposals and these shall be dealt with in a transparent manner. We're going to show you whether or not Minister Tufton and Market Me, or the Market Me contract was dealt with in a transparent manner. And here it is. An unsolicited proposal may be considered by a procuring entity, meaning that Market Me could just show up and say, hey, I have a contract to give to you to provide certain services. And here is how an unsolicited proposal works. It must be something that is unique. You hear me mention that word before. The concept or the capability. It must be unique. It must be that contractor is the only person who can do this. B, it must offer a concept or service that the government can't find. It's not available elsewhere to the government. Just you see so far with the two provisions going, the two provisions are saying that they identify a person who's providing this service or a concept that nobody else is. And that's the person we're going to give this contract to. And C, does not resemble the substance of a recent, current, or pending competitive tender. Well, guess what, people? With Market Me, with the first contract, what they were offering wasn't unique. It was jumping jacks and a whole bunch of talk. Wasn't unique. And it says offer concept or service that not otherwise available to the government. There were at least one other company that had contracted with the government to provide the same jumping jack type thing. Does not resemble the substance of a recent, a current, or pending competitive tender. I will show you that company. There's another company, and once you have another company, you cannot give this contract to one person. It has to be competitive. And there it is. The proposal should be comprehensive. You have to do a proposal. Another thing is that you can't submit it and then have the government tell you how to make it fit the requirements so you can get the contract. And that is exactly what happened with the first contract with Market Me. And you'll see. They did a PowerPoint presentation and the person in the office said, no, this cannot be an unsolicited. We can't give this contract. This contract is of all kind of problems. And that person was instructed to work on the contract, to tell them this and tell them that and show. No, you cannot do that. But it was done. And it says, in submitting an unsolicited proposal, the provider must present a bid outlining the following. And what happened is that Market Me got help. Market Me got help from the government to get a government contract. If they had gotten help from outside, that would be one thing. But they got help from within the ministry to help get this, the first contract, the contract that was issued in January. Find the data. About a list of all the contracts. January 2017. Oh. Let's bear with my people. Mr. Paul Buchanan. It's January 2017. That contract was issued. I just had stay with me. All right, we'll get to it, but time around. So, and here's what happens. It says, here's how you treat unsolicited proposal. You can consider it. You have three options. You can elect not to consider it, which should have happened, or you can engage the competitive bidding process or enter into direct negotiation with the person putting up the contract. And that's what they did. They did C. They did C. Now, if you have taken notes regarding everything I've shown you here, then let's go to Market Me and just run through Market Me, show you what was going on. There we go. We already tell you that the Integrity Commission, we believe, violated the gag order by telling the principals in Market Me about the investigation. And as a result of that, the information got out before the report was tabled in Parliament. And that's a no-no, right? That's a no-no. there's a contract, and then we're going to show you something now. We're going to show you about the contracts were supposed to be put in a quarterly database. They weren't. We talked about that last week. All right, here are the contracts. And there are two that are not mentioned here. You see, DC, direct contracting, meaning that only Market Me got this contract. There's no competitive bidding, right? This says the first one, 2017. Yeah, 2017, March 31st, 2017. There's one before that, and I'll show it to you. Here it is, this one right here. January 2017, $15 million. There it is right there. Let's just talk about this one contract, right? The January 2017 contract. Now, here's what they would have us believe. They would have us believe that this contract was given because Market Me was a reputable company, had done business with the government, so on and so forth. And then we come to find out that if you have another company, and there was another company, that you can't give the contract to Market Me. You can't. Look at this one right here. You see this one here, emergency procurement. I remember we went through the requirements for emergency procurement. And look at this one, what it was for. Provision for payment of consulting service for graphic design. An emergency contract for graphic design for COVID-19 awareness. Taxpayers, your money. Let me go down somewhere else. Let me go down somewhere. This contract, it worries, I mean, this investigation worries me to no end, because Minister Tufton should have been charged, or a referral, and not only for him, but also for his friend, because the act talks about anybody who's involved. Anybody who's involved. And listen to this, and show you where the folks involved talked about it. They said Minister Tufton came in and told them that I want you to meet with these people, Market Me. And remember now, he knew Market Me folks before he became minister, right? So let me go down here. Let me get to the 2017 contract. So and remember, folks, we've gone through the requirements already for unsolicited proposal, direct contracting, emergency contracting, and so they're just copying and pasting the rule out of the handbook, which is actually it's not there it is. It's a handbook, but it's also the law. If you read the law, it's the same thing, right? I want to show you something, and then we just move on to something else. Look at this. This is one person interviewed. She said she was aware of the unsolicited proposal and that it came in July 2016. And she said the proposal came after the Minister of Health introduced us to Market Me and one of its principals. She have apostrophe S. It shouldn't be. It should be just regular S. Lindsay McDonough. After he suggested that, Miss McDonough, along with, here is a company, OGC Communication. That's a company that and look at it, which was already contracted to undertake a physical activity campaign, First Dub Make It Count. There was another company. Look at what Ms. Shaw Smith said. Look right us up, highlighted there. She was asked to conduct an assessment of the document. What document? The PowerPoint presentation provided by Market Me. And she said, the document was not a properly presented proposal, but was a summary PowerPoint presentation. And she said, we can't accept it. And she sent out a memo to that effect saying that, no, we can't do it. And here it is, she was meeting with Dr. Kevin Harvey, who was a permanent secretary, and she said, with Miss McDonough, the person from Market Me. And she said in that meeting that she told this lady, Miss Shaw Smith, told the permanent secretary and told Miss Lindsay McDonough of Market Me fame that it can't be accepted. Now remember the thing, we're saying no, you can reject it outright. And I'm going to show you where oh, here it is. The OGM Integrated Communications. They knew about this company that was there, and somehow that company, they just ignored it. Now look at this. Look at this, people. A meeting with Lindsay McDonough and Dr. Christopher Tufton at the offices of Market Me on West Kings House Road. I was invited one weekend. People. An official from the Ministry of Health and the Minister of Health went to a meeting at Market Me offices and had a meeting with Lindsay McDonough, the co-owner of Market Me, on a weekend. Wait, come on, people. Wake up. This is your money. And look at it. She said, I was invited one weekend to have discussions with them, Dr. Tufton and Miss McDonough, regarding the Jamaica Moves proposal. You hear that? She was asked to come on a weekend to work, but not at the office, the ministry office, but at Market, wherever you hear something go so. And they said, we also discussed a similar physical activity campaign that will be, but that was being done on behalf of the Ministry of Health by OGM Integrated Communications at the time. So there was another company there. And there she's going on talking about all of the meetings. And then guess what? Minister Tufton said, yeah, I was at the meeting on the weekend. I was there. He admitted that. And then he said, I thought it was an opportunity for the ministry to assess whether it was consistent with the goals and objectives that we had for wellness and its marketing and promotion in the ministry. What about the other company? I thought it appropriate as a new minister that I needed to change the ministry's policies and programs with a greater focus on health and wellness. What about the other company? To this end, I had made many meetings. I had many meetings to provide guidance based on my thinking as to the policy direction that I wish to pursue. And listen to this. He said, I didn't give them any special instructions to give the contract to Market Me, no. But he said, I expressed interest in what was presented as it was in keeping. I expressed interest in what was presented by whom? Market Me. As it was in keeping with the lifestyle and wellness approach that I wish to embark upon as a policy direction. And I asked the permanent secretary to do follow-up work in that regard. So what does that mean when the permanent secretary, what does that mean when the permanent secretary get that instruction? What does that mean? If you as a minister tell your permanent secretary, say, listen, I'm going in a different direction and I want you to look at this company, because this company is going in the direction I want to go. What do you think going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? And then look at this thing, what he said right here. Him start kind of distance himself. Him say, it should be known that I'm trained in marketing strategy. I'm glad him admit that and that he's not trained in medical. He's not a medical doctor. He said, it should be known that I am trained in marketing strategy and I have been a lecturer and have practiced in the field of marketing for a significant number of years. Now, it has come to my attention that he was a lecturer at where? The University of the West Indies. And so I would like to ask the minister, in terms of the conflict of interest question, you said you met Lindsay McDonough at a running club. She said she met you at a party installation, meaning the Jamaica Labour Party, that she was, and it was a professional setting. So, social encounter leading to the friendship, professional encounter leading to the friendship. Fine. Was Lindsay McDonough ever a student at the University of the West Indies when you taught there as a lecturer? Was Lindsay McDonough a member of staff at the University of the West Indies when you were a lecturer there, or wherever you taught? Wherever you taught. You said you have been a lecturer. I don't know where you've been a lecturer, but I've been told that you were a lecturer at the University of the West Indies. But let's say it's not the University of the West Indies. Wherever you taught as a lecturer, was she ever on that campus? I'm only asking. Not insinuating anything, because what we're trying to get to is the conflict of interest. When did you meet? It's important. And where did you meet? You said running club, she said somewhere else. So listen to this now. If this is not an indictment, if this is not a confession, I don't know. He said regarding the contract and the conversations that the ministry officials and the minister that they had with Lindsay McDonough and all of that. He said, he said the proposal, meaning her proposal, the one that they rejected. He said the proposal appeared to fit in with my view on lifestyle and wellness issues, and this would have been perceived by the ministry staff. How would it have been perceived by them? Because you said so. Why? Here. It says, I, however, gave no directions, instructions, or recommendations concerning the treatment of the said proposal, even though you went to a weekend meeting at Market Me's location. But you said, but I was entitled as minister to express my views on policy issues, and the officers would no doubt have taken into account that fact when treating with the proposal. Folks, there is so much here regarding this. Here's another one that he said. He said the permanent secretary and the staff were aware of the policy direction that I wish the ministry to embark upon. How? Because you gave them that. And they would have been, and listen to this, and they would have been guided and influenced by the policy direction I wish to chart for the ministry in relation to wellness. And here is his idea of no involvement. I gave no instructions to anyone to award the contract to Market Me. However, and see him come right back again. As minister, it is my prerogative to determine policy. Given the policy direction that I wish to embark upon, it would be expected that contracts awarded by the ministry to execute policy on wellness and lifestyle matters, such as Jamaica Moves project, would be in harmony with policy objectives articulated by me as minister. The commission, them have this language. Them have this language. And yet, I get a headache right now, people. I've read this thing about, I don't know, about 10 times. And every time I read it, I just get a headache. I get a headache. Here it is that she said, this is Lindsay McDonough. She said, Market Me Consulting Limited approached the newly appointed Minister of Health and Wellness. Now, Market Me was formed, I believe, she claimed, or they claimed that they met in 2011. Market Me was formed in about 2013. And the JLP took over the government in 2016. So the question you have to ask is, if she had this product and it was so unique, why didn't she approach the PNP government with this? Why did she wait until as soon as the man get another office? Soon as him get another office. He got in March, and I think by July, they had discussions and they had things going on. And you know what he said? Market Me approached a newly appointed minister to discuss a fitness concept we had been implemented within Kingston through our running club, WGTR. Now remember him said, him meet at a running club. She said, no, he meet me somewhere else. And she said she wanted to discuss a concept and its expansion with the endorsement of the government entity. Now, when you say an expansion and endorsement of the government, that doesn't sound like a contract to me. That doesn't sound like a contract to me, but it turned out to be exactly that. Listen to this. Minister of Health Christopher Tufton introduced the company to the senior management team and asked that they participate, the senior management team, in all PR matters relating to the office of the people, believe me, look at this. We receive a presentation from OCG outlining their proposal, and then put there, when it should be THEIR, and put THEIRE, proposal for the implementation of a healthy lifestyle campaign for which they were previously contracted to develop. And remember when we talk about these unsolicited proposals, right? It says essentially that it must be something you are doing when nobody else not doing. And here it is that they said, yeah, there's another company promoting healthy lifestyle campaign, and they were previously contracted with the government, OCG. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but if OCG lost money on this, OCG could have sued. They could have sued. There's a provision in the law for that. There's a provision. Look at this. Look at this clear violation. The third meeting involved the then Director of Health Promotion and Communication, myself, Lindsay McDonough, and Christina Kerr, which is the other owner in Market Me. He said, during which we outlined the deficiencies of the proposal to include the fact that there was no budget or costing attached, and that time. Remember what it says. The unsolicited proposal that you must have budget, you must have this, you must have that. And otherwise, you just say, no, we're not considering it. And here it is. None of that was there. And she said, no, the lady said, none of that was there. And she said, I reiterated that it would not fit the procurement requirements. And there's a section here where she actually had to work on it. I'll show you. And then we'll wrap this up. I'll show you. And then we have Mr. Dunstan here. Envelope. We talked about this before. But there was there's a section here where they talked to her about none of this should have happened. None of this should have happened. Look at this one here. Look at this foolishness here. Them lucky so them not get somebody like me and ask questions. Them lucky because the National Family Planning Board, them give her a contract, right? I know them give her the contract for $4.9 million. And here's why them give her the contract. Wait there. Them get the contract under section 1.1.4D. And we talked about that a while ago. That says if it's over 500,000, then it must satisfy one of the requirements, and one of them is research, experiment, study, or development. And that's what they use for this. And all she's doing is doing commercials. She's doing commercials. I think it's commercial. Yeah. And oh, look, here it is. Here's a contract. Oh, by the way, them said that she had done marketing campaigns for the Prime Minister's office, Chamber of Commerce, and the Ministry of Education. And we look and we couldn't find any of those. We couldn't find any of those. Not that they don't exist or didn't exist, but we couldn't find them. And then here it is. So remember, I tell you, sit right at development, right? This is what you put, development. More development there? Yeah, you put it a couple times right the song. Development of a clear. Oh, here's another one. The same one, development. Yeah, twice. She put that there because it thinks a development. See the thing right also said development. See it right here, study or development. So she just put development and get the contract. Now, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to why she get the contract, you know. And then after that, we're going to move on. Listen to this. Come on. All right. Here it is. The National Family Planning Board has been deliberating on a public education relations bliss to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the organization and rebrand it, right? And so she got this contract in, I think, March 2017. This is the second contract, March 2017. Now, all you have to do, she get the contract March 17. All you have to do, folks, is just Google. Go to University of Google and just Google, when did the Jamaican National Family Planning Board celebrate its 50th anniversary? Let's see. All right. She get this contract. When we said she get this contract? 2017, March. Right? Hold on, this is give me, hold on. When did this will give me for Jamaica? Hold on. When did the Jamaican National Family Planning Board celebrate its 50th anniversary? All right. July 2024. Okay, it doesn't give me the month when it had the 50th year. But what happened is that when I checked before, the contract that they gave her, the timing just never right. The timing was not right. Hold on. Come here, over reference contract for the period September 1. Yeah, when they started negotiating this and the time period, something is off. Something is off with this contract. Something is off with this contract. But they gave her the contract because they're claiming that she's developing this, and it would appear as if nobody else. You tell me that nobody else in Jamaica could do this? Could they develop a brand identity, a logo? There's no other company in Jamaica that could do this. And she got $4.9 million for this. 4.9. 4.9. 4.9. And you're telling me nobody else could perform this? And nobody's asking questions in Jamaica. That's the sad part. Nobody's asking questions in Jamaica. It's just we out there, so I beat the bushes and I ask questions. Nobody's asking questions. But you know what, folks? We're going to leave it right there, so. It's 15 contracts, you know. 15. And we barely touched 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop it there, and we're going to go to another issue. We're going to go to another issue. Hold on. Let me remove this. We're going to go to another issue now that's quite troubling. And that issue is of concern, should be of concern to people living overseas, Jamaicans living overseas. And it has to do with the diaspora. It has to do with the diaspora. And let me just start. Let me start with this. They had put something out, and we won't even go all the way back. Let me just put this up. See that to the left where it says postponed until January 2026? If you look behind that, you'll see where registration was supposed to start October, and nominations October as well, and the election was supposed to be from 20th of November to the 13th of December to the December 6th, and it's postponed. Right? It's postponed. Then I wrote to them. Here it is. And they responded November 25th. And I'd asked them about please provide information regarding the advertisement of the registration, the nomination, list of the honorary consuls who receive a stipend. They said nobody gets a stipend. Information where the ministry extended a member's 3-year term of service. They didn't answer that. And then asked them to provide if a member's term of service to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council appointment was extended, that they should provide the extenuating circumstances that led to the decision. And they sent me this. Oh, no, sorry. They did advise that there's no extensions in 2020. The only exception is the current election delay, which arose after Hurricane Melissa. All right. No. Here's the thing. They said Melissa is the reason why it's postponed. And why? Because they want the representatives overseas to help with the support and for the relief efforts. Now, my representative, all of us who live in the Northeast, we have a representative, Michelle Tolonil. I just simply ask you this. Do you know of her involvement in relief efforts and to what extent? Because I've heard about organizations. And remember now, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is described as a movement. A movement. And so, how does a movement get involved with relief efforts in America? It's not registered. And we haven't seen, at least I haven't seen, but you know what I've seen? I've seen a lot of individuals, God bless them, a lot of individuals and a lot of organizations in the Northeast putting together a massive effort, combined and individually, to help with Jamaica. I haven't seen the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council doing it. I haven't. And so, how does Hurricane Melissa affect an election in America, in the UK, in Canada? How? That's puzzling. And here's another thing. Remember in 2020 when COVID-19 was raging throughout Jamaica, they called an election a general election. COVID didn't stop them from having an election in Jamaica. So how is Melissa going to stop them from having an election in America? It makes absolutely no sense what they said. Makes absolutely no sense. None. But here's the thing. You know, we've been highlighting all kinds of problems with the terms of reference. And when you go to the website, right, you will find that they said, when you go to terms of, because right here you have the GJDYC, terms of reference. That is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, terms of reference. This one for the big people, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, terms of reference. This one of them claim that, they claim that they have updated them, they've changed them, they've amended them in, I think this is October or November. This is after we are complaining about the management who are running it. But when you go to the website and you look, you don't see one for the GJDC, you see one for the GJDYC, and it doesn't matter which box you click on. If you click on, so you see where I'm at right now. I'm at in blue, I'm at the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the one for the adults, and then the one for people under a certain age, GJDYC, terms of reference. Not even clicking on that, but if you look right here, you see that the one that both of them, when you click on them, they come up with this. Sorry. Both of them come up with that. Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. Or here it is, updated as of 13th October 2025. If you click on this one, there it is. Updated as of 13th October 2025. Here it is, updated as of, and both of them say Youth Council. So I don't know who's operating this party shop here. I don't know. But here is something that I need you to know. I don't know who's operating the website. But you see, when you say this is the one for the adults. This is the one for the adults, and it hasn't been changed. And all you need to do is because the one for the young people, they say, oh, it's going to be run by the young people, but then we have somebody from the ministry who will kind of grant, will be on it and grant some oversight. But you see, for the big people want them now, see it, I know. This not change. Right? This one not change. It will be led and supported by 4 individuals. Minister of Foreign Affairs, the chair, the minister, the chair will be the minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, responsible for diaspora affairs. And a vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members. The vice chair is one that they are going to appoint. And this is what happened. So they're still controlling it. But let's go to the election timeline. This is a new election timeline, people. This is a new election timeline. Right? July 2025, them start the sensitization campaign. I know what that means. Never know about that. September, appointment of electoral committees. Who appoint these people? Then October 15th, start of voter registration and nomination. Look at this. January 19th, nomination will end. So you can go and nominate somebody to run in this election up until the 19th of January. The 21st of January is when they said they're going to publicize the final slate of candidates. We don't know what that means, and I'll tell you why. Because for the Northeast, they have publicized the final slate of candidates, but for the South, poor Jeffrey, they haven't done that. And in fact, people, look at it. It says campaigning period. What does that mean? 21st to the 27th. And keep in mind, it's them around the show, you know. Them meaning government around the show. For 21st to the 27th, campaigning period. Then the 24th of January next year, end of voter registration period. Then look at this. The 28th of January to the 20th of February next year, you can vote. But you know what's going on right now? There's voting going on right now. There's voting going on right now, and I have the proof. So the question I have for them, and I'm going to send them an ATI. Question I have for them is this. Because according to the revised timetable, voting won't start until the 28th of January. However, since voting has started, what will happen to those votes? Are you going to count those votes? Because remember now, when somebody registers, they get a token to vote. And the people who have voted already, they have used that token. Is that token reusable in the event that they have to do another vote? And by the way, do they have to do another vote? People who voted already, are those votes going to be counted? And if they're not going to be counted, we need to know. And we need to know what these people need to do in order to cast their vote come January 28th. People, there's a lot of shenanigans going on, you know. A lot of shenanigans going on. Because what is likely to happen, all of you who voted already, come the 28th, your vote won't count because they say, no, the period starts the 28th. Even though you can go right now and vote. Yeah. Jesus, what? Jesus is Lord said those votes will be spoiled ballots. Yeah. Like what's going on with Jamaica. But this is a problem. This is a problem. Is this a party shop, or is this a deliberate and specific attempt to disenfranchise people? Is this what it is? Is it incompetence? Is it negligence? Or is it intentional? Any one of the three you choose, any one of them is a problem. And guess what, people? Guess what? Guess what? Simone, Sophia, thank you. We have to go check out and see whether or not them votes they even count. But here's a problem now. If this was the first time people were casting votes for this movement, then you could say, well, you know, growing pains. These things happen, and, you know, these things happen. But this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the third time. I think this is probably the fourth or the fifth time. Because I know of 1, 2, 3, and this will be 4. I know 4 iterations. This will be the 4th. So all of those growing pains, they can't use that as an excuse for this nonsense we're seeing here, because they have the experience of doing this. They have the experience of doing this. So people, this is a problem. This is a problem. And it's a problem that should be owned by the Jamaican government, because they're running this movement. They're running this movement. And it would appear, based on what we're seeing, that there is some level of deliberateness involved in this, that this is being intentionally done. It would appear that way, because otherwise you have to say it's a bunch of idiots. And if they are a bunch of idiots, then they have no reason, no business to be running an election or have anything to do with an election. Anything. And then, by the way, you know, when they go back and they give the excuse saying that these council members, they're busy with relief efforts. I thought that was, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that was voluntary. I thought that was voluntary. And I thought they were getting a lot of aid from foreign governments, foreign organizations, international banks. And I thought they were getting container loads of stuff from diaspora members who have nothing to do with these council members. So then, how is Melissa impacting them and causing an impediment to the election process? People, let me tell you something. They don't dampen my spirit at all. Not one bit. They don't dampen my spirit. LT Eats with Carl said, I just heard that the PM should be charged by the FID. Jesus is Lord. Do you have a copy of the bylaw? You mean the terms of reference, Jesus is Lord? If that's what you're referring to, you can just go online with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and just look for the diaspora section, and then you just go to look for terms of reference. Were you or any of Team Rattigan at that LW meeting of certain diaspora members and the general a few days ago in New York? No, I can tell you LW2, I can tell you that I wasn't there. I had no plans to go. Plus, it was snowing. The weather was inclement. And based on the position I've taken of holding government accountable, it would be unwise for me to be there because they're certainly in attendance. Certainly, in attendance, there were people who would not be comfortable with my appearance there. Plus, you had Secret Service there, and I just didn't want to be a distraction with them. It's possible that somebody could say, "Hey, this guy, watch him." It just. I mean, you like for go and pay your respects, but I felt that I could have done that without going, because it would have been a distraction. Could you imagine me walk up to the Prime Minister and say, "Mr. Prime Minister, how you doing? What's happening? My name is Will Rattigan." Could you imagine? Or Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith say, "Hey, I've been talking about you a lot and I've never met you. And it's great seeing you. How do you do?" What the terms of reference say regarding election? It doesn't say much in terms of the process. It doesn't say much. But just take a look at it, and maybe I'm wrong, and you can help me out. But just going back to that contract with the Ministry of it's bothering me, believe me. Those two contracts, the one with the national, family planning thing, it's bothering me because there are other companies in Jamaica who could have competed for that contract. You cannot tell me that Market Me is the only advertising company in Jamaica. You cannot tell me that. And they come up and say, "Well, they did work for the Office of the Prime Minister and the Chamber of Commerce and this and that." I'm not saying it did not, and I didn't see it, but nevertheless, it should have been a competitive bidding process. And that's why I have a problem with it for the 50th anniversary. I have a problem with it. Them know your face and we'll see you a mile away. Of course. Don, perhaps he would be okay. Yeah, so it would have been a problem and I think it would be unwise. And then not only that, I mean, it's a solemn ceremony. And so you don't want to go there and have people, chit chat and whisper and watch me and this and that. No. Best for them to just go ahead, pay their respects. I mean, I knew the lady. I knew her. I mean, we weren't friends, but I knew her. We had lunch already, and she and I, we had a mutual friend. In fact, I can say it because, her former boyfriend is a very close friend of mine, her ex, a very close friend of mine, and he continued a relationship with her. Not shouldn't say he continued a friendship with her, to the best of my knowledge. They had a good friendship, very good friendship. And so I met her through him, and she and I, we spoke several times, and we had lunch once. So I mean, no hold grudges or anything like that, and there's nothing personal about the things that I said about. It's just about good governance. It's about good governance. So that wouldn't prevent me from paying my respects. But in that forum, it wouldn't have been wise to do that. So that's why I didn't go. That's why I didn't go. So, we're not gonna play no music tonight, but we can open up the phone line for about we have more things, but I'm gonna eat some food and kind of just relax. And I promise to me don't play the music tonight, but Kevin, Kevin wasn't available to do him thing, and so here we are. OT put up. Oh, the number is up. See the people. If you don't want to call me, we can just have a finish like around 10. So there's the number 667. We normally do. Oh, Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Special broadcast this Monday at 8 o'clock, and that's 8 p.m. We will be analyzing the Buchanan versus the Constituted Authorities decision from the court. We're going to be analyzing it. That decision is supposed, based on what the judge said last month, she will be publishing her decision this Monday. This Monday. And I'm telling you, folks, I'm telling you, this, either way, this is going to be historic. It's going to be historic. Because if the judge says, you know what, constituted authority, I agree with Mr. Wildman and Mr. Buchanan. You were supposed to act as only a courier. Once you receive those affidavits, you were supposed to send them off to the election court. Once that's done, people, if let's say that is the case, then the prime minister is he's worried right now, and he's going to be even more worried because he's going to go up now to the election court. Once the election court says null and void, we have problems in Jamaica. We don't have a prime minister, and we don't have a member of parliament for West Central St. Andrew. We don't. Oh, we don't. And so I am saying to Minister Tufton, because we have heard expressions that expressions of his desire to occupy higher office. And we know that the Minister Tufton, there is bad blood between the Minister Tufton and the Prime Minister, going back to when the Prime Minister, you remember the undated signed letters to Minister Tufton and I think two other people. One of them is the present Jamaican High Commission to China, or ambassador to China, Arthur Williams. And remember, they took him to court. They took the Prime Minister to court and they won. And the Prime Minister had to reinstate them. You remember that? Want to remember that? Caller, good night. You're my first caller. Blessed. Where are you calling from? Talk to me.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. You know it's you already.
Beg your pardon?
You know who it is already, Mr. Rattigan. Good night.
Hey, Miss Philly. Talk to me. What's going on?
Mr. Rattigan, I'm listening on the other phone, as well as I turn it down very low.
Okay.
No way can we allow, first of all, whatever the outcome with the Prime Minister, Tufton should not be in the position to aspire to be the Prime Minister of Jamaica. No way should we sit and allow anything like that to happen or for him to be thinking about. It's time that we put a stir on things. Too much is happening and they're getting away with it. And yesterday, he laughing in that meeting with Babsy and Clinton and all of that. And I'm looking at it. I said, how can this be happening as if they have done nothing? And we're only just talking. No, it's time that people, come on. We have to put some action to this. No way with Tufton and this money situation. And Tufton should be up for any prime minister. That should never, ever be considered. The next thing I want to ask you, can this case be reopened with Tufton? It has to be. What can we do to forge ahead?
Okay.
Alongside with this case being open, what can we do?
Okay. All right, Miss Philly, here's what I suggest you do. I suggest you draft a letter and you send it to two people. You send it to, actually, you send
I'm listening.
You send it to one person. you send it to one person. And that is, and I know some people are gonna frown and they're probably gonna jeer me, but procedurally, this is where we have to go. Send it to the DPP, because under the Constitution, the DPP is the supreme prosecutor in Jamaica, and she can open up a case, close a case, take over a case. And
I'll see you on that matter, because I'm adamant about this. It's not the first I talk about it. It must not be. I'm going to see you about that. I'll leave a message on your phone as well, too.
Okay.
So I'll take you up on this.
All
and
right.
it's only one person or as many as can to write to the DPP.
Okay, no problem.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh,
Is it one person or as many persons can?
The more the merrier. The more
Okay.
people you have, the more people
Come
you
on,
have
people,
pointing
let
out.
us.
Yeah,
we,
because
we
the
can't
arguments.
just listening to you. You're opening our eyes. It's a lot, Mr. Rattigan. You have revealed to us, and it's time we take action. They can't be thieving like that. Me now say steal, me now nice it up. They cannot be thieving like that and behave as if nothing is happening. And the Prime Minister is not saying anything. He's acting as if everything is all right. It is not.
Well, look at Mr. Zavia Mayne. Look at Mr.
Right.
Zavia Mayne. I mean,
Why
he's
the
not,
AC
he's not, he's
recommend
not,
him?
he's not,
Recommend the Prime Minister to recommend the
yeah,
8, all the 8.
yeah, it's only a recommendation for prosecution, but I mean, the evidence that they've gathered, clearly shows a breach. Clearly shows a breach. They lay out the case. Now, like I said earlier, I'm not going to advise Mr. Mayne how to get around this.
No way.
No, I wouldn't. But
them come out of them own and mess with them create.
yeah, but there are ways that if I were representing him, like I said, I guarantee that he would be exonerated. He would be exonerated. And you know why? Simply because of that stupid law called the Integrity Commission Act, where they have so many loopholes in it. And then if you go to the Hansard and you read the Hansard, you can see that these people had no interest in creating a law that would be so-called airtight, a law that would hold them accountable. And even when they, with the half-ass effort, and they did, and they found people guilty, and people pled guilty, they still didn't send them to prison.
Yes, all that. What are they for? What are they for? I see. What are you there for? What are you doing? Do your job right. Pull up on the socks or get out. Clear out. And let somebody else go in there. On a friend of the Prime Minister, can he kill everybody?
Let me ask you a question, Miss Philly.
Sure.
I know Tigo, I go say, here comes the uppercut. Oh, Tina laugh, all right? Producer Joan, easy yourself. Miss Philly, you're talking about fear of the Prime Minister. Are you fearful of the Prime Minister?
Fear of what?
All right. Are you fearful of any politician in Jamaica?
No.
Are you fearful of anyone in Jamaica?
No. No, Mr. Rattigan. And when I say no, I mean it. Because I don't mince when I'm putting what I have to put in the chat.
Okay. So
I don't, yeah, because it's truth. I ain't nicing up nothing. They know who they are.
No,
the
here's what
counterparts and conies know who they are.
No, here's why I ask. Because you know, we still have the nomination day. Nomination, let me see when nomination ends over here. Nomination ends the 19th of January. And
they change the date again.
They change the date to the 19th of January. So we still have time. And what I would say is that I like your spirit. I like your assertiveness. I admire your clamor for understanding and discernment, and I particularly appreciate your willingness to do something about what's going on. Writing letters, that's admirable. And so I would suggest to you, I would put it to you that you should also submit yourself for service in terms of running in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council race. I think you would be an excellent candidate because you're unafraid, you're assertive, you know the facts, you understand what's going on, and you have a genuine love for Jamaica and Jamaicans. So I think we should talk about that. Not only should we only talk about the letter to the DPP, but we should also talk about your nomination as well.
You know, when I look into all you call this foolishness, this skullduggery going on here, there, and everywhere, like a web, and it has no end, and every day something new, and like it puts underneath the carpet. There is so much happening right in our eyes, and we ought to pay attention.
Right.
We ought to look. It ain't getting no better. And it's going to be worse come next year. Oh, my God.
And
it's not the time when people must really look into it and say, oh, so much is happening in America. You had a visa. You could have did one come up here and you work for certain little months undercover, although you're not supposed to. And you go back down without like $500,000. You work yourself. But that ain't happening no more. So if you have a country where the prime minister is carrying on and doing what he's not to do and getting paid, and these other government ministers, come on, people. I saw not go work. We're not going work all the day on the life, don't achieve anything, and dead poor same way on a generation, and it carry on. Why?
Miss
Why
Philip,
live like this?
Remember what the Prime Minister said? The Prime Minister said that he was spearheading and supporting the increase in salary for parliamentarians and certain public officials because he said it was to attract the very best. And so when I look at some of the people that he perceives to be the very best, I shake my head.
Dance. Look at them.
I mean, when you look at
it doesn't matter where you're coming from, but as long as you have integrity and decency in you, and you have the real love for the people, which they don't. All them do, going on the parliament and lick down the desk, them and broke them up, and just carrying on and laughing. No seriousness.
No, because if you think about look at the Minister of Education and tell me that she's a success. Look at the
to excuse me as a female, but she is.
She's what?
Nonsense. And coming out to talk our foolishness back in the Prime Minister.
Look at Minister of Finance. Look at the Minister of Finance. Look at the Junior Minister of Finance, Sir Zavia Mayne. Look at the gentleman in charge of
people. Look at them.
Look at, by the way, Minister Vaz, we don't forget about you, because these buses, you got 1.4 million. You said it, 1.4 million to purchase 110 buses, and that the buses would be in Jamaica by the end of July 2025. And we know, I'll put it this way, we don't believe that the 110 buses are in Jamaica. And if that is the case, and if that is the case, if our belief is confirmed, then the question is, where is the rest of the money? Where are the buses?
Lawmakers, they say they are, and they are the most lawbreakers in the country. We want the money. Show the papers, no, sir. Show the papers.
And then,
oh no, you don't show the paper. Oh no, you don't say anything. You kept quiet about that.
No, I Miss Philly. I have a few people waiting to get the VIN numbers so that we can run the VIN numbers and tell the Jamaican people the date the buses were constructed, when they were sold, to whom, the mileage, all of these things, the condition. I have a group of people, we're just waiting here. And I've asked for this thing now for quite some time, and we haven't gotten it. But, Jamaican people, there is concern on the part of some of us that we don't see that spirit that we want celebrated.
Yeah, they don't have the spirit of discernment.
We don't see that spirit of involvement, the spirit of like a Paul Bogler or a Marcus Garvey,
That ain't there no more.
a Nani, a Kodjo. We don't see that spirit, the spirit to right the ills of the government. But we don't see that. We don't see people saying, no, this is wrong and come out. And what we see is just people just docile. People just, it's almost like them surrender.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, yeah, why about now? So the thing set, you know.
And they're just going about like it's normal and it's business as usual.
Yeah, we don't see people, we don't see people protesting and calling out the government and saying, no, what you're doing is wrong. Or we don't see it. I suspect that it's going to happen soon. I suspect that. But we just, to this point, we haven't seen it. And the question we keep asking ourselves is, how much more can they take before they break?
Yes, so when you see so a whole heap of mad people, clean mad people down in Jamaica. Watch it. Clean mad people.
We don't, I mean, but you know what? Their inaction is not a factor in my calculus. Their inaction, it doesn't prevent me from doing what I think should be done, which is to educate our people, open up people's eyes so that they can see what's going on, so that you know that when these contracts, again, this is all the motif, the money, you know, them going to issue a whole bunch of emergency contracts, and who is there to do the due diligence to say, hey, wait a minute.
When was calling for the health emergency contract.
Yeah, because we're going to have now. Who is there to say, okay, to purchase this
I don't
item?
like the foolishness. I can't take it.
So who's there to double check to verify that the item costs $10?
So the Attorney General not doing it. Is it a her or he?
The Auditor General? It's Pamela Monroe.
Ain't doing his job. Doing his job.
What was that?
He must come out too. You're not doing your job, sir, whoever you are. Get out.
It's a woman.
You allow too much skullduggery in the country.
No, they said that she's doing. They
you
said
must
that.
be called out too.
Wait, hold on. They said that she's doing real-time auditing. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. But they said that she's involved in the process. But we haven't heard anything from her, because the other thing too is that the Auditor General is not one to come out and make public remarks about what's going on. She, over the years, have completed a whole bunch of audits, and then she pushes them to her website and also to the pertinent ministry, agency, department. They get it, as well as I think the Ministry of Finance. But, and then remember, she doesn't have the power to prosecute, which is a problem too. She can't prosecute.
We know what that problem was with Paula Lewin. She's out. She prevented a lot. She's another one too. But her day will come. Her day will come, because she has allowed too much white things get out of hand too.
What do you mean her day
She
will
sits
come?
there and does nothing. She's out. I want to prove. I don't see this one yet. You know, ruling on some real tough cases. Well, is she gonna rule on this one on Monday?
No. You mean the DPP? Who?
Yeah.
No.
Not her.
No. The DPP is a prosecutor. This is a judge.
Yeah, but then she did. Oh,
she didn't represent.
Go through to her, right?
No. Because she doesn't defend. No, she doesn't defend in general.
I want to prove her. I want to see she.
No.
You know, she
doesn't defend the government.
Give her some time, and I want to see how she's going to handle things.
No,
because she must have her own mandate of ruling. Not following.
No, this action.
She's sliding. She would be slipping too.
No, this
Let's
action.
Watch.
No, this action is defended by the Attorney General, because you know the Attorney General is the government's attorney.
Yeah, so, I got this one with this ruling for Monday.
Right. So Monday, folks, you know, stay tuned. Again, remember just put up the thing,
Let me come out. Somebody's might want to call.
All right, Miss Phillip.
Let me say this and get out. The Prime Minister's promised before times and times, and he has come back and promised. Jamaica people, did you look into it if any of his promises have come true? No, none of them. You see that lighting you put up, Mr. Rattigan? When I really listen to you, man, that man is something else. The man mouth full of pure lies when he wants to have his way and to come through with something. And Jamaica people don't realize and understand who this man is. He has done it before, and he has come back and he has done it again. And they all sit and take it.
All right, Miss Philly. Well,
it's sad.
Listen, we'll talk, but again,
Okay.
we're gonna put you in. We're gonna put you in to run in the election because
Mr.
I think
Rattigan,
you'd be a good candidate.
you
all
said
right?
that
So
already,
we'll
and
talk.
I say we talk this off the here.
Okay. No, yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
I
no
remember
problem.
you said it already. I said we talk this off the here. Okay,
All
sir.
right. Well, there's not much
Thank
to talk
you.
about, because the instructions are fairly straightforward. So,
We talk out there, Mr.
all right. Big up
Rattigan.
yourself, Miss Philly. Take care.
Okay. You always want to rag me right in there in the public there, Mr. Rattigan.
No,
Say
what I
some
want to
stuff.
do,
Come
but
on,
no,
Mr.
what I want,
Rattigan.
no, what I
Some
want to do,
things
Miss
we have
Philly.
to,
What I want to do is I just want to. I think you should be involved because of your position. I think you should be involved because I think it was Barack Obama who said we should be the change that we seek. And
Definitely.
right, so it's hard for us. It's one thing to say things about what's going on in Jamaica and say, well, as a group, people are not doing what should be done. There are individuals doing certain things and some small groups, but as a writ large, as a community, it's not being done. But there's something else to say when you live in America and there's an election going on in America that you're not participating in, and particularly when that election has to do with the diaspora, of which you are a member. Oh, Miss O.
Can I speak now?
All right. Well,
At one point I was thinking then if, a group could come together and, what we see is happening, we have all of that, we have what do you call it now? I forget the name right now.
Let me ask you a question, Miss Philly.
And this group now would be a group that comes together and we discuss things that we want to go for,
Miss Philly.
forthwith to write letters
Miss
and
Philly.
so on to whatever organization in Jamaica about situation. At one point I think about that.
Miss
But
Philly.
it has to be people who are strong, and not afraid to speak truth.
Miss Philly, how do you get an organization going?
Well, you lobby, come together, ask people
Miss
if they
Philly.
want to be a part of a group
Philly.
or whatever.
Miss
You put
Philly.
it out there.
Miss
At the
Philly.
same time, you're gonna try
Miss Philly.
and get the very best.
Miss Philly, it starts in the mind of one person.
Well,
where it
one
starts.
person starts and
Starts,
ignite
yeah.
it because it
you're
says
saying, yeah, we can
iron
listen.
sharpeneth
It starts
iron.
with the individual. You have to make a concerted decision. You have to make an informed decision that I am going to do this. And then guess what? It snowballs. Then people start to catch on and people start. But it doesn't
that
start
is
with a
true.
group.
But
Start with
some
one
people
person.
are laid
You
back
should-
and you have to pull
Yeah,
them.
be that person. all right?
Give them that jump, like you
Yeah,
give
but
the
dig
car
up.
the jump start, and they say, okay, all right.
All right.
But once,
Ah.
they see,
Miss Philip, I'm going to leave you now. So look, take care of yourself, be well, and
okay,
stay in
Mr.
the fight.
Rattigan.
All
Have a
right.
good night. Good
Bless
night,
up.
everybody.
All right. People, I tell you too, whoever want to call me and ask a question or whatever, here we are. It's the number 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. We're going to keep the phone line open for just a few more minutes. And then somebody's a point of order. God is my creator. That's the point of, see, God is my creator, watch the program, you know. See, point of order. But then the question is, what is the basis of your point of order? All right. All right. We have somebody here. Oh, somebody got rid of the person. Okay, good. Yeah. They asked what if before they got thrown out of the room, they asked what if the frivolous lawsuit, how do they know it's frivolous? I have to ask them one question. Have they seen the submission? I have seen the submission. Have they read the submission? I have read the submission. So if it's not, if there's a judgment against Mr. Buchanan, there are other avenues to pursue. There are other avenues to pursue. And again, as I said to people, I have to laugh sometimes when people come over here and challenge you with nonsense. I have to laugh because, you know, that's one of the things we've been trying to pursue from ever since we started. We're trying to pursue the goal of having people engage in civil discourse, reasonable discourse, intelligent discourse. You hear what where Chief Currie and Ambassador Anu say. Them said this is a high level discussion. That is what we really need. We need to have a discussion where we can share ideas. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree, but we don't have to be disrespectful. So, monitors, I want to thank you for getting rid of that person. Who is it? Greg Howell. Yeah, and Greg, you don't have to come around here and carry on, you know, because we're wasting your time. And if we're wasting your time and you come along and have us waste your time, you're a jackass. You're really a jackass. No, come around us and waste nobody's time, man. Stay which part you're there, go where you're wanted. We don't want you around here because obviously you're not here to listen and to engage. We can disagree, and I'm sure a lot of people in the chat and I, we've disagreed at some point, and that's okay. You can't agree with everybody all the time. We're individuals. We have a mind, and so we're gonna think things through. And everybody comes with a bias, you know. Everybody comes with a bias, and the bias is based on your experience. But we can find common ground, and that's what we should be doing, looking for common ground. You know, that's what we should be doing. But yeah, but when you come around now and then you start make all kind of foo-foo statement, then we have no tolerance for that. So monitors, big up on yourself. Get rid of the jackass. Folks, I'm gonna close the line because I don't what time is it? 6 minutes past 10. All right. All right. Listen. Again, Monday night, we're going to congregate and we're going to talk about this. The Monday night meeting, the length of it will depend on whether or not a judgment is rendered, and if a judgment is rendered, what judgment is rendered. If the judge says, I'm going to send it to the constituted authority, we probably won't have much to talk about because it's expected that that's the way it's going to go. If the judge says, no, I'm going to throw it out, we'll probably have a lot more to talk about because now we're going to talk about next steps. And so Jesus is Lord. Kevin there, I know. Kevin there. But you know, I'm gonna relax. But I'm gonna watch a program. Kevin, big up yourself, my brother. But Kevin is here. So listen, I would like to thank all of you for joining me this afternoon and tonight. It's been a wonderful experience. This is something that I truly love. I would do this, or I could do this morning, noon, and night, because it is something that is I believe beneficial to a lot of people. If you had asked me a few years ago that, you know, whether or not I would be doing it, I would frankly tell you no. I've only been doing this for a few years. And I'll share a story with you before I go. I have a dear friend in Saudi Arabia. I won't mention his name and I won't mention his position. He's very high up in the government and one of the sharpest individuals I've ever met. Sharp in tactics, sharp in strategy. It was just a pleasure being with this person, just listening and learning. And then, you know, I talked to him when I was getting ready to retire, and I said, hey, you know, I'm getting ready to retire. You know, what do you think? Because he knows my background. I said, what do you think? Just to get some idea from you as a brother, you know, what would you advise me to do? And he said to me, and it's kind of strange. He said, I think you would be an excellent investigative reporter. And I was like, huh? This was years ago. This was about 2016. And to some degree, this is what I'm doing now. This is what I'm doing now. Believe me, when I read these reports, when I do the research, and then I have people who are kind enough to share their research with me as well. You know, people like a Mystic Sensation, who, you know, I've learned that every time I've been on this program, I'm learning constantly, and he has given me liberty to take advantage of his, well, not blood, but sweat and his time. You know, his lectures where he'll say to me, look, you don't need to ask me, you can just take my stuff. You know, I've benefited from people like him. And it's just a joy when I find a nugget. I'm like a kid in a candy shop. When I find a nugget, it's like, it's hard to explain that feeling to you. It's hard to explain it. But when I go through these documents, and where I'm sitting right now, I have documents all over the place. All over the place. And when I go through these documents, I spend the time and I find a nugget. Believe me. It's like, wow, I have to share this. I have to share this. And so, and you know, I spend a lot of time, as some of you know, I'm writing a book. And I think I have about 300 plus pages. And I was writing at a very breakneck pace, furious pace. And I was writing every day. And within a few months, I had a pretty good outline, because that's what it is right now. Fortunately, I didn't, and people are saying shop it around, at least the idea, because they said nobody has written a book like this. Shop it around. The problem with that, though, is that if you get a publishing house, then, you know, you're under contract, and then they expect you to turn in a certain amount, like at intervals. And then that's one. So you're under a lot of pressure. And then two is, when whatever the advance fee is, when you start selling that book, you don't make any money until they get back their advance. And I just didn't like that idea, you know. So, and then I got writer's block. I just stopped. And then this came along, and I started doing this. And I could be completing. The book would have been completed already. And every day I say, yeah, I'm going to start. I'm going to start. I'm going to start. I'm going to start. But I'm telling you, the love I have for my people, the love I have for learning, the love I have for sharing, it has taken me away from a lot of things that I want to do. And I don't regret it. I don't. I look forward. Every single program that you see me do, I look forward to it. I look forward to learning and to share what I've learned. And I could sit here, you see, some of you write to me and say, boy, drink some water, because I'm telling you, my mind is not functioning on food and drink, and my mind is just functioning on you. What can I do to provide some kind of education to you? Because I don't want you to waste your time. I don't want you to waste your time. I need, when you sit there with me, you can say, this is well worth it. And my fervent hope, and I say with Kevin, I said, I'm still need to make a source. My fervent hope is that every time I sit with you, you must walk away with something. You must walk away with something to say, okay, I learned something. That is what I hope. And if you walk away with two things, the more the merrier. But I don't need you to come and sit here and then you leave and you say, never learn nothing. It's just the man just a chat. I mean, I understand him and no. And the information is not useful. That is not why I'm here. I am here. Like, you know, Chief Currie came on and Ambassador Anu. And in that discussion, you'd be surprised how many things I learned. You'd be surprised. And sometimes you see me, and Oti and Joan, they know this. Sometimes you see me sit down and you see my head down, and some people used to say, boy, Rattigan asleep. It's not that. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. I'm learning. And then whatever notes I'm taking and I've learned, I will then, it is my duty, it is my obligation to then share. And particularly with those who have an opinion that is not based on facts. And you remember what Chief Currie said at the very end? He said, when I said to him, is there a question I should have asked you that I didn't? And then at the end also, he said to me that anything, he said, I thought you were going to ask me about social media, the thing on social media. And he said, anything that you hear on social media as negative, it's not true. You know? So, folks, it's been a pleasure. We missed the music thing, and I promised you that I wouldn't, but why? I couldn't help myself, you know? I couldn't help myself. I had to go on. So I hope that you learn a little bit about, at least a little bit about parliamentary procedures and the rules that govern the Jamaican Parliament and how they select a speaker and how you can, you know, how you can really pursue a point with the speaker. And how you should. How you could and how you should. And I hope you learn a little bit about contracts, direct contracting, emergency contracts, unsolicited proposals, and how them are planned for thief the money. I hope you learn that. So that when you go to, you can talk to people about these things. I hope you learn about broken promises, desalination plans, JPS. Hope you learn about those things. Because when people will challenge you, you know, People challenge you. But you can go back to the program and you can pull up the documents I've shown you and you can say, here it is. Don't argue with me, argue with the documents. Argue with the documents. And they won't. You'll shut them down immediately. Because you know why? The people who will be coming after you and challenging you, they haven't read. They haven't read. So it's your job to convince them to read. It's your job to convince them to read. So folks, from the bottom of my heart, just want to tell you thanks again for inviting me in your living rooms or wherever you watch me today. Bar, market, friend's house, wherever. And just know I will spend most of my waking moments trying to do exactly what I'm doing now. And that is to educate our people. You can't take action. You cannot take action if you don't know why you're taking action. So, big up on yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll talk soon. OT! Yes, indeed. We'll fight for the people that fear.
Spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. For the people every day, risk them life for the people every day, get criticized for the people every day, defending your rights.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at ojldf.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to ojldf.net. That's ojldf.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.